Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. Make it work.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. So glad everyone's here. So glad everyone here. How dare you, LaCroix? Okay, anyway. How dare you, LaCroix? Yes, elevator lady. I'm feeling quite a bit better. I'm still not 100% perfect, but I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll be fine. I feel like I'll do great today. Plenty of energy. I feel like I have a lot of energy, so that's good. You know, we will see how long I can go for. Probably for a long time. And okay, let's see here. How's everyone doing? Let's see who we have here, shall we? Let's see who we have here. I have my comically large cup of tea, by the way, because I'm a jester, so I need everything I use needs to be comically large. Okay, okay, all right. So let's see who we have. Let's see who we have here. Hello, James Nordhoff. Hello, James Nordhoff. So glad you're here. Were you the first one here, James Nordhoff? So glad you're here. Fantastic. Okay. Burn Jobby. Hello, Burn Jobby. Yes, there is a stream today, Burn Jobby. Oh, your YouTube feed is pretty dry at the moment. My apologies, Burn Jobby. My apologies. Well, hopefully I will wetten it up for you. Okay. Well, that sounded weird, but you know what I mean, okay? It won't be dry anymore, okay? Hopefully. Hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. Gwen says, good day, Court Sorceress, reporting for the latest Jester stream. You will thanks. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. See the link pinned at the top of the chat and join our Discord. Tip our kind Jester, subscribe. Yes, please do that. I will say, I think I forgot to put the link in the chats, but I'll do that here in a second. But thank you, Gwen. Okay. Druzilla's here. Hello, Druzilla. Hello, Druzilla. So glad you're here, Druzilla. So glad you're here, Druzilla. Let's see who. I hope everything's going well, Druzilla. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. As always, Louise is here. It wouldn't be a stream without Louise. So glad you're here, Louise. We also have LaCroix. Hello, LaCroix. Hello, LaCroix, coming into chat like a meteorite or a person falling and burning alive. That's kind of scary, LaCroix. That's kind of inappropriate. But hi, LaCroix. So glad you're here. What does it look like? Something looks like a 9/11 type thing. Anyway, that was a dark joke. Okay, hello. Let's see. LaCroix says, I hope so, because this is me right now. And if I'm doing this, there isn't any music playing, then I just look mental. That's true, LaCroix. Well, I mean, I think you normally look mental anyway, but still. So glad you're here. Hello, Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. Exactly, Sir Bart. There is no war. What war? Right, what war? And never was a war. What do you mean? All right, what else we got here? Matt Syke. Hello, Matt Syke. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. You like my jumper? Thank you. It's weird. That's a weird UK phrase. We don't normally call, I don't think we do. Do we normally call like sweatshirts like this jumpers, or am I crazy? I don't know. I don't think we do, but like there's some weird phrases that I don't say they're weird. They're weird for me. There are some phrases that the UK uses that we don't use over here. Another one would be, what is it? Slacks, or no, not slacks. I mean, some people use that phrase. There's some other words that for clothes that aren't used as much over here. It's strange. Okay. I am, yes. So elevator lady, I already answered that. Hello, elevator lady. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Um, good, Gwen. You better have brought a note because I'm gonna need a reason for you leaving early. Dubois here. Hello, Dubois. So glad you're here, Dubois. So glad you're here. We also have Jumper is British. I'm bilingual, both American and English. Got you. Okay, so it is. That's hilarious, Gwen. Okay, so yeah, Jumper is British, but that's okay. I mean, I knew what you meant. It's just something, a note for those who don't know what Matt Saigai is referring to. I just heard something happen. I don't know what I just heard happen. I don't know. Something happened. Hello, hello. Void Sonic Shuffle. So glad you're here, Diego. So glad you're here, as always, Diego. Hope everything's going well for you. Okay, guys, we have some things to talk about. Now, we have a few news items. Not a, okay, oh, see here, Dodongo. Hey, hello, can you explain more about those swords? Um, are are these for swashbuckling? So yes, kind of. That remind me later in the stream, Dodongo, and I can tell you more about sword battles. Okay, I know a weird amount about like historical armaments, but okay. Uh, Dubois update. That girl. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Oh, I'm sorry, Dubois. I'm sorry. Okay, Gwen. When I first moved to England, I keep seeing boot sale signs. I thought why boots no snow. Hilarious, Gwen. Okay. Um. All right, everyone ready? Everyone ready? Let's talk a bit, right? We have a few things now. Obviously, now, guys, I did not, for the sake of my illness, that I am almost 100% done, and I only have 4 news stories, and then I'm going to talk about nostalgia a little bit with all of you, and so we will see. And then we have some videos to react to, and of course, I will add more news stories if you guys tell me about any news stories I should look up. So we will talk a little bit about this shit, okay? All right. So first story we have here, obviously, because that's how we normally structure things, folks. Normally I do news first, then we do a little lesson. Okay, down with the sickness. Right, Sir Bart. Hello, Sylvie, by the way. I'm sorry, Dubois. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, let's start with the news stories. Now, the first news story we have here is this one about Donald Trump. Okay, this one about Donald Trump, which, I really get tired of having to talk about this man, but, hey, very powerful human being who has a lot of power on the planet. And he's the world's a threat to the planet. So kind of important to keep an eye out on him. All right, though luckily he might be too incompetent to actually threaten the planet. Yeah, every breath he does, he lies. So here's the fun thing, guys. According to American law, whatever that is at this point, right? According to American law, no, okay, I'm exaggerating slightly. A lot of American laws still are in place, and that it still is hard to break some laws. Okay, because the judiciary can push back. Regardless, when a president goes to war, because the president is in charge of the military and can command it to do shit. Okay, can command it to do shit. So if a president, for example, starts bombing the hell out of a country called Iran, then, you're at war, even if Congress hasn't approved it. So the law basically says that if a president goes to war, Congress has 60 days. He can go to war, he or she or they or whatever can go to war for 60 days before the war ends automatically without congressional approval. So this is a really fucked up law. And Congress passed it because they have completely, for many years now, they have given up their authority over whether we go to war or not. which is stupid. But we don't live in a democracy, so it's not that surprising. There's that line from Star Wars. This is how democracy dies, to thunderous applause. And the Congress applauded all the way to the bank, okay, as they gave up their ability to declare war. So the 60 days are about to expire for Donald J. Trump for this war he has started. And so in an effort to get around a Congress who is kind of unhappy with him in a lot of ways, he decided to declare that, oh, well, no, we're actually at peace right now. Okay. The hostilities with Iran have been terminated. Therefore, the clock on those 60 days is over. And therefore, I didn't do anything illegal. Okay. Now, obviously, guys, obviously, that he even admitted, well, yeah, we might start up the hostilities again, but that would be a new set of hostilities, thus restarting the 60-day clock. All right. So it's just, it's good. I love it. Very attempt to manipulate the law and stuff. And obviously it is we're living in 1984 because that's literally one of the things that George Orwell said, right? War is peace, freedom is slavery, okay? War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Those are like the three things that George Orwell said in 1984. Those are the three slogans of the party, okay? And like that's literally what Trump is doing now. He's just like, "Oh no, 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 no. War is peace." Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe there aren't shots being fired directly in Iran, but a blockade is a wartime posture because it requires you use military force to stop shipping. It is still a wartime posture. So anyway, so it's just a cute little attempt to hello Cody, good boy. Because you're a dog, right? You're a dog, good boy. I'm not trying to gender you as boy. You see what I mean, okay? Like, what do you say to it? Okay, whatever. Hello, Cody. So glad you're here, okay? All right. So, yeah. So that's good. Trump doing the whole 1984 thing. Trump doing the whole 1984 thing, all right? Okay. So that's good. I'm not dehumanizing. I was just like, that's what you say to a dog, right? I don't know. I wasn't trying to misgender. I'm sorry, Cody. All right. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I don't want to. Okay. Anyway. So, okay. I love you all very much. All right. So, moving on. So that's, isn't that fun, right? Thank you, Cody, for resubscribing, by the way, after I did all that. So that's fun, right? Yes, Cody's a dog now. We decided that. We decided that. Okay. We decided that because remember, we're having a thing over in our Discord. Okay, we're having a thing over in our Discord. All right. Okay. Yes, there you go. Okay. All right, moving on. So, okay, and I'm getting distracted by all you lunatics. Okay, moving on. So again, that dog, yes, yes, okay. So, all right. So that's fun, right? That's fun. Druzilla shared a video of a much bigger teacup in Discord chat, CR. Thought it would be weird in reactions. I got you. Okay. That's hilarious. Druzilla, we'll take a look at it. So that's fun, right? So by declaring hostilities are over, I know, right? Jonas, hilarious. Okay, hilarious. Hello, Jonas. Jonas says, you're not being fair. Oh, that's right. Oh, you're right, LaQuai. I could say pupper. You're right. I'll say pupper. Hello, pupper. There we go. Okay, there you go, pupper. Um, all right. So you're a nit for being fair. You're not being fair to Trump. He said he needs another 2 to 4 weeks again. Of course, for like the 8,000th time, Jonas. For like the 8,000th time. Okay, I love it. Okay. Okay. Now all the trans puppy girls will join the chat, and I'm not complaining. Hilarious. Okay. So, all right. So, guys, let's continue, right? So, again, by declaring the hostilities over, Trump is effectively resetting the clock, potentially making it more difficult for Congress to challenge his authority or constrain further action through a war powers resolution. Okay. All right. So, on April 7th, 2026, I ordered a 2-week ceasefire. The ceasefire has since been extended. There has been no exchange of fire between the United States forces and Iran since April 7, 2026. So these are all the lies, okay? I am not calling Cody dog, okay? I'm going to use a pet name, okay? Whether it be pupper or puppy. I won't say boy, but like that, I call every dog a boy. Like, you have a female dog and I'm like, hey boy, because, that's what they do. So pupper, I will get better at it. Okay. I hate all of you. All right. Whatever. Okay. It's not like I was going to say, okay, well, whatever. I hate all of you. So moving on. There has been, okay, so that's good. That's fun. The hostilities that began on Friday, February 28th, 2026 have been terminated. So, of course, more lies. Now, the funny thing here is, guys, is that the only person, by the way, here I call boy is Dolly Boy. So, I mean, not boy, dog is Dolly Boy. Okay. So Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth previewed a version of the administration's argument before the Senate Armed Services Committee, suggesting the 60-day clock can pause or stop during a ceasefire. Okay? Pause or stop during a ceasefire. Whatever, Cody, whatever. All right. So that's cute. That's cute. So Pete Hegseth's line on this is that no. It's not that we're going to reset the time limit established by law. We're pausing it. So the fact that we haven't been fighting is like time that we're like banking that we can then use later, which, is another stupid and manipulative argument. And they can't even get their narrative straight because Trump says one thing, someone else says another thing. Okay, whatever. It's stupid. Okay, it's all very stupid. Okay, all very stupid. So that's cute, right? Jonas, you're not wrong. That's hilarious, Jonas. Jonas says, check save points on wars is wild. Yeah, Jonas, they literally think that it's like, yep, we're just going to go to this save point, and since we're not actually in the game anymore, the game isn't running, okay? Yeah, all right? Yeah, they're on a break, guys, don't you know? Don't you know? Which, like I said, is just fundamentally factually untrue. If you didn't know, because a blockade is a war. Wow, shocking. So anyway, you don't gotta need to be an international lawyer to know that. Anyway, so that's good. Love that. Love that. By the way, how do you think you stop a ship if it doesn't stop when you try to pull it over? Okay. I'm like, see, this is my point. How do you think you stop a ship if it doesn't stop when you warn it to stop and you pull up next to it and it keeps going? You fire weapons at its engine room, okay, at its engines, and you literally damage its engines, which is what the United States has already done to a few vessels. We shoot out their engines, which I think is funny because the media won't tell you that. What they say is they'll be like, oh, the United States, stopped another vessel. What they don't tell you is that includes shooting. Okay, you shoot out the engine of the vessel. Okay, like that, you don't ever hear that. Okay, but that's what you do. Now, some of the vessels have, in fact, stopped for the United States, but some of them we've shot out the engines of, which to me is kind of a war type thing. Let's see here. Adventurous Gold, welcome back, Adventurous Gold. So glad you're here. I see you haven't turned to platinum yet. I prefer platinum to gold. Adventurous Gold, Trump is just speedrunning the fall of the USSR, just in reverse order. The wall collapsed. Stalin bullshits the people in a Warsaw uprising. Lenin ignores Germany with the decree of peace in 1917. While I slightly disagree with you, Adventurous Gold, with how you painted a few of those historical events in reference to the fall of the Soviet Union, yes, we are, in fact, speedrunning the end of the empire, okay? But I'm just being nitpicky because of my history brain. But yes, okay? Yes, we are running the fall of the empire. All right. Jonas, have you seen the CNN coverage of how Iran has decimated U.S.? Yes, I have, Jonas. Maybe we should watch a clip from that later. It'd be interesting. Okay. It would be very interesting. All right. So, okay. So there you go. Now, what Democrats are saying, hello, Dolly Boy. There's the dog. Hello, Dolly Boy. Sorry, Dolly Boy. We were talking yesterday about calling Cody a pup or puppers. And then I'm like, the only person I'm allowed to call a dog in here is Dolly Boy. And I hope you know I'm not insulting you because I love you, Dolly Boy, and I love dogs. Don't be mad at me, Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. Okay, so the Democrats, by the way, rejected this view, arguing that the ongoing naval blockade still constitutes hostilities, which is true. Okay, which is true. Republicans, however, appeared more open to the administration's interpretation. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Republicans did appear more open to the administration's interpretation. Well, but we're not surprised, though, are we? We're not surprised. How dare you, Matt Guy? Okay. Jonas, let's take a look at this. So this Jonas sent this. Is this the CNN thing? Oh, fantastic.
Unprecedented destruction. A CNN.
Let's watch this real fast because this is right on topic of what we're talking about. So Jonas sent this to us. This is apparently CNN of all places talking about how the Iranian war Iran has successfully damaged tons of American bases, which I read about, and people don't talk about that they've done a ton of damage. How dare you, Trump failed, Kate? How dare you, Trump failed? Don't make me turn you into a dog too. Anyway, so done a ton of damage. Okay, so let's watch, because Iran is much more powerful than, of course, we keep claiming they are, and we keep hiding the amount of damage that's been done.
In an investigation discovering Iran has caused extensive damage to a majority of the U.S. military sites in the region. Precise Iranian missile and drone strikes, aided by sophisticated Chinese technology, hitting some of America's most crucial military assets in the Middle East. The extent of the damage unknown until now.
I know, Drusilla.
Our Tamara Kablawi is out front.
Camp Buehring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf.
Guys, okay, can I just say something? Can I just say a little thing before we continue going on here? And feel free to yell at me. Feel free to get mad at me. But I have trouble sometimes empathizing with American soldiers overseas. Now, listen, okay? Listen. Our media loves talking about the dear old troops overseas, and I agree partially that American troops a lot of them have been manipulated into going into the military. They've been literally bribed because a lot of them come from impoverished backgrounds. And so I have always had this sort of conflict in my head, because I witnessed it when I was a teacher, guys. The ROTC and the military comes into low-income schools, especially schools that are majority black and brown people of low income, and they do all this propaganda, and they convince people to join. And yet at the same time, when I see shit like this, I'm like, well, it's kind of gross to me that they're doing karaoke while on a military base. It's kind of like, why are you so happy when you're an arm of the, you're an extension of the Imperial Empire? And, and again, this is complicated. But it's just, I have a little, I don't know. I just have sometimes a little conflict like this. I don't like how CNN is like, look at them doing karaoke. It's like, okay, I get it, but like, all right, I'm sorry, I'll go on. It's just it's an internal conflict I often has. Yes, Jonas, they are victims of a corrupt system. Okay. Yeah, well, that's possible, Lurking Snow Leopard, but like that, maybe it's a problem with me. But yeah, okay. And I don't know. I have that internal conflict. Let's continue.
That was then. This is now. A once bustling.
No, LaCroix, I never said that, LaCroix. I am not bad empanada. How dare you? Okay, how dare you? Because at least I do understand. I do have empathy too. I do. But like when the media presents soldiers, okay? When the media presents soldiers, I have a I don't like how it's always viewed so positively, if that makes sense, okay? Anyway, it's a contradiction in my head that I've never quite come to terms with.
American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones.
The tater tot, fantastic, okay.
One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran,
Jesus.
Even as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal. So what impact have Iran's strikes had on America's footprint in the Middle East?
Hey, Dolly boy.
A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations.
Gwen, so real fast, guys. I'm sorry. I know that this is really interesting, and I'm this is interesting. Gwen says, I have more sympathy for U.S. soldiers than those who joined the IDF. Oh, absolutely, Gwen. Absolutely. And here's the thing, though. The IDF soldiers, if you refuse to join the IDF, which is openly committing a genocide, now American troops do tons of horrible things, but if you refuse to join the IDF, the worst that happens to you is you get put in jail for maybe a couple years, probably less than that. Most of the time, it's a lot less than a couple years. To me, that is a flaw. Okay, or at least let me put it this way: that is not that big of a deal. Okay, compared to fighting in the IDF. This is complicated, though, because there is one other difference here that, and by the way, I have no sympathy for people who are in the IDF. I want to point that out. But if you compare that to the United States is a volunteer army, essentially. So I guess if you want to say that the IDF are all bad, most people in the IDF are there because they have to be, whereas in the U.S. you have to sign up for it. Regardless, oh, there you go, Louise. 6 months for refusing to join the IDF, which is like not bad at all. But but still, the IDF I think is worse if you join it. Absolutely. But like this is why I don't have a good answer to this. Morally, I don't have a good answer to this. I feel really bad for American troops. I do, because they're human beings. Just like I feel really bad for Russian troops who are being slaughtered by their government and are being forced to sign up a lot of the times. I don't know, but it's a conflict. Okay, I think you might be right, Louise, because I know it's a lot less than the time they would normally serve. Yeah. Yeah, right, Jonas, right. Okay. All right, let's continue.
Across 8 countries. According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region. And some of them are virtually unusable now. A U.S. source familiar with the situation told us that they'd never seen anything like this at American bases, that these were rapid, targeted strikes using advanced technology.
Wow, so much for America, the greatest military power on the earth. We have the best technology and the best equipment. Oh, wow, that really seemed to help, didn't it?
Iran's main targets? Multi-million-dollar aircraft, like this Boeing E-3 Sentry, which gave the U.S. a huge amount of visibility over the Gulf.
Paul Squall, you're right.
It's out of production, and in today's money, it's worth nearly $500 million. Critical communications equipment.
Right,
look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission. In this base alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the war. And
what? I'm sorry, guys. I actually have a degree. So my one of my historical focus when I was an undergraduate was military history, which is weird, I know. And you're probably all going to think I'm a right winger now, but that is shocking. Let me see that photo again.
They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission. In this base alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the...
That is some precise goddamn shooting. That is impressive, okay? Yeah, so much for the American empire. Hello, fuck the USA. That's their name. Forgive me, USA. For the sake of me not having to curse this much, I'm going to say USA 1, 2, 3. I hope that's okay. I hope China fires missiles at every single U.S. bank in base in Eurasia. Yanks need to be taught, see what it feels like to lose again. Oh, trust me. Trust me, USA. We, first of all, I know what it feels like to lose because we've lost like every war that I've been alive during. But yes. Although admittedly, I would prefer that we, USA, right? I would prefer, of course, that the American empire collapse in a way that doesn't cause our lunatic government to start launching nukes at everyone. So yeah, I would actually, I agree with you. I wish all of our bases were to be kaput and bye-bye, but it might be preferably not China though, and preferably voluntarily, because otherwise, America will just start nuking everyone. You know what I mean? Because we're not exactly sane over here with our government. Yes. Oh, I totally get it, USA. Don't worry. Okay. I totally get it. All right. But anyway, so going on. All right.
War. And crucially, radar systems. Highly sophisticated, expensive, difficult to replace, and critical to air defense.
Yeah, so I like how Lacroix says it. I would queer power, USA. I love it. I'm a gay man, so I love that. Anyway, Lacroix, you say it should end with a whimper like Britain. I agree. I would much prefer the United States fall kind of with like a sad little whimper, kind of like the British Empire did. I would love that. Okay, I would love that. That would be fantastic. All right.
A second U.S. source, this one a congressional aide familiar with damage assessments, described these as the most cost-effective of the targets.
Yeah, sir.
Our radar systems, they said, are our most expensive and our most limited resource in the region.
I had not seen these images, Jonas. That is crazy.
For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma.
Oh, USA. By the way, so guys, so we have a trans person in here. USA, we have lots of trans people in here. And I want you to know that the position of our whole community, right, folks? You all better agree with me. I'm the cult leader. The position of our whole community is that trans people are actually a superior form of human being. They're a more evolved human, and we all ought to bless our lucky stars whenever we meet a trans person in public. That they even have that we even have the honor to meet a trans person because of how we treat them. And trans people are the future. We love trans folks, so just letting you know, welcome. Okay, just letting you know, welcome.
In some ways, Iran.
Yeah, well, no. So Sylvie says Jesus said we are more spiritual. That's the same across a lot of cultures, by the way. Deities that have the traits of male and female, for example, or who have a non-binary gender, or are sort of ambiguous in that way, are typically viewed as closer to God. So yes, okay, perhaps we then can view trans people as closer to God and healthier. Anyway.
Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military installations, previously seen as formidable fortresses, have turned into sitting targets. As a Saudi source told me, the war has shown Saudi Arabia, that's the U.S.'s longest-standing Arab ally, that the alliance with the U.S. cannot be exclusive, and it is not, in their words, impregnable. Okay. To get a sense of just how vulnerable U.S. facilities have become, have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power.
Now, okay, I'm sorry. Notice this. Notice this, guys. Notice that these are American military personnel that are stationed in Qatar, or Qatar, right? And the fun part of this is that, Iran has been bombing Qatar. Do we see why? Okay, like this is literally where the U.S. military has a ton of its operations. And then Qatar is like, we're innocent, we're not involved. Well, then why do you let the Americans operate a massive radar installation out of your country? All right, you see what I mean? It doesn't make much sense. Yeah, right, LaCroix. So I think that's very funny, right?
Or across 21 nations, struck not just once, but twice. And according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and no casualties.
These do not look like Shahed drones, unless they've so Shahed drones are not terribly accurate, as far as I know. Maybe they've updated their Shahed drones, or they have, or these are missile strikes, or they have better drones now. But Jesus Christ, okay, that is impressive.
Reported. Iran's visibility over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite known as the TEE-01B, a massive
China #1, geez.
Upgrade from its own satellite.
They literally gave Iran their entire own satellite. That's amazing.
That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this
Paul Squall, of course they did.
Quality to this.
Wow.
This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into focus, many will wonder whether America's presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel. Responding to our findings, a Pentagon official said that the Defense Department does not discuss damage assessments, but that U.S. forces remain fully operational with the same readiness and combat effectiveness.
I believe that 100%. Of course, I believe what the U.S. military says. They would never mislead us, would they, folks? I'm sure we're 100% combat ready, and that all of this damage did nothing to affect combat readiness. Zero, right?
We also understand from our sources that the vast majority of U.S. troops evacuated their positions.
If anything, we're stronger now, right? We're stronger now that all of our bases have been hit by bombs. I'm sure.
In the Middle East, with many working from the relative safety of hotels and apartments in the Arabian Peninsula.
What stands out to you about all this?
Well, Aaron, what's interesting is that the U.S. intercept rate is likely somewhere in the 95% level right now. These look predominantly.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, something you learn very quickly when you're studying military history and military sciences and whatever else you want to call it is that you cannot really trust a lot of the stats that a military puts out until a bit after the war has ended. we are still in the midst of this war, okay, despite what Donald Trump says. So for him to say that we've shot down 95% of all these drones and missiles, I would have to see where he's getting that stat, because the USA is not going to be admitting how like the percentage that they've, if a lot has been getting through, right? It might be right, but it seems unlikely to me. Okay, regardless, you guys see what I mean? I don't know if it's as high as we've intercepted 95% of all the things being fired at us. All right. Yeah, Trump fail. It's like when they said they've stopped over 90% of all legal border crossings when there was no numbers to justify it. Yeah. Okay. So not the biggest fan of that. All right. Okay. Of that little observation he made.
Definitely like drone strikes. That's our assessment. The Shaheeds that did this rather than Iranian ballistic missiles. But it does show if the intercept rate is somewhere around the 95% level, that 5% or so are getting through and they are having damage. So the system that
But guys, okay, based off the images we're seeing here, which show very, very accurate weaponry, even if you get 5% through, what if those 5% are the ones that are extremely accurate and they're going to hit all their targets? So even if you shoot down 95%, you can still hit all the targets you want if only 5% go through that are very accurate. You see what I mean? So it's kind of also a misleading stat in some ways.
U.S. has in place is not foolproof. It's very good, but it's not foolproof. And I would just say, sort of big picture, of your shift to the Indo-Pacific with the PLA, the Chinese People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, U.S. bases.
Yeah, sorry, I keep pausing it. The Chinese military has an entire branch of their military devoted to rocketry. So we have the Marines, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, the Coast Guard, the Navy. Did I mention the Navy? They literally have one of their whole branches of their military is a rocket force, okay, which is just missiles, which is a very good, I mean, for their military, if you know what I mean. Yeah, they literally have an entire branch of the military devoted from, oh yeah, thank you, Doug, a Space Force. I keep forgetting Space Force. So yeah, they have tons of rockets. So if we think Iran is tough to deal with, you see what I mean?
Across the region, Japan, Philippines, and other places are going to be at much more severe danger than what we're seeing now in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. And then when you talk about with the damage done by the drone.
By the way, sorry, I keep pausing this. I can't help myself. That's coded language. When people say that the Philippines and Japan are going to be at risk, that is called the first island chain, and that is the extent of American empire in the Pacific. That's where all of our military bases are and shit. So just be clear, we don't actually care about Japan and the Philippines, like the people there. It's when we say that they're going to attack the Japan and the Philippines, that is a coded way of saying they're going to attack the outposts of our empire. Okay, they're going to hit our vassal states that are protecting the border of our empire. You see what I mean? Because that's where our bases are, and that's where our military fort. Let me show you what I mean. Okay, real fast here. So whenever you hear anyone say like, "Oh, China threatens Japan and the Philippines," or Taiwan, it's really saying that they threaten our empire. They threaten the edge of it. Okay, let me show you here. First island chain. First island chain. So right here's a map of the first island chain, so you know what I'm talking about. It's a key part of American defense policy. Okay, American defense policy. If I can find a map that actually shows it really well here, where I don't have. Okay, you guys can kind of see it. So here is an image of it. This is the first of the first island chain right here, and we have military bases all around here. Now I want you to see here that notice that that's right off of China's coast. All right. Do we see how they might feel kind of hemmed in and like they're being like we're doing aggression against them? The fact that we have military bases all around their coast like this, okay? And you can see that several of those places include the Philippines and Japan. So when they say that China can hit the Philippines and Japan, what they're actually saying is that, China can target the empire. Okay? And just a note there. I know, right? China and Iran dare to exist near those U.S. bases, right? Okay, let's go on.
Drones, right? That the missile interceptor rate may be, exceptional. 5% can cause huge damage, but then there's the drones. You have done incredible reporting, you and all of CSIS, on the depletion of U.S. Offensive capabilities, missile inventories specifically as well. Trump was asked about that.
Yeah, Dodongo. And so Dodongo, yeah, Taiwan is a key part of those defensive islands. It also, by the way, is one of the reasons China doesn't like it being there, because if they were to take Taiwan, which, by the way, I don't think they have a plan to do this anytime soon, okay? There might be some kind of future hope for it, but I think it's overblown how much China wants to take Taiwan. Regardless, if they would take Taiwan, that would put a hole in the first island chain, which would be very good for China. So that might be one of the reasons they want it back so badly. There are other reasons, too.
Earlier today, Seth, I wanted to play part of what he said.
Yeah, Jonas.
All over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started.
Really? I'm sure that's true, right? I'm sure that's true. No problem there. No problem there at all.
More than double what we had when this started, and tremendous amounts of inventory. I mean, what do you
Remember, I told you guys we had to transfer a ton of our interceptors from the Pacific to the Middle East. So, and it takes a long time to remake all those.
Make such comments. Obviously false when it comes to things like Tomahawks, but what do you make overall?
Well, I think what's important is that not all missiles are created equal. I mean, one of the advantages the U.S. had over time in Iran was that it had air dominance. It could use short-range missiles like Joint Direct Attack Munitions, or JDAMs. The problem that the U.S. has in the Pacific right now is it's going to have to use long-range missiles, because the Chinese have such extensive capabilities to hit targets in what we call the first and second island chains. Like
USA. I've read Rosa Luxemburg.
Guam. And there, the U.S. stockpiles of long-range munitions, like Tomahawks, like JASSMs, like long-range anti-ship missiles, LRASMs, they are in very limited supply right now, and the same thing with interceptors. So what really matters in this discussion is not missiles per se. It's not helpful to talk about missiles in general. It's the missiles you need to deter in specific situations.
Which I think is just so crucial, and what you lay out there is so important. And it's important for Americans to understand all of this and the truth. Obviously, what he said there is
base, comrade. And we have several people, self-identified communists in here, USA.
At best, extremely misleading about something so important for national security. He also talked today, Seth, about something about Iran, right? What does Iran really have left, okay? The military. And he was very specific. Here he is.
We get the radical left to say, we're not winning. We're not winning. They don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous, okay? You want to know the truth? It's treasonous.
Right.
And he said that Iran they've got nothing left. Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure they do, guys. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have a lot left. I love this argument that they've run out of everything, even though they still control the Strait of Hormuz. How could they do that unless they had stuff? Okay, obviously they have shit. All right, and they're probably restockpiling a lot of it right now. Not a lot of it, quite a bit of it. Yeah, Jonas. Treason for pointing out the obvious, of course.
You've looked specifically at that, and you found that Iran does still have a lot left when you look at drones, you look at missile launchers.
Yeah, Aaron, I mean, look, there's no question, first of all, that Iran has its capabilities across the boards are degraded. The video you showed of U.S. bases, what the extent of the damage in Iran is much more significant than what U.S. bases have received. Nevertheless, despite that damage, the Iranians have hit stuff underground, so they still have 40% or so, our assessment, of their drone capabilities left, and then maybe 60% or so of their missile launchers. So they do still have the capability to fire missiles and drones, and that makes them still a dangerous adversary. And as you just noted in your reporting, they're getting help from the Chinese, and I would add the Russians as well.
Yeah, so let me just show. So there is a historical thing that happens, guys. I forget what it's called. It's not the escalation trap. between empires, between powers, rival powers. Let me just show you real fast, then I'll continue talking here. So it's pretty obvious when you see it. But okay, imagine you have two countries. I don't know. You have let's see here. Okay, well I'll just say China for now. We'll just do. I know the handwriting is going to be terrible because I'm using my mouse. China. So you have China. Okay, I'm not even going to draw the borders. I'm just going to USA, right? USA. All right, whatever. And let's say that, China, the United States starts putting a ton of missiles. These are little missiles. Starts putting missiles right here. Okay, China is because China is worried about. I mean, because the United States is worried about China's one missile. So China then sees that and says, "Oh my God, that's a threat to us. We're going to build more missiles." So they built 4 missiles. The United States then sees that and says, "Oh my God, China's building up to attack us. We need more missiles. Let's have a ton more missiles." China then sees that and says, "Oh my God, the United States is building up more missiles. We need a ton more missiles." And so they build up more. You see what I'm saying? So states, governments are naturally untrustworthy of their neighbors. Okay, are naturally untrustworthy of their neighbors. And the United States, by the way, I'm making it sound like that means the United States isn't the aggressor. We are the aggressor, but it's sort of a natural consequence to empire that you start to become an aggressor, right? Because Dolly boy, when one state sees another one building up, even if that country isn't intending to attack, the country that sees the building up views it as a threat, so they start building up, which then makes the other country feel even more justified in building up. You see what I mean? And that's, by the way, one of the reasons why World War I happened. There you go, Cody. Darn it, Cody, you got to it before me. Cody said it's like the naval race between the British Empire and Germany pre-World War I. Correct. It's like the general militarization that happened prior to World War I. Germany was militarizing. Russia started militarizing. France started militarizing. The UK. And all these countries, worried of the threat posed by the other countries around them, start building up. And it's a cycle that is very dangerous, okay? It's very dangerous. And that's what we saw in the Soviet Union. Now, in this case, China is more in the right. Why do I say that? Because we don't need to feel threatened by China. Our empire is right near their borders. Why? Why don't we leave them alone? Let them get away from their borders. But we don't think that way, right? We view all of our bases right up to their borders as vitally important. So any perceived threat to those bases, we need to defend against, even though we don't have a right to. Why defend? Why do we have an empire to begin with? China is more justified in feeling threatened. Okay. So anyway, if that makes sense. Okay. So that's a big problem that we're starting to see happen. Okay. All right. So anyway, let's go back on. Let's go on here. So there's that. Thank you, Jonas, for sharing that with us. So that's the point. Okay. Speaking of American empire, let's go on to the next news story. Shall we? Speaking of American empire. Okay. Speaking from. Yes, Outer Circle. Welcome, Outer Circle. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday. I'm not 100%, but I'm basically good, okay? Okay. So, meanwhile, Pete Hegseth has ordered the withdrawal of 5,000 soldiers from Germany. American soldiers from American military bases in Germany. Why? Someone tell me in the chat. I don't think I even need okay, so guys, a lot of streamers like to think that they're smarter than the people that listen to them. I'm not. I think you can all guess. Why do we think that Hegseth is ordering the removal of 5,000 soldiers? What has happened recently politically that might make Trump want to remove soldiers from Europe? Okay, and why do you think he's doing it? I'm just see what you all think. Okay. Yep. There you go, Jonas. Done. Lack of support on Iran. Okay, lack of support on Iran. Trump is mad and in his fifis. Okay, Trump is mad and in his fifis because these countries Germany hasn't supported the United States against Iran. A lot of NATO countries haven't really supported him. So, as to try and give Europe a slap on the wrist, okay, he's like, I'm going to remove these 5,000 troops from Germany. By the way, that is nothing, okay? It's not even, it is, you can tell it's a tantrum because removing 5,000 troops from Germany is nothing, okay? That's like a drop in the bucket. That is like, you see what I mean? But it signals, it is politically meant to signal to Europe that Trump is mad. How dare you defy us and not come fight for the empire and die for the empire? Okay. Yeah. And Germany shrugged. Germany's like, eh. And it is completely, it's funny to me, guys. It's funny because it is all it's doing is further weakening the American empire, because now Germany and all these NATO countries are like, oh, you know what? We really need to focus more on our own defense. Okay. And that's what Germany is saying. Okay, well, if you're going to start leaving, we're going to start building up our own defense industrial base. We won't need you anymore. So hilarious to me. Hilarious. It's just a, yeah, you're right, Jonas. And they're going to do it even more. So it's like it's just further speeding up the collapse of empire. I approve mightily. And it's sort of a side note. Okay. It's a little bit of a side note there. The fact that, that we're removing these troops from Germany. All right. Yeah, global. The window shoppers in Paris are unconcerned. Yes. Okay. And for those that are worried about Putin, I got to tell you, you all know I hate Vladimir Putin. Okay, I can't stand him. He's an imperialist piece of shit. He's a monster. Let's put it this way: the United States is not the only evil regime. Not evil. I would say not the. Well, the United States is evil. It's not the only bad regime in the world. Okay, let's put it that way. Removing 5,000 troops from Germany is not going to have an effect on whether Putin invades. Okay, Europe. Let's put it that way. And I really doubt he will anyway, just because he's been so depleted fighting against Ukraine. It would be suicidal for Vladimir Putin to go to war against Europe. On top of that, NATO still exists. That would be a suicidal war that would be a mutually destruction war on Putin's part. All right. Now, I can't be sure. The reason I say I can't be sure is because Putin is unhinged. Maybe not unhinged, but he has surprised me before in his audaciousness. His audaciousness in the conquest he does. Paul Squaw, you're right. And that's why I'm saying I can't be sure. But it seems, Paul Squaw, to me, from what I know, that he invaded Ukraine before it joined NATO because he knew that it wasn't in NATO yet, and to prevent that from happening. So I really doubt he would go to war against NATO. I could be wrong, though, Paul Squaw, because, again, I don't trust Vladimir Putin. He's an imperialist piece of shit, and he keeps attacking everyone around him. He's been in Georgia. He got involved in, Ukraine. He's a monster. Okay. So, but it's unlikely, but I'm not going to say for certain that's the case. Okay. At what point do you not realize the war you started was ill-advised? Most of the world. Yeah, Jonas. Well, that's the thing, Jonas. We're in it now and we're trapped, because if we suddenly leave, it'll be a clear and obvious defeat. Okay. For the United States, which will weaken our power globally. If we stay in it, we're going to be defeated. So what do? Which way do you want to be defeated? Do you want to go down fighting and try to get something out of it, I guess? Or do you want to just withdraw and humiliate yourself? Well, we're screwed either way. But I think Trump, doesn't view it that way. He views it as, I refuse to be humiliated. We're going to keep fighting. Okay. Oh, Dodongo, I know. Putin is monstrous. I cannot stand. Yeah, and you're right, Ukraine, Sir Bart. As long as Russia is fighting in Ukraine, guys, they're not going to start a second front. That would be stupid. Okay, that would be very stupid. It'd be very stupid for them to start another war while they're still in Ukraine, and they're still in Ukraine, and they're struggling just against Ukraine. All right. Anyway, but still, fuck Putin and fuck his empire. Okay. And Slava Ukraini, regardless of what's happening. And guys, there's lefties out there who will be like, well, the West, the reason Putin went to war is because of the West and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, maybe. That doesn't mean that the people of Ukraine deserve to be invaded. I care about the people that are innocent and are being killed and having their their land conquered and are having genocide done against them. Paul Squall, I hate you so much. Now, Paul Squall, I know you're joking, but yeah, guys, there is a group. There is a group in the Ukrainian military called the Azov Battalion who are full of Nazis. What do you think's in the? What do you think is in the the Russian military? Russia has far more Nazis than Ukraine ever did, and I can pretty much assure you that there are Nazi units in the Russian military. You're right, Sir Bart. There are multiple Nazi units. All right, but that's my point, guys. Is that like if, by the way, the Azov Battalion wouldn't have been nearly as powerful in Ukraine if Russia hadn't invaded. So if you want to criticize the existence and the power of the Azov Battalion, thank you, Putin, for legitimizing them by invading. And there are tons of, of course, Sir Bart, there's Nazis everywhere. There's Nazis in the U.S. military. Anyway, moving on, okay? It's irrelevant. I haven't talked about Ukraine as much because Ukraine's not going to be able to achieve what it wants to. It's not, unfortunately. I feel bad that they're not, but I suspect they're going to have to give up some land, unfortunately. Anyway, regardless, I support the Ukrainians. Yeah, I know, Dodongo. I do enjoy the fact that Putin thought he would take Kiev overnight. Correct. Okay. All right, moving on. So, so there we go. That's that story. It's kind of a dumb story, and who cares? Let's go back. You know what? Let's talk about the UK. Let's quickly skip the mifepristone story. Actually, no. Since we're on the USA, we'll talk about we'll finish the USA, then we'll talk about a UK story real fast here. Okay. So here we go. Meanwhile, back on the home front in these United Fascist States of America, God bless it. God bless these fascist states of America. Okay, so this is a court has now restricted abortion access across the U.S., which is blocking the mailing of mifepristone, which is a different kind of abortion method that can be used early on in a pregnancy in order to use medication to end a pregnancy. Okay, so one more restriction on abortion, which kills women, by the way. If you're pro-life, you're technically pro-death. You're technically pro-death of women, to be honest with you. So a federal appeals court has restricted access to one of the most common means of abortion in the U.S. by blocking the mailing of mifepristone prescriptions. Friday's unanimous ruling from a three-judge panel of the New Orleans-based 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals is requiring that the abortion pill be distributed only in person and at clinics, overruling regulations set by the Federal Food and Drug Administration. Now, it will likely be appealed to the Supreme Court, but here's the thing, guys. There are a ton of American states. Here's an image of them. Here is an image of them. The states in red have basically completely gotten rid of abortion. The states in blue, you cannot get an abortion after 20 weeks or later. And then there's some other ones mixed in there that have a slightly different standard. So what people have been doing, women have still been able to get these abortion pills in states that are in red, as long as they have it mailed to them from a state that's not in red. So this is one of the last lifelines for people in states where abortions have been banned. Okay. And this court just basically said, nope, you actually have to go into a state and get the prescription. You can't have it mailed to you anymore. Yeah, Laquan, no doubt that the Supreme Court will uphold this ban. Okay. So do you see what I mean? This is, don't we all love how we treat women in this country? It's just lovely. I love that they're just chattel. And that they have, we're forcing them to be baby-making machines, just like the Nazis did, by the way. Maybe we should start handing out little medals like the Nazis did, right? Like, we should be like, okay, you had like 8 children. Here's your little swastika medal. Good job producing children for the Reich, kind of a deal. Because that's what we're doing. This is forced birth is what we're doing here, okay? You're not wrong, Outer Signal. Parts of the U.S. have more restrictive women's health rights than Afghanistan. So, there, I don't. Yay, yay. It's like great, love that. So that's fun. Let's, and like I said, guys, every study shows that if you start limiting abortion, the rate of women dying goes up because women will seek. Correct, Louise. Oh, I love Margaret Atwood. That's such a good book. When women will try to get abortions, whether you allow it or not, because they have to. A lot of women cannot take care of a child because of what's happening in their lives. So they will get an abortion anyway. And if they get it anyway without the care of a doctor, they can end up dead. So you're just pro the death of women if you don't support abortion. Okay. Now, Matt Saigai actually sent me some information about a Indian jurist or an Indian in India, a member of their Supreme Court, actually, maybe we'll talk about it later. I forgot to put it in today's slide, who just gave a really brilliant speech, or not speech, I think it was a written decision talking about how, you shouldn't we shouldn't be limiting abortion and stuff. So like other places in the world know this, okay? And I know that it's not perfect in India, but anyway, I'm just saying, it's insane, okay? Yeah, the Chief Justice, Matt Saigai. I read what he said, brilliant. Oh my God, I'm going to be reading more about him soon, okay? But I'll do a presentation on that maybe tomorrow. I forgot to mention it in today's stream. Put it in today's stream. Yeah, of course they would, Dodongo. They would blame the mother for dying because something stupid Bible quote. Yeah, no, it's funny because the Bible is very pro-abortion. Anyway, that whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Legalized abortion was the reason NYC stopped being Gotham City. Kind of, Sir Bart. Yeah, actually, okay. And guys, also, yeah, right, there you go, Outer Signal. Most Muslim fundamentalists and extremists allow first trimesters abortion, as far as I know. See, I didn't know that. I'd have to look it up, but, that sounds right to me. Of course, crawl, right? And, okay. Anyway, so, just, more fun in the U.S. I love how we oppress people. It's so great. Yay, let's all celebrate. Okay? Jesus. Okay. All right. One more thing about this. I'm going to go on to the next story, but one more thing about that. I say this all the time, and I know I always repeat myself, folks, but I want to make sure everyone remember these facts. Anthropologists have determined that there's the number one way, I'm not exaggerating, the number one way to the number one non-changing your economy into a socialist economy way to end poverty is to empower women. Everywhere that women become empowered over control of the reproductive cycles, the economic floor rises. So in countries all over the place, if you empower women, give them access to birth control, give people access to condoms, gynecological care, family planning, things like that, you will see the poverty drop, okay? And you will see whole families rising out of poverty, all right? So if we limit abortions, it's going to have massive effects. It's going to have massive effects on the on the economy. Okay, so I mean, it also will be bad for poverty, just to let you know. Okay, anyway, if you don't care about women, at least you should care about how the economy it doesn't do well. All right. Of course, Paul Squaw, of course. Yes, and guys, there are some lovely things. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Gray Art. Yeah, there are some things in the chat, guys. That yeah, Dodongo, kind of, right? There's things in the chat. There's some things I probably can't. I'm not allowed to say on stream, but there's some people making recommendations on chat in regard to healthcare that you might need if you're pregnant. But regardless, yeah. Okay. So moving on here. Let's talk about the UK briefly, shall we? Why not? Oh, don't we love Keir Starmer? He's such an emotional guy. very, oh God, of course, goddamn BBC. All right. You know what? I'll have to find a different version of this. So Keir Starmer, gotta love Keir Starmer. All right. love you, great. Okay. Keir Starmer said, I believe it was during an interview. So a few days ago, guys, I'll go to Al Jazeera. There were a couple of stabbings in, I believe, in the UK, where I believe there were two. Guys, I didn't read much about this. I know there were two Jewish people who were, I think they were attacked by a knife wielding attacker. Am I right about that? Regardless, okay. So there was a attack on these two Jewish people. Now, Keir Starmer, who is a raging Zionist, okay, who never saw a Palestinian baby he didn't want to, purchase a bomb for Israel to bomb them with, okay, and never saw whatever. Keir Starmer, after this knife attack, and what is it, a few months ago, there was also an attack on a synagogue, even though, there was also an attack on a synagogue or whatever. Oh, thank you, Outer Signal. I will do that. Okay, I'll do that, Outer Signal. Okay, there. I was going to mention that, Matt. And by the way, guys, there was a Muslim guy that was stabbed before that. So, of course, no one's talking about that. No one talks about all the clear and apparent Islamophobia happening in the UK right now. Okay, clear Islamophobia. There's been massive protests in London by the Tommy Robinson lunatics, basically screaming Islamophobia from the rooftops, and literally somewhat attacking people on the street or pushing them around and bullying them if they're people of color. You know what I'm like? Okay. So, but apparently, okay. Moving on. So, I get it, Jonas. So he is now saying that because of these attacks on Jewish people, that it might become necessary. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says some pro-Palestinian marches could be banned and people who use the phrase globalize the intifada could be prosecuted. Great. Okay. In an interview broadcast by the BBC on Saturday, Starmer advocated for tighter language restrictions at pro-Palestinian marches, adding that in some cases, rallies could be prohibited altogether. Great. Love that. Islamophobia is encouraged. So, so much for freedom of speech, our UK friends over there. So much for freedom of speech. Let's crush all of anyone who's trying to protect Palestinians from genocide. That's not acceptable speech. Now, admittedly, the UK government has already done some of this with, there's been some schools in the UK who have been found to be spying on pro-Palestinian students. There was the Palestine Action that was ranked as a terrorist organization. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay, like this, and now Keir Starmer is using. By the way, if you're going to be an authoritarian and you're going to use some sort of a violent attack as an excuse to crack down on speech, at least make it a big violent attack. He isn't even very good at being an authoritarian. Like, at least when Hitler cracked down on Germany, it was after their government, their parliament building burnt to the ground, right? Hey, that is a thing that you can crack down on, right? I mean, you shouldn't crack down on it, but that is good propaganda, right? That scares the shit out of people. But a knife attack against two people, that's your excuse? I mean, that's a pretty weak one. Anyway, so he's not even good at being an authoritarian on a side note. You should at least wait till there's some other big event, that you can use as an excuse. Yeah, LaQual, like the U.S. At least the USA waited until a massive terror attack on the two towers before we came up with an excuse to go murder a bunch of people in Iraq, right? But Keir Starmer is so milquetoast, he can't even wait till a good either false flag or terror attack to crack down. Okay, I'm joking, right? I don't actually want people to crack down. But you see I'm just, okay. He's so milquetoast though, I can't, all right. Of course, yeah, Louise, it's so true. The fact that now when a black or brown person attacks someone, it's terrorism. But if it's a white person attacking, it's a mental health issue. Of course, Louise, of course, right? Ugh. Jonas, someone recently got stabbed down the street from me. It was only on the local news. Ah, geez, Jonas. Okay. I hope so, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai says, I'm more and more convinced he's going to be ousted by an internal Labor Party coup post 7th May local. Maybe. I don't know enough about it, but maybe. Okay. Yeah. So, anyway. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Outer Signal. Outer Signal says, it's kind of bizarre to me. Do Western governments not see how they are destroying themselves by destroying the institutions they promoted? Human rights, free speech, democracy. So that's okay. So Outer Signal. This is the problem with liberal democracies. And I am not saying, guys, that I am not pro-democracy. I'm pro-real democracy. But in liberal capitalist democracies, they have in the seeds their own demise. Because you have all these so-called freedoms, but those freedoms are only so good as the people in power kind of allow them. And if the people in power are beholden to outside interests or corporations or foreign governments or whatever it may be, they can always come up with a reason to crack down on it, right? And so it's this constant internal tension in liberal democracies that you can always end up taking away the rights that have been given because the only reason they exist is because the government allows them to be there. So, like, it's almost an unsolvable problem, and that's why democracies can easily fall into authoritarianism, because it doesn't take much for the government to not care about those rights anymore. So that is why, by the way, for real democracies to work, you almost need constant revolution. You need the population to constantly push back against the government, constantly rebel, and constantly ensure their rights are held intact, which, as you guys know, a lot of people aren't willing to do that. Okay, they're not willing to push back enough. So yeah, so the government slowly takes shit. Okay, slowly takes shit away, and people don't really care until they're all gone. Right? Does that make sense? There you go, Outer Signal, liberal democracy. And I wanted Outer Signal, I shouldn't phrase it that way. I'm not saying it's necessarily doomed to fail. I don't want to sound too lefty when I say that, as much as it's unlikely it'll succeed because people are typically very, don't push back enough. Okay. All right. Okay. So, all right. I think it was actually Benjamin Franklin, the American founding father. Was it him who basically said that democracy is the worst form of government except all the others that have been tried? I love that quote. Okay. I love that quote. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others that have been tried. I'm not to say a lot of times, democracy doesn't work very well. It almost always ends in tyranny of some sort. Okay. And like throughout history, almost every democracy has ended in some kind of tyrannical government. It doesn't work that well. Of course, the other forms of government can also be horrific. So yeah, it can be very it can be problematic. We can talk about this for a long time. Okay. But I believe in I think you can have a real democratic society. Okay, there you go, Sir Bart. You got it, USA. So we could have a talk about, I believe a real democracy is possible, but you have to have real democracy. Capitalism is not democracy. It's authoritarianism. How can you have a quote unquote democratic form of government and then have an authoritarian economic system? No, thank you. We need a democratic economic system too. We need democratically controlled businesses. Okay, we need, or at least collectively owned businesses and things like that to have real democracy. But, I doubt we ever will. Okay, at this point. So anyway, but we can debate this too. There's many different theories about what should come after capitalism. Oh, all right. All right. Okay. Everyone, so there you go. So that's just Keir Starmer being an idiot, and I'm very annoyed by this, obviously. And I cannot stand his face. Like, look at that face. Look at that face. He's just so boring and milquetoast and such a Zionist. It's like, I wish he looked more evil because then, it would be like, I don't know. It's just annoying to look at him, right? Yeah. All right. He does look like a weasel. Okay, so there you go, guys. That's my story there. There's another story out of the UK. So those are some of the big news stories. I know there's a lot of other news stories. I'm trying to limit the number of news stories I do today so that I don't get too exhausted, so that I can be back on full force on Monday or whatever. I interact with people from the UK a lot, and it seems like they have high hopes for Starmer. Yeah, Dodongo, I got to tell you though, like, and this isn't a bash on the UK. This is a bash on America too. A lot of people in the UK are still kind of beholden to their mainstream parties. There is a lot of people who are very angry at Labour and the Conservatives and stuff, and there's a lot more indication. There's a lot more indication in the UK that people are upset and are moving to more radical parties because they don't like the establishment parties. But I don't think, I think a lot of the folks in here probably didn't trust Keir Starmer ever, but mainly because they're lefties. But yes, a lot of people in the UK probably did like him to some extent at some point. It's kind of a human flaw, I guess. Anyway, so that's the story there, guys. That's the story. All right. Yeah, Jonas, any more, right? I think the point here was that, yeah, of course you did, Mithril. But I know well, before, I am curious though, guys. I don't know. Were there people, for the people in the UK, were there people who really liked Starmer at the beginning? Bye-bye, Mayflower Kid. Thank you for being here. Really, thank you for being here. By the way, Mayflower Kid, before you go, guys, Mayflower Kid has done a lot of work creating a newsletter for our Discord community. Now, I've posted a link to the Discord community in the YouTube chat. I got to post it in the Discord too now. But please go over there and go to the polls section of Discord and vote. Vote on whether you like or don't like Mayflower Kid's design for our newsletter that she has designed for us. It's beautiful. So go ahead and vote yes or no on that. Okay. But thank you, Mayflower Kid, really, for all you're doing for the community. It's fantastic, and we all love it. Okay. By the way, also, if you go over to Discord, you can tell Mayflower Kid what you want your court name to be. So a group of bandits and traitors in the Discord have decided to start taking a bunch of royal titles to turn the Discord into an actual royal court, whereas I'm the jester. But so you can go over there and tell Mayflower Kid what you want your royal title to be, whether it be Lord or, whatever it is. Okay. So go ahead and go do that as well. All right. All right. So real fast, Mayflower Kid, did you hear all that? I hope. Let me quickly. I'm going to actually, guys, because I didn't post it yet, I'm just going to post the Discord link over on Twitch because I don't think I've done it. Yeah, I haven't. Just do that real fast. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hey, there you go, guys. Please join our Discord community if you haven't already. It's a lovely community over there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, whatever, LaQuan. Okay. Tomato. All right. So there we go. All right. Any other questions you'll see here? You said Mithril, yes. And we had a lot of them telling you must vote for Labor. Oh my God. It's so just like us, Mithril. I'm so sorry. I know how that feels. Mithril says that yes, and we had a lot of them telling us you must vote for Labor, like the vote blue no matter who bunch in the U.S. Oh my God, Mithril, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, yeah, exactly. I respect my authority. All right. Okay. No, Mayflower, I was just advertising. So hello, Mayflower Kid. I was just advertising for you. I told people to go vote in the poll about your newsletter, and I was thanking you. I was thanking you for all the work you've put into the newsletter and all the work you've put in overall over on the Discord. I think we all appreciate it, and it's beautiful. Thank you, Mayflower Kid, really. Okay. All right. So exactly, LaQual. Libs are the same everywhere. And guys, this is why I'm not a big fan of libs, because this is always what libs do. They always end up being, no, don't dissent too much. Just stick with the system. It'll always get better. And they will keep doing it generation after generation. Like, guys, Labor has been, since Tony Blair, that's how Labor's been for a long time. I mean, it's probably been like that even before that. I mean, there was that brief stint with, what's his name? who I'm having a mind blank on. There was the brief stint with him, and then he had his thank you, Jeremy Corbyn, and then he had his whole political career shot down by character assassination, which is what happens. Thank you, Louise, New Labor, which is what happens to lefties. Okay, that's what happened in the U.S. to Bernie Sanders and stuff. Even if you get someone up there who's a lefty, the liberal system and the capitalist system will end up finding a way to shoot them down. Okay, it happens everywhere. Okay, anyway. All right, guys, let's go on, shall we? I wanted to do a little presentation for all of you. Okay, so let's move on here. Let's move on. First, guys, I'm going to pee really fast because you know how I am. I need to take a little pee break. So I'll be right back, and then we'll talk about nostalgia for a moment, okay? So don't you leave, Dolly Boy, okay? No one else is allowed to leave. No one else is allowed to leave. If you leave, I will be very mad, okay? I'll be very mad, and I'll say that you're transphobic or something. I don't know. I'll accuse you of something, okay? I don't know. I'll say you're a racist or, I don't know, you're a serial killer. I don't know. I'll accuse you of something. So, because stay around for the little educational segment, okay? Okay, I'll be right back. Now, Dolly Boy, wake up! All right, Drusilla, don't look at me that way. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, guys. Hello, I'm back. Let me hand out some boops, guys. I think let's hand out some boops. All right, hand out some boops. First of all, Dodongo, you get a boop. Boop. Dubois gets a boop. Boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop here? Do we get a boop? Okay, I already gave. Yes, Cody, you get a boop. Boop. Good puppy. LaCroix gets a. I already gave LaCroix a boop. You don't get another one. Okay. You're damn right, Dodongo. It was enchanted. Okay, let's see who else. Dolly Boy, you get a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets 2 boops. Boop. Matt Saigai, you get a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets 2 boops. Boop. Because Matt Saigai and Dolly Boy have like Matt Saigai, Dolly Boy, LaCroix, Jonas. There's been others too. Donate an extraordinarily large amount to the stream. So thank you very much, guys. Seriously. Okay. You help keep me going here. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. And if I missed anyone who donates a lot, forgive me. It was just off the top of my head there. Okay. Who else here? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Trump failed gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Oh, Dodongo, it's worth a lot. It's probably a few $1 million, even though dollars aren't really worth anything anymore. I don't know. That my ruby, my plastic, gem ruby at the end there. Yes. All right, everyone good? Everyone good? Everyone good out there? Did I miss anyone who doesn't want a boop? Anyone who wants a boop? Are you there, Paleontology Dog? You get a boop. Boop. James Nordoff, you get a boop. Boop. All right, whatever. We're done booping. I'm losing people. Okay, guys, so let's continue, shall we? Excuse me. Ugh. Druzilla, you get a boop. Boop. Yes, Druzilla, you're a serial killer. You all get a boop. So, by the way, guys, thank you for watching. If you like the content, you become a member on YouTube for about $1 a month. That'll help keep me doing this long term. So please, please become a member for as little as $1 a month, and you get access to a cute little jester hat to next to your name and jester community emojis. Also, if you go over to if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, which would be very helpful. That would help redistribute the wealth by sending Jeff Bezos's money to little old me, which I would deeply appreciate. You can also donate on Twitch using bits, in which case I'll be certain to read your comment. And the same thing on YouTube. You can send me a donation using a super chat, or you can use Buy Me a Coffee, which is right here, right below me. You can use that QR code. It's also linked in the chat. Okay. And by the way, guys, it is now, I believe, the 2nd. It is the 2nd of May. So I will be, every month, guys, I post my earnings from the month before on Discord. So today or probably tomorrow, either today or tomorrow, I will post how much I made in April, how much money I made in April, because I try to be transparent with all of you about how much money I'm making. I don't know yet, Matt Saiga. I think it is going to be better than last month. It looks like it will be. I think it will be better than last month, but I'm not quite sure. I haven't gone over and looked over at Twitch. I could look right. Well, maybe I'll look a little later in this room if you want me to look soon. Okay. All right. So I'll go take a look there. I see you're getting donations by APEC. How dare you, Nightfall? Nightfall gets a bonk. Bonk. Hello to you too, Nightfall. Rude. Rude. Okay. Everyone ready? Let's continue. So let's do a little, I'm going to give you guys a little presentation here. All right. Obviously, as always, because we like to do little presentations here on random little topics, to be intellectually stimulating. It's my inner teacher. I can't help myself. What does boop the burb mean? What the fuck does that mean? What is booping the burb? What are you all ranting? Okay, whatever. I don't even know. All right. Okay. So moving on. This is for Elbort Matt. I have no idea what you all are talking. You're all losing your minds. Okay. I don't know. Who the hell's Elbort Maskoff? What is that? What? Okay, whatever. Thank you. LaCroix. Oh my God, LaCroix. I hate you. This is abusive. LaCroix. LaCroix says 200 bits. Here's bits from Israel. Love BB. Oh, thank you, LaCroix. I'm so happy to get bits from BB. I just vomited in my mouth a little bit and swallowed it. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you, Jonas, for the contribution. And Jonas says, "Boop the bird," whatever the fuck that means. Okay, thank you, though, Jonas. I guess. Thank you. You're the best, Jonas. Okay. Well, I don't get it. What's the boop the burb? You know what? I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're moving on. Okay, we're moving on. I'm sure you are, Drusilla. Okay. CR hates Bibby bits. Okay, whatever. All right. So, outer signal, the bird is Elbert Mascoof. It wanted a boop when everyone else was getting boop. What is that? Okay, fine. You get a boop, Elbort. Boop. There you go, Elbort. You get a burb gets a boop. I don't know what this. God, I feel like I'm in an asylum. Okay, burb gets a boop. Boop. There you go, burb. Jesus Christ. Dodongo, is this a real bird or are you hallucinating? Okay, you know what? Whatever. It's fine. Okay, Dolly Boy, thank you very much. Dolly Boy says, has given me 400 bits with an image of a dog. That's cute. And says, here's some bits from the Dolly Boy cult. That's cute, Dolly Boy. That's cute. By the way, the state does not support this cult. Okay. This cult is, I don't trust this cult. I feel that this cult is going to undermine my authority. But thank you for the contribution there, Dolly Boy. At least you pay more taxes than any other cult in America. Okay. So thank you, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy is once again forming a cult, and I'm secretly trying to crush it behind the scenes. All right? Thank you, Dolly Boy. You're the best. All right. Oh, my God, Jonas. Jonas says, so you're saying that birds don't deserve boops? Dolly Boy cult won't allow this. I'm sure they won't. And I can't allow this kind of resistance. All right? I can't allow it. I'll try my best, Dolly Boy. Okay, moving on. We're gonna have a casual revolt inquisition. Moving on. So guys, let's talk about nostalgia for a bit. Let's talk about nostalgia. I agree, Dodongo. You should send us pics of Burb. What, Matt Sci Guy? What? You said my name like eight times. What do you want? Anyway, okay. Matt Sci Guy says, did you know Mr. Mike was a Zionist? Oh, no, I didn't. That's unfortunate. That's a shame. Okay, that sucks. Moving on. So let's talk about nostalgia. Now, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing, guys. So before I talk about nostalgia, I am interested in anthropology. Okay. I like anthropology. Anthropology is the study of humans, essentially, human culture, human behavior, human biological history, etc. Okay. And one of the big parts about anthropology I like is cultural anthropology, the study of culture, where it comes from, why it comes about the way it is, and how it affects society. Okay. So I've shown you this, guys, before, and I'll show you this again. Let me know why not. I'll show you again while we're here. And Dolly Boy is going to make a joke about it, I'm sure. Oh, looks like I actually messed it up already. Give me a second. I need to quickly fix this. So when it comes, I keep showing this oil barrel to all of you. It looks like an oil barrel, though it's not technically an oil barrel, because I want you all to get this stuck in your heads, because it's a really interesting way of understanding the world. All right. So superstruct guy there you go, Dolly Boy. In a society, in any culture, there are sort of three layers to it. There's the infrastructure, social structure, and superstructure. Infrastructure is how you get things out of your environment. Okay, like your technology, your population, how you get things out of the environment. Okay, and the resources you have to get things out of your environment, like energy and food. Okay, so then on top of that is social structure, which is your government structure, your power relationships, and things like that. Okay, your household structure, like patriarchy and stuff. And then at the very top of the neo-Marxist analysis here is superstructure, and that is how people think, how people view society. Okay, this is an internal thing, and this includes things like ideas, ideals, beliefs, values, how people make sense of themselves in the world. Now, this is how this works. Okay, so your social structure, how you like the government and power relationships in your society come out of the infrastructure. So if you get food by doing agriculture, you're much more likely to develop a civilizational, like monarchy, like a certain kind of social structure. Then the superstructure, so the way a society thinks, comes out of the social structure, okay? And it also comes out of the infrastructure. All these things kind of come out of each other and influence each other, as it shows here, okay? So, for example, here's an example of this, and I say this every time, right? In the United States, our social structure is capitalism and patriarchy and white supremacy and a bunch of other things, okay, to some extent. Now, I'm kind of overgeneralizing, but generally that's it. So we have ideas that are built in that we all learn growing up that support that social structure. For example, the idea that people who don't work are lazy. Okay, that is a cultural belief, and it reinforces the power structure, does it not? Because in a capitalist power structure, we need people to work for their corporate overlords in order to produce things. So we use the soft power of convincing people that you're lazy and there's something wrong with you if you don't work. Okay, that's one example. The idea of, the idea that the wealthiest among us are the ones who worked the hardest and that they're deserving of, like, Elon Musk deserves his position because he's a genius and he worked really hard for it. Okay, that is a superstructural belief that comes out of our social structure. Okay, you see what I mean? So cultural beliefs arise out of the layers beneath them. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. So, by the way, this has nothing to do with oil. Dodongo, this has nothing to do with oil. It just looks like an oil barrel. So every culture and society on the planet is structured in this way. All right. I can give you another example, guys. Let me give you one more example to make sure that the new people know what I'm talking about. So let's say you're a hunter-gatherer group. So your infrastructure, you're like a society, you're like a tribal group. You're like a Native American group. And you survive by going out into the environment and collecting things from your environment. All right. That would be your infrastructure. Coming out of that, people who do that create a certain power structure. So you wander around the environment, hunter and gathering. You don't really have a need for a centralized authority system. So the social structure of hunter-gatherer societies is pretty egalitarian. They don't have kings. They don't really have, they don't have any strict systems of power. They kind of have a loose social organization. Okay. And then out of that, a lot of hunter-gatherers believe are very communal. They believe in the importance of the community. They believe they worship spirits out in their environment because the environment is very important because that's where they collect all their food. And they don't believe in completely destroying their environment because they need they needed to sustain their environment somewhat to survive, right? So again, do you see how that works? Okay. I know I'm boring people. I just want to make sure we all get it. Dolly boy, wake up, okay? Wake up, Dolly boy. All right, let's go on, okay? So I wanted to remind everyone of that before I go on here. So let's talk about nostalgia. I have noticed, and by the way, before I start, okay, how dare you, Sir Bart? Before I start this, I want to be clear that I am not, you all know I'm an asshole, but if you like any of the stuff I might bash, please don't think I actually care that you like these things, okay? I'm just talking generally. I am into some nostalgia too, right? I occasionally will watch Sailor Moon. Don't laugh at me. I will occasionally watch some Sailor Moon because it gives me some nostalgia and it makes me feel good, okay? So if I mention anything that sounds like I'm being critical of what you like to do in terms of nostalgia, please don't take it that way. I'm trying to talk generally about nostalgia. I have noticed that in our society, we've developed a superstructure that is full of nostalgia. Okay? Have we not? Have we not? Especially my generation, okay? Millennials, also Gen Z. I am not going to break your hearts. Okay? Gen Z also is full of nostalgia. Gen Z, for example, loves the 90s and is obsessed with the 90s. Okay? Okay, there you go, Jonas. I love that. There you go, Sir Bart. There's a lot of people who have nostalgia for when they thought America was great, right? Which is nonsense. How dare you, Trump failed. So do you see what I mean? Okay, so there's a lot of nostalgia going on to the point, by the way, where there have been a ton of businesses, okay? There have been a ton of businesses like Red Lobster that have started creating their whole marketing strategy off of nostalgia, okay? If anyone knows what Red Lobster is, it's a chain restaurant with, it's expensive. It's very expensive. It's a chain restaurant that serves seafood, okay? And their new CEO is promoting a nostalgic marketing campaign that focuses on harking back to the 90s. One of their recent marketing campaigns was this guy. This is Lance from NSYNC. No, not Lance. I don't know who it is. It's one of the idiots. I'm sorry, not one of the idiots. It's one of the people from either the Backstreet Boys or NSYNC. I don't know, one of them, okay? And the colors on this page are reminiscent of the 90s, okay? It's been focused, Joey Fatone, thank you, Outer Signal. It's been focusing on, you know, nostalgia for the 90s. And they've even redesigned the interior of the restaurants to be nostalgic of the 90s, and it has massively worked. It's actually helped get a lot more younger people in there, and a lot of people in there in general who have nostalgia for the 90s. Okay? We do, Jonas. We have tons of fast food chains. This is not the only fast food chain, for example, that has or food chain that has, I don't know necessarily if you call this fast food, that has gone back to nostalgia as a goal, okay? Has gone back to nostalgia. And we've seen a massive growth of nostalgia all over the place. Another issue here, guys, is that because of the internet, we have access to all the old episodes of old shows, of all the old cartoons we used to watch, of all the old TV series like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, okay? All of these things. So we do not have to watch new stuff if we don't want to. We can just live forever in the past. And a lot of people have been turning more and more to rewatching the exact same things they watched years ago in the 90s. And there's been a lot of new things coming out that are just replaying the old hits, okay? And, okay, you see what I mean? Okay, yeah, emulators, video games, too. We replay a lot of the old games that we played as kids, all right? Now, I'm talking about this for a reason. There is historically, I know exactly, Drusilla, you're not wrong. There is historically, by the way, this happens historically quite frequently, where there are periods, yes, Sir Bart, okay, there are periods in history where you see a massive resurgence of nostalgia. Can you guys guess what might be happening in society when there's massive rebirths of nostalgia? You all can guess, okay? I'm sure you can guess. Why? There you go, Luke. When shit sucks. Absolutely, Luke. During the Great Depression, there was a massive rebirth of nostalgia, okay? During Nazi Germany, there was the Weimar Republic during the Great Depression and stuff, there was a massive, yeah, Dolly Boy, massive dissatisfaction. There was a massive rebirth of nostalgia, okay? Now, I will say, though, guys, okay, so during times of economic struggle, a lot of the times, there is typically a massive rebirth of nostalgia, including fascism, which is partially plays off of nostalgia, right? Because fascism is all about going back to some mythical time in the past and having nostalgia for some hallucinatory epoch in the past, right? Okay, so I will say this, though. There is a trend historically of this happening. I don't think, and I am not an expert on this topic specifically, so I want to be clear. This is just from my perspective. I don't think it's ever been this. I doubt it's ever been like this, okay? I have never seen more nostalgia, at least during my lifetime. And of the historical epochs I know, there has never been as much nostalgia as there is now. And partially because of the internet. Because, you know, like during the Great Depression, you couldn't just open up a computer and watch an old episode or something, or listen to a song from a different time, right? You actually had to go get a physical copy. So you were kind of forced to watch new stuff a lot of the time. You see what I mean? But now you can just completely linger in the past if you want to. Okay. Why am I talking about this? So there are some good things about this. Okay. There have literally been studies about this. Okay. There have been studies about it. And I don't know, there should have been more than this. I don't know where the other ones went. Let me see here. 1 second here. Empathy, increased optimism, empathy, and oh, okay. I forgot to mention, I forgot to write down these other two. Okay, so there have been studies that about nostalgia and how does nostalgia affect people? Okay, there are some positives. One, and it depends on how you look at it. Okay, one is that it increases a person's optimism. People that linger in or that rely on nostalgia typically feel more optimistic. Okay, because it's healthy. I mean, it makes you mentally more healthy. Nostalgia is when you linger on positive memories. Okay, so yeah, if you're nostalgic for like, I don't know, if it makes you feel good to watch the Ninja Turtles as a 30-year-old, and I'm not saying, guys, I'm not saying that to make fun of people who do that. Like I said, I watch Sailor Moon occasionally. If it makes you feel better, like as a 30-year-old to watch the Ninja Turtles, you're going to feel better. You're going to be able to, you're not going to be as depressed. You're not going to be as stressed all the time. Okay. So there you go. It increases your optimism. All right. It makes you happier. All right. There's studies that show that people who reminisce about, who are more nostalgic, typically are a bit more empathic and empathetic to how people are feeling in the present. So yeah, that's probably, I would guess that is because if you're feeling nostalgic, you're stressed. And so the nostalgia helps you escape from the stress of the present. So you understand why other people in the present are stressed. Okay. So that would be, so empathy, it can promote empathy. All right. How dare you, Matt Saigai? How dare you, Paul Squall? I hate all of you. Okay. Another thing that, oh God, belonging. Another thing that it promotes is it makes people feel less lonely. All right. Nostalgia makes you feel less lonely. And if there's one thing that we are having a big problem with in our society today is loneliness. So there are whole communities online devoted to fandoms, to nostalgic fandoms especially. Okay. There are whole marketing campaigns and product placements that are about nostalgia and making people buy things based off being fans of certain things. Okay. Like, you see what I mean? Okay. Like it makes people feel less lonely. Now, so those are the positives. Let me point out the negatives. Okay. And again, I don't want to take things away from you guys that make you happy. I just want you to think about this more. Okay. So there are some negatives to this too. All right. One of these is, this has also been studied by psychologists. It's called maladaptive avoidance. If you are way too into nostalgia and like, you know, let's say you're way too into Marvel, okay? You're in your 30s or your 40s, and like your whole life is based around nostalgia for like Marvel or something like that, okay? That can be a maladaptation, okay? That can be a way of avoiding dealing with present traumas and struggles by lingering in some sort of idealized past. And yes, okay. And so literally, there says all this. It can be very bad for your mental health. It can actually make your situation worse, and it can cause people to ignore and not want to fix things around them. All right. So if you're like completely lingering in, yeah, Sir Bart, that's also what fascists do, guys. Like basically palingenetic ultra nationalism is like maladaptive avoidance. It is, you're lingering in this like romanticized notion of the past, and you think you can return to it rather than actually addressing the real cause of problems in the present. Okay. So yeah, maladaptive avoidance. And I think our society has a big problem with this right now, both on an individual basis and on a structural basis. Now listen, guys, does anyone here know someone? And I'm not, if this is you, again, I'm not criticizing you. Does anyone here know someone who you cannot have a serious conversation with? Or like if you were to bring up things happening in the world, they immediately dismiss it and like get hyper sensitive and only want to talk about pop culture and only want to talk about quote unquote superficial things and don't like talking about anything serious, or they blow it off as like, well, yeah, who cares? Okay. Do we all know people like that or have experienced people like that? There you go. Okay. Yeah. And there are a lot of people like that. Are there not? Yeah. I think you all know someone like that. Okay. And a lot of those people are mired in nostalgia. Not all of them, but a lot of them are mired in nostalgia and like distraction and things like that. Okay. And it is a coping mechanism, but it is maladaptive. It is a way of protecting yourself from the horrors of modern life without actually doing anything to fix modern life. I am not necessarily blaming people who feel that way, because a lot of us feel deeply disempowered, but that's maladaptive avoidance done on a massive social scale. Okay. Americans, I know, a lot of Americans are this way. All right. Okay. Another thing, another negative of nostalgia is idealization disappointment. Okay. So this is an obvious one. When you engage in nostalgia, it is remembering a positive feeling. It is not a logical thing. It is trying to reconnect with a positive feeling, right? So if I have nostalgia for Sailor Moon, which I do, I have nostalgia for like the early Sailor Moon, okay, the early Sailor Moon series. Like I am remembering a feeling I had as a child. I am not looking at what the reality was at the time. Okay. I am idealizing a feeling rather than a time, but I am transferring that into assuming it's a time. So for example, Gen Z is obsessed with the 1990s. Or a lot of people are obsessed with the 1990s. Millennials are. They're remembering a feeling of being a child. They're not remembering what the 1990s actually were about. Okay. No, Jonas, exactly. So Jonas says it's not always maladaptive. You're right. That's why I'm saying it's not always like nostalgia. It's sometimes you just have to do it to cope and to survive. Okay. Even the nostalgia is a way of coping. It is a structural problem. Does that make sense, Jonas? That a lot of people are sort of forced into not thinking about the modern day because they have to do it to survive. So I totally agree with you, Jonas. Okay. Do you see what I mean? So it is not it is a mythical idealization of the past. And I can guarantee you guys, if a lot of people who idealize the 90s, if they were to return to the 90s, I suspect they'd be disappointed. Okay. And what do we think MAGA's doing? Like, if they were to return to whatever kind of mythical past they're thinking of, I bet they would be deeply disappointed. Well, some of them would be. Some of them wouldn't be because they'd be able to be racist against black people again or whatever. But it gives us a really incorrect view of the past, okay? And makes us kind of you see what I mean, okay? Okay. And like yeah, okay. Like I can tell you guys, some of the nostalgia I have for the 90s, or for like Sailor Moon, I was an in the closet gay guy. I was not having the greatest time in the world, but so when I have nostalgia for that time period, I'm remembering those moments of like joy watching Sailor Moon. I'm not really remembering the reality of how I was living at the time. You see what I mean? Things are much better for me now than they were then. Okay. So, all right. Luke, we didn't have as much information or connection back then. Yes, and that's the other thing, Luke. One of the reasons why like a lot of Gen Z idealize the 90s, even though most of them weren't alive in the 90s, a lot of them weren't alive in the 90s, is because they view it as a simpler time, that it was a simpler time, right? The 90s really wasn't that much simpler. It really wasn't. It was more complicated in some ways, less complicated in others. This is complicated, right? So yeah, okay. With cell phones and stuff, a lot of times Gen Zers think about a mythologized past because they're sick of their cell phones. They're sick of they like the idea of a less advanced, less connected society that's more independent, which I totally get. So maybe instead of focusing on idealizing a past that didn't really exist, they should focus more on changing things in the present. And I know that's not that's easier said than done. Yeah. No, there hasn't been, Sir Bart. Time has always been difficult. All right. So, okay. So, again, guys, I'm not blaming people who feel this way. I'm just pointing out, I'm doing a cultural critique and kind of pointing out something that I've seen happening. And it's not, so as we talked about, this is coming out of our economic system and our political system. All right. This helps the people in power, does it not? And it helps them make money because they can sell us things to promote nostalgia. It helps prevent us from being more radicalized and taking action to change things. It prevents us from thinking too hard about the present. Whether it's done on purpose or not, it does. All right? Okay. Let me show you something real fast here, okay? Not only that, guys, here I'm going to do another little critique here that has to do with capitalism and nostalgia. What are the Ninja Turtles' favorite food? Someone tell me, what are the Ninja Turtles' favorite food? Okay. Someone tell me here in the chat. What are the Ninja Turtles? You know it, LaCroix. You guys know it. Pizza. All right. Now, what you guys might not remember about the Ninja Turtles, though. We remember, you're right, Sir Bart, okay. We remember how, oh my God, the Ninja Turtles love pizza. Well, a lot of the things we remember about the past, guys, are actually advertisements, okay? They are literally yes, Sir Bart, okay? They are literally advertisements done on purpose. And I'm not trying to ruin things like the Ninja Turtles for you, but I want to show you a clip from a Ninja Turtles movie, okay? To make a point here, because I know, I'm sorry, guys, but like the Ninja Turtles, guys, like one of the biggest part of the Ninja Turtles is that it's a giant advertisement for Domino's Pizza. Domino's Pizza majorly funded it. Okay, majorly funded it. And okay, let me show you. Okay, this is a clip from a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, one of the more popular movies that was put out. Just watch it. Yeah, Outer Signal, correct. The Transformers and stuff and TMNT were made to sell toys. Guys, I know you're all going to hate me for talking about Marvel. Why do you think they have all these Marvel movies with all these different characters, and they keep having Marvel movies that have tons of different characters in them at the same time? It's because then they can make toys based off those characters to sell kids. That is literally the reason they try to have as many characters in movies as possible, because that means that they can make a lot more figures to then sell to people outside the movie, okay, or like in stores. All right. Okay. So anyway, it's not because they're trying to make a good movie. It's because they're trying to sell toys. Okay. I know that's dark. Yeah. That's why Outer Signal. That's why their costumes change every single movie, because then they can make a new figure. That is also why you could also say the same for Disney. That is also why the costumes are pretty simple. They're not like very detailed costumes, because it's really hard to make a detailed plastic toy. You can't have everything too perfect. Okay, you can't like make very, a toy that has a lot of detail on it. So okay, whatever. I'm going to continue. That is literally a ad line from Domino's ads. Never pay full price for a late pizza. That was taken directly out of Domino's advertising. It is not some cutesy little line that was added to the story because of the character. It was added in there because it is an advertising line. Never pay full price for a pizza. Domino's Pizza. You can watch other Domino Pizza ads, okay, from the era, and you can see that they use that line. Okay. Pizza Hut did. A lot of pizza companies use the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for advertising.
I gotta get a new route.
An inhaler.
So my point is here is like, even a lot of the nostalgia we have, we were kids. We didn't know we were being advertised to. Okay. So they were very useful ads, so much so that we have nostalgia for things associated with them. All right. Okay. Yeah, Fetty, you're right. That delivery driver has a family of 4 and could support them, by the way. Okay. No, Jonas. Okay. Jonas, I hope you guys know, as I'm saying, Jonas, I am not blaming kids for this. I'm not blaming kids or even adults for this, right? I'm not even blaming adults for this. It is a way, like I said, there are positives to doing nostalgia. There are positives for doing nostalgia and things like that. I'm just pointing out that one of the flaws of nostalgia is that it hides sort of the realities of what we were shown as kids and stuff like that. And hey, it's a good way of coping. I get it. I have like nostalgic things. I have like a I'm not going to show it to you guys, but I have like a General Grievous with like 4 arms and like lightsabers. I have I actually have a Keyblade, Jonas, like from Kingdom Hearts. I have a Keyblade. I have a blade from Bleach. You guys know Bleach, the anime? I have like one of Ichigo Kurisaki's blades. Like I do this. Okay, I want to be clear. I have some of the things that are nostalgic. Okay, I'm just pointing out that how nostalgia sort of plays in with our society in a lot of ways. Okay. Um. Yeah. Okay. How dare you, Sir Bart? All right. There you go. Yes, it's Cody, a fine addition to my collection. Right. There you go. Yeah, LaCroix. Guys, I have magic cards too. I don't think I have any Pokemon like plushes, but I'm surprised I don't. Yeah, exactly, Outer. So nostalgia isn't wrong in itself, but I'm just pointing out that it is also partially exploitative. How companies do it and things like that is exploitative. I did Sir Bart, but not much. I did play WoW, but not that much. I was a undead mage. Okay. Yes. Yeah, it is very long in our cinema, but Bleach is pretty cool. Anyway, do you guys see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Okay. So that's all I'm saying here, okay? So just an interesting study it is. It's weaponized for commercialism. So, okay. No, yeah, Luke, that's why I didn't play it much. I actually used a friend of mine's account and created a new character because I wasn't going to pay for that shit. Yeah, Sir Bart. Yes, Luke, okay. Star Wars is cool, though, Cody. I got that. Jonas, I had a lecture at uni about the morality of lights, action, and Death Note. That is cool, Jonas. I love Death Note. It's really good. Dodongo, your name's Sam, too? Well, hello, Dodongo. I'm also Sam. All right. My name was Rump Hilarious. Okay. Okay, guys. So that's it. That's my little presentation here on nostalgia. It's just something to think about. And I've noticed our society becoming more and more nostalgic for things. Just be careful, okay? It's okay to be nostalgic, but don't start making purchases based. I mean, you know, let's put it this way: you can make purchases, but just be aware, right? You are partially being manipulated. Enjoy it without being manipulated. Let's put it that way, and don't forget about the present. That's hilarious, Adongo. Hello, parkours. Hello, parkours. Hello, parkours. Love it. Love having you here. Be aware and feel bad. No, that's not what I mean, Matt Saga. I'm not telling people to feel bad about yourselves, okay? I'm not trying to tell people to feel bad about yourselves. I hate all of you. You all know what I'm saying, okay? I even humiliated myself by talking about General Grievous and my goddamn blade, my all my nostalgic shit. But no. I can't say anything nice. I can't even bash myself about it without you people being like, oh, he's oppressing us. Oh. Okay, calm the fuck down, everyone. Okay, Jesus Christ. God, I hate all of you. I'm not trying to feel bad about all of you. There you go, Cody. Indulge in nostalgia. Have fun, but don't be dumb, okay? Anyway, I love all of you. You're the best, okay? I know, I ruin everything. Oh, thank you, Parkour. So glad you're here, Parkours. All right? All right. Nostalgia for me, but not for the... How dare you, Paul School. All right, guys. That's it. That's it. Yeah, me too, Dolly Boy. The Cartoon Network cartoons are really good. I agree. The old ones are. Parkour, as you say, I'm sorry for anything I've said in the past. I'm trying to learn and get better. Please don't ban me for things I've said in the past in the chat. Parkour, I've never seen you say anything that would get you banned in here, okay? And it takes a lot to get you banned in here. So there's no problem here, Parkour. At least here there's no problems here, okay? All right. So you're fine, Parkours. Love having you here. All right, you guys. Yeah, that's weird, Fetty. I didn't know that. Fetty says that Cartoon Network is one of the few children's networks not named in the Epstein files, by the way. That's funny. I didn't know that. Okay. Because Sam relates to chicken from cow and... Doug, how dare you? I mean, excuse me, Antifa, how dare you? I do. Okay, I do you. Sam, isn't that a girl name? No, you need to pick up a... No, that is so true, Dodongo. So Dodongo and I relate on this because my name is Sam. I think part of this is because... Does anyone remember the show Wishbone? Maybe you know this, Dodongo. When I was a kid, there was a show called Wishbone with this cute little dog. And one of the main characters in that show was a girl named Wishbone. Okay. A girl named Sam. Yeah. And a lot of the kids around me thought Sam, imagined Sam as a girl's name because of the show. So everyone, all the kids would always Sam's a girl's name. And then I'd be like, Sam is for Samuel, you twat. I would basically say back to them, whatever. Yeah, right. So anyway, my point is yes, to have Sam as a name. Dodongo, do you also always get people saying, oh, Sam I am, green eggs and ham? And you always get the green eggs and ham joke. And it's like, haha, you're so funny. I've never heard that before. Wow. Yay. Yeah. Sam I am. That's so creative. Okay. Right, Dodongo. Anyway, yeah, so it's fun. Yeah, right, Dodongo, you know exactly what I mean. Okay, I connected you, Dodongo. All right, so guys, let's go on here, right? Let's go on here. Yes, that documentary is called "What's the Story?" Wishbone. What's the story? Yeah, okay. Sorry, we're now look, we're doing a bunch of nostalgia now. Let's have a little fun. No, have you seen I Am Sam? I don't think I have, Doug. I'm sorry, I don't think I have, Antifa. Okay, really, that's cool, Cody. I didn't know that your name is taken from Clone Commander Cody. I love it. All right. Okay. All right, guys. So this is a short clip that was sent to me by Louise. Thank you, Louise, for sending this. And what, Matt Saigai? What do you want? Okay, yes, Matt Saigai, what do you want? This is a short clip from Louise. This is going to be kind of a, how dare you, Matt Saigai? This is going to be kind of a palate cleanser, kind of, I think. Oh, was it you, Jonas? I'm sorry, Jonas. My apologies, okay? I refuse to acknowledge your existence, Jonas. All right, no, I'm kidding. Thank you, Jonas, for saying this. This is, it's a clip, and it says, British people react to U.S. healthcare prices. Okay, it must have been Jonas then, my mistake, okay? All you British people are the same. I don't know the difference between any two of you, okay? Whatever, okay? You're all the same to me. All right, I don't know if Dolly Boy is Louise, if Louise is Dolly Boy, if Matt Saigai is Jonas, if Jonas is Louise. I don't know. You're all the same to me. You all look the same. Whatever, okay? I'm just joking, okay. There you go. Exactly, Louise. You all look and sound the same, so it's not my fault, okay? Anyway. All right. So, this is called British People React to U.S. Healthcare Prices, okay? And it's just going to be kind of fun because I don't know. I don't think I've seen it, Louise. All right, let's watch.
An inhaler.
$100.
Yeah, you're pretty close. It's a bit more.
120.
250 to 350.
For an inhaler?
Yes.
Man, so if you're poor, you're dead.
So 2 EpiPens. Okay. How much do you reckon they are?
$80.
600.
$40.
I'm afraid not.
More?
More?
$100.
More.
150.
More.
250.
More.
Shut the fridge.
More.
£300. $600.
Now, when was this posted? Okay. Honestly, some of these prices have gone down, but not by much, by the way. Not by much. I think this might have been before Biden. I could be wrong, because some of these prices are a bit lower now. They're still really high, because of Biden, but not by much at all. Okay, I want to point out it's still ridiculously high.
What? Why?
That's a very good question.
$600.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Cost of childbirth.
Jesus, 50 grand, something ridiculous now?
Yeah, see, I've blown the figures up on your head now, haven't I? Because they're
No,
larger.
Matt,
It's,
it's
the highest, generally speaking, is about 30 grand.
Okay.
Is that reasonable? You haven't.
Is that true, Matt? So, Luke, you said there was a push to do that because I know under Biden there were like a few drugs, not many, very popular drugs whose prices were cut, but not many. And some of these I think are those drugs, but they may have been rolled back under Trump. That's for sure.
Reasonable
That's true. That's true, Parkours. How you doing, Parkours? You good?
She was throwing stuff at us.
I'm sorry.
An inhaler.
Sorry. I messed that up.
$600.
Yeah. Cost of childbirth.
Jesus, 50 grand, something ridiculous now?
Yeah, see, I've blown the figures up on your head now, haven't I? Because they're larger. It's the highest, generally speaking, is about 30 grand.
Okay.
Is that reasonable? You haven't.
Not reasonable at all. It's just like now we're on a benchmark.
Give birth by C-section, and you would like to hold your baby after you've given birth to it.
Naturally, yeah, that's what you do. Yeah.
Welcome to America. That you will find that as a line item on your check. If you pay out of pocket, you will find it as a line item on the bill you receive, not a check, the bill you receive. Given baby to hold, it will be a line item that you have to pay for.
Pay to do that?
Yes.
To hold my own child that I've been carrying inside of my womb.
Say something else.
I was.
But yes.
Jeez.
It's not actually that expensive.
Right. Charging me. I'm going to punch you.
Yeah.
Not you, but the doctor. Like $100.
$40.
$40.
For skin-on-skin contact.
Skin to skin contact.
Now it's pretty much like the...
Okay. Yeah. Guys, I can give you some other examples of this. So healthcare, like hospitals and things like that, will inflate the prices of things that are very common and inexpensive. So like, for example, you can be charged like $30 for a single cough drop in a hospital. I'm not even joking. Most of the time it's like $15 for a single cough drop. I'm not even joking, because then the hospital can charge the insurance company that amount. So the hospital makes more money if it charges higher for the cough drop, and the insurance company has to pay it. But the insurance company will do everything not to pay it. Yeah, a Band-Aid can be hundreds of dollars. Look, well, I'm not even joking. And then you will see that on your bill, cough drop, $30 for a single cough drop, or for a Band-Aid, you will be paid a ton of money. You'll be charged a lot of money. Okay. Yeah, it is really gross what this stuff does. Okay. The hospital workers are often forced, hello, virtual violence, to charge more if you have insurance. If you have none, it's way cheaper. Correct. Because the hospital needs the money. And so, because, Drusilla, we live in a monstrous hyper-capitalist society that doesn't care about people. It only cares about profits. Okay. I know it's disgusting, Drusilla. So yeah. So the hospitals will always charge a lot. And by the way, also a lot of the times a hospital will not check with you to ensure that what they're doing for you is actually covered by your health insurance. That's on you. So if a hospital like gives you an MRI, but it's not covered by your health insurance, it's up to you to figure that out. So like if a doctor comes to you and says, we need to do an MRI, and you're like, well, of course, the doctor says I need it. Well, you better check to make sure that's covered by your insurance first. Otherwise, you might end up receiving an out-of-pocket cost for something that you didn't know wasn't going to be covered by the insurance. Welcome to America, land of the free and home of the brave. When you're at your most vulnerable is when you have to be the most careful. Okay, so isn't that fun? Yeah, basically parkours, right? Or you might have to leave the hospital parkours and go somewhere else that your insurance will cover. Okay, because sometimes it's just that particular hospital, it's not, the insurance company won't cover that particular hospital doing it or that particular doctor doing it, and you need to go to some other building to do it or place. Okay, it's barbaric. Okay, it's absolutely barbaric. Yeah. Pay into the system, have higher birth rates, and also afford to have larger families. It's almost like they work for it too. Yeah, they do work for it. Okay, they do. All right. Though a lot of immigrants do suffer because of our healthcare system, et cetera, too. Parkour is okay. So just drive somewhere else because the gas and time. Of course, parkour is right. That's our repressive system. Yep. Louise, exactly. Nigel, for the people in the UK, just remember that Nigel Farage wants to bring you the American healthcare system. Okay, maybe not exactly the American healthcare system, but he wants to make it really similar. And even if it would start out not as bad, it would almost like certainly go in the direction of the American healthcare system. And I can guarantee you guys that there are American healthcare companies who are dying for Britain to privatize so that they can swoop in and buy up parts of the UK's market. All right. Then they shouldn't come to, how dare you, Matt Psyche? Okay. Yeah, Outer Signal. One day we'll look back at history and accept that the US healthcare system is evil. I'm hearing patients dumped on the streets. Yep, they are. And can I explain something else, guys? This is something that I want to also critique myself on. All right. You know that it's like a big pet peeve of mine, our healthcare industry, obviously. Okay. More than a pet peeve, it's like an obsession. It's abusive, it's monstrous, and it's barbaric. But we do know that maybe we should provide high quality healthcare to everyone on the planet. Because even if America suddenly has a national, has a national healthcare system or a socialized healthcare system, that won't, there will still be people in the global South who could easily be saved by medicine or by hospital care or by a doctor's care who don't have access to it because of global inequality, right? And things like that. So maybe I am saying I would very much like the UK to have a nationalized healthcare system, but maybe we should try to care for all of humanity as well and help other nations by providing also partially what they need, and training a lot more medical personnel. All right, helping other countries train medical personnel. And I don't want to make other countries dependent. I want them to be sovereign and independent. So let's help them develop sovereign and independent healthcare systems that can care for their people. All right. It's only nice. I mean, it's nice for us to have healthcare, but we have a lot of good healthcare technology and stuff and medicine that people can't access around the world. And some person's life in a global South country is just as valuable as my life or your life or the person down the street's life in your neighborhood. You see what I mean? Anyway, just a side note there. Fetty Spaghetti, make sure to look at where you are getting healthcare from. If you live in blue states and visit a nonprofit, they will likely be reimbursed by the state, so you can get away without paying. True, Fetty. Okay. 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 That's like, I hate you. Yes, Fetty Spaghetti, always, always, always ask for patient assistance. They literally are told to not tell you about it unless you ask specifically for it. Even if you tell them, you will go bankrupt. Yeah. Okay. All right. By the way, there is something else, and I'm not a lawyer, guys, so please don't quote me on this. Look this up. Ask a lawyer or some expert in the healthcare industry. But like a lot of times, if you're brought into an emergency room, there's a document you have to sign where you have to promise to pay for whatever your insurance doesn't cover. You shouldn't sign that document because a lot of the times, emergency rooms they're legally obligated to basically keep you safe, to treat you. So even if you say no, they will still have to treat you. And I'm not recommending this. Obviously, don't quote me on this, please. Don't just go and do this and then you don't get treated, okay? I want you to be treated. I'm just saying, look around. I don't know if it's a state-by-state thing. I really should have looked more into this. LaCroix's going to kill me now because LaCroix's a paralegal. But that is true. In a lot of places, if you don't sign that document, they still have to give you treatment, and then you don't end up having to pay necessarily. Okay. Anyway, Dolly Boy, you shouldn't sign that document. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay. Yeah. Even if you can't pay for it, your medical bills are written off at the end of the day, Sam. Matt Sai guy, sometimes. Yes. It depends, Matt Sai. It depends on what medical bills you're talking about. But yes, okay. Because literally Matt Sai guy, the number one reason for bankruptcy in this country is medical debt. So yeah, that is just not true, Matt Sai guy. But like I'm saying, but like for emergency rooms, at least you can write that off. All right. Yeah, whatever, Matt's like, I hate you. You're lying, okay? That's like I says, there's no medical debt. That's so not true, Matt's like, okay. All right. All right, guys. Everyone good? Yeah. Medical debt is a farce. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, Pizza That Giant. If your bill goes to collections, send them $5, right? Anyway, it's just, guys, it's so insane. It's a barbaric country we live in. We know that, right? We know that, right? Okay. Matt's like, I don't think they would do that because our healthcare system sucks. I would have to have like a serious injury to my mouth for them to remove a tooth for free. I guess Matt's like, I could ask you to hit me in the face with a crowbar. That might get me, that might make it legal for me to do that. But yep. Doug says, I had 50K in medical debt and my wages were garnished because of said debt. Antifa, I am so sorry. That is horrific. Our country really sucks. It is monstrous and barbaric. Okay? Disgusting. Disgusting. Okay. You're right, Jonas. And that's, by the way, Jonas. So Jonas says, healthcare works best when they focus on prevention. Right. And by the way, if you have a nationalized healthcare system, it incentivizes the government to focus on prevention because then it'll cost less for them in the future, right? Because then they'll want to do prevention so they won't have to end up paying the cost later of treating issues. So it creates a whole new set of incentives that are very positive for a society. Yeah, Lacroix, medical debt is the #1 cause of bankruptcy in America. Okay? Yeah, and private insurance hates preventative health care, and we know why, right? Okay. So, let's watch something now, folks. So there you go. That's my little rant there. Yeah, Matt Syguy's being a troll. Okay, but yeah, you definitely can go. You can definitely go bankrupt because of medical debt. All right. Let's see here. I can't even imagine getting debt because of healthcare. Great. Yeah, Drizilla. And here's the thing, though, Drizilla. You're not really that lucky. You are like, for other countries of America's wealth level, that's the standard, right? It's not that you're lucky. That should be the norm. It's just that we in America are unlucky. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Parkours, don't worry. Matt Syguy's lying. You can be deep in medical debt. Okay. Matt Syguy's a filthy, dirty liar and is spreading fake news. Fake news. All right. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right, guys. Let's go on here. Yep. Oh, for sure, Jonas. And I think that's one of the reasons why, Jonas, he is more empathetic towards people like the Palestinians. I really do. I think suffering in life like that can make you more empathetic. There you go, Sir Bart. People who complain about medical debt simply aren't working hard enough. Here you go. There's that superstructure that reinforces power structures in the United States. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go on here, guys. You know what? Let me find something for us to watch. I have some few ideas. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? We all comfortable, safe, happy, joyous, having a lovely day? Having a lovely day? All right.
Which is the guy he went to.
Now, I found this video and I thought it might be kind of interesting to watch. I don't know if it's good, and if it's not good, we'll stop watching it, okay? And Matt Syguy, I can't believe I'm doing this to myself because I know you'll harass me with no end, Matt Syguy, but I do eventually want to watch that video about housing in the UK, okay? So I'm going to eventually do that. I just wanted to remind you so that you remind me, okay? if I forget sometime in the future, okay? I love you, Matt Syguy. Drizilla, I was happier a few minutes ago. Drizilla, whenever do you watch me and you're not less happy after being done? Okay, really, I think you're a masochist, Drizilla. The fact that you're even in here. Okay. All right. So let's watch this. This is a video I found. I talked about this a little while back. You know, I know I ruin everything positive in the world, but you know how there's a lot of CIA and military propaganda in the things we watch that we don't notice, including in Marvel. There's a lot of propaganda in Marvel. There's a lot of advertising and propaganda in Marvel, and they sell you that shit so that they can make toys to sell. Anyway, I'm sorry. I love Marvel. I deeply respect anyone who watches it. Okay, so moving on. Let's watch this. This is a video called Your Favorite Podcasts Are CIA Propaganda. I don't know what it's about. I mean, I know what it's about, but I don't know what it's going to say, but I kind of want to learn with all of you. So let's see the CIA propaganda that we're watching. Now, I will say that I recently watched a Netflix series called The Night Agent, and it was very entertaining, but it was very clearly CIA propaganda. Like the main character's in the CIA, and he's like this heroic freedom fighter who always does the right thing. Okay, or always do the right thing. Okay, and things like that. All right, and yeah. So, but you know, it still is entertaining. So again, I don't want you guys to think that you know the things you like are bad, but just something to be aware of. All right. Okay. Let's watch. So what was the show? It's called The Night Agent, Louise. It's called The Night Agent. That's the show I watched. Okay, exactly, LaCroix. But yeah, if you guys have noticed, there's a lot of CIA agents out there, or a lot of CIA shows or shows with the CIA in it that present them as good people, which is hilarious to me. Hell, like I said, even Black Panther is largely about the U.S. government supporting the overthrow of a regime in Africa, but no one thinks of it that way. Okay? I do not support, to be clear, guys, I do not support T'Challa. T'Challa was not the rightful ruler of Wakanda. The other guy was, okay? What was his name? Not Killjoy. Killmonger. Killmonger was the rightful ruler of Wakanda. He won fairly in combat, which was the legal way to become the ruler, all right? So he legally became the ruler of Wakanda, whether we like him or not, and then the American government helped T'Challa overthrow his government and reinstall himself on the throne, okay? So, to be clear, it is a movie about the CIA assisting in the overthrow of a government in Africa. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Shall we?
The CIA used to be a faceless organization. 3 letters that conjured images of redacted documents and men in suits who didn't exist on paper. The whole point of an intelligence agency was that you don't know what it's doing. Now, you can't scroll through YouTube without one of them candidly sharing dark secrets about how all of this works. You've probably seen clips of it yourself, like the grey-haired American man calmly explaining how the CIA told him to pretend to be gay to recruit a foreign spy. So we reached out and spoke to him for exclusive insights, as after seeing clips like this, it was hard to ignore something weird was going on.
Parkours, what happened? Can you just tell me? I'm curious. You keep mentioning that you got in trouble. What'd you do that got you in trouble? Because I fucking swear in here all the time. What's the issue? What got you in trouble?
Headquarters says, we want you to pretend that you're gay. I said, oh, come on, you guys. No, we really need the information. You got to pretend that you're gay. I said, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it for Uncle Sam.
Or how his boss ordered him to sleep with the ugliest woman he'd ever seen, for the good of the country.
Who was the ugliest woman I've ever seen in my life. Like, you want to avert your eyes. Like, she came off the side of Notre Dame. She was a stone gargoyle with a giant mole right here with a giant hair coming out of it. That kind of ugly. And
what, the S word? What do you mean? What, the S word? Well, yeah, of course you can't tell me that probably. Regardless, that's okay. I don't care. It's fine. And we all make mistakes, parkours, okay? Was there raid drama with me or something? Because I know I've raided you. I hope it wasn't me that did raid drama, but you don't have to tell me. I got banned from a few streams for this, so trying to be more careful now. I like watching those streams. Interesting.
The boss says, okay, here's what I want you to do.
This is for real, Louise. This is real. This is for real. This guy, weirdly enough, guys, I actually like a lot of this CIA agent's, this former CIA agent's content. He is not necessarily pro CIA. Well, he is in some ways. He left the CIA because he didn't support the torture that was going on. Okay, gotcha, parkours. Because he didn't support the torture that was going on. No, yeah, he was an agent in the CIA, Louise. Now, however, I don't fully trust him, obviously. And he's not perfect because he still agrees with the idea of the CIA. But regardless, not everything he says is terrible. I know I sound like I'm okay. Jonas, are you still in here, Jonas? I know Jonas, you've mentioned him before. Okay, I know you've mentioned him before. Thank you, Sir Bart. Yes, this guy definitely seems the most trustworthy out of all the so-called ex-CIA people. Absolutely. All right.
Should have fuck her. And I said, what? I said, have you ever seen her? And he said, I know, but we're the good guys, and you're gonna have to take one for the team.
Or how the agency dosed random strangers with LSD in San Francisco brothels.
Exactly, Jonas, and like that's why that's his name, John Kirikow. I really like him, okay, because he is open about these things. Now he's not perfect, okay, but he's very negative about the CIA and about their processes and stuff. Okay, thank you so much, Matt Saigai. Or not thank you. Fuck you, Matt Saigai. I'm not gonna calm down. Right?
They rented a safe house in San Francisco. They recruited a bunch of hookers and had them go out and pick up Johns, bring them back to the safe house where they thought they were going to get laid, dose them with LSD, and then interrogate them.
Or how things that were once conspiracies are now just mainstream knowledge.
I believe very strongly that he was an Israeli access agent.
Did he work for the CIA?
No way. The CIA's job is to collect foreign intelligence.
Now, listen. Like I said, I like a lot of what he says. There are something he says that I don't know how he can know for sure. So that's why that's the only, like, most of the time he seems to be honest most of the time. But like when he says something like the CIA had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, he can't know that. He's not in the CIA anymore. But he still has really good insight. Okay.
What foreign intelligence did he have? He's spying on Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and Prince Andrew. That's the Israelis.
And he's not alone. The intelligence community is flooding the podcast circuit right now. Gavin DeBecker, not exactly a former intelligence officer, but the man who runs anti-assassination protection for the world's most famous, said this about Epstein.
What he was is a construct. He's a created construct. Money, wealth, private jet, private island, fun, not married, young girls, lots of things. $500 million of money came from Les Wexner, who's a wealthy guy who owns or owned, I don't know what he's doing now, Victoria's Secret.
Yeah.
Big donator to the state of Israel.
Yeah, Victoria's Secret. The secret is that the CEO of Victoria's Secret is a pedophile. Yeah. That's my point, Sir Bart, though. He can't prove, let me rephrase that. He can't prove that the CIA wasn't involved in it. I have no doubt that I'm sure probably Mossad almost certainly had something to do with it. But when he says that the CIA had nothing to do with it, well, how does he know? He wasn't in it. He doesn't know that for sure. He's just guessing. Anyway.
And $500 million was transferred to Epstein, along with power of attorney to use it and invest it in the ways he saw fit.
He even described a friend who narrowly avoided it.
He goes to meet with Epstein in New York to ask for money for a charity, and Epstein is in a robe. And Epstein says, hey, they're finishing the meeting. He says, hey, I'm gonna get a massage, hence my robe. You wanna get a massage? And through the hallway, my friend can see a massage table and a room and a very cute girl.
The Epstein situation is where John Kiriakou, a veteran ex-CIA operative, has gone mega viral with his bombshell disclosures. On the diary of a CEO, he went further than he had before.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein was a spy?
I believe very strongly he was a spy, yes.
And who do you think he was working for?
The Israelis. I'm confident it was the Israelis.
Why?
Jeffrey Epstein is kind of the...
Also, now guys, please don't clip this because God knows what will happen if I ever get famous and I'm like on Hassan's show or something, and then suddenly someone pulls up a clip of me saying a CIA agent is attractive. That would be humiliating. I will just say, though, he's not that bad looking. Just saying. Just a side note.
Stereotypical example that they give you in training for what's called an access agent. If you're a foreign intelligence service and you want information, like close-in information from a former president, from the CEO of the biggest company in the world, from a member of the British royal family. You're not going to recruit these guys. You're not going to recruit Bill Clinton.
And he's made the same point on so many other podcasts with remarkable consistency.
I mean, what's the point of running the operation if it's not to collect compromat?
It was about blackmail.
Yeah.
It had to have been. I don't understand it otherwise.
They then take 10 minutes to look into it, and they're like, oh my God, he's running a fucking pedo ring at the behest of the Victoria's Secret guy in fucking New York City. And oh my God, they got dirt on everyone, including the current president. This is a crisis, the likes of which, if we outed this, everything could fall.
It's traumatic, cutting, and critical of the highest institutions of government. And some of his other disclosures, probably the ones that get less attention because they're harder to meme, are just as unsettling. This video is sponsored by Incogni. Most people assume
we got an ad here. We'll move forward here. This is interesting. I thought it would be going a different way.
Or a video game.
He revealed that the CIA has developed tech.
That's right, Dolly Boy. I've already hired the CIA agents to go after the Dolly Boy cult. We're already infiltrating it.
Technologies to, for example, remotely take over your car by hacking into the chip, right? Why would the CIA want to take over your car? To make you drive off a bridge, maybe? To make you drive into a tree and kill yourself? To make you drive...
By the way, guys, now, I gotta tell you guys, historically speaking, the CIA obviously, and they still do, of course, do assassinations. They kill people. They kill American citizens. They kill people in other countries. It is harder to kill American citizens for a number of reasons because you got to be extra careful you're not caught, but they do it. Now, the Congress has been trying to push through legislation. I don't know if they did it already or if they were planning to, that allows the government to turn off cars while they're driving. All right. I'm not joking. And Congress claims that they're doing this for the sake of safety, that if someone loses control of their car, at least like the police or the government can turn off the car. So it is right now being pushed through Antifa. Okay. Guys, do you know how rare that is? It is so rare for someone to just like lose control of their car and then need to have the government turn it off. By the time you lose control of your car, it's almost certainly going to be too late to slow down the car or stop you from getting into an accident. You see what I mean? Like, by the time you realize that shit, you're probably already in deep shit, okay? You're probably already trying to hit on a brake that's failing, and you're going to run into a wall. Or if you are having a seizure, you're not going to be able to call anyone and be like, hey, please turn off my car. I'm having a seizure. It does not make sense to me. And I got to tell you, the only way that they're doing it is probably because they have spoken to the CIA and the CIA is asking for it so that the CIA can turn off people's cars. I don't see why else you would do that. Like, I don't see why else you'd want to turn off people's cars unless you're trying to do assassinations or you're trying to raid people or arrest people or take into custody people who are in cars. You see what I mean? Anyway, I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, but it doesn't make sense to me otherwise.
Into an abutment and make sure that there's no way you can survive because they've got the thing going 140 miles an hour and you can't control it. They develop technology to reverse your smart TV to make the speaker into a microphone with the TV still appearing to be off. So you don't know that it's broadcasting everything that's being said in your house to CIA headquarters.
And then this one, which is shocking, though probably not surprising, yet he's somehow presenting it as a simple fact.
They were able to hack into other countries' most sensitive...
That's right, Parkours. Don't listen to Matt Saigai. He's sarcastic, okay? He's sarcastic and mean, okay? He's lying to you.
...technological systems.
Yay, Lacroix.
And to leave little scraps of code, but the scraps of code are written in Russian or in Persian.
Jonas says, as a major fan of the USA, I feel like your speech is treasonous. Oh, Jonas, how dare you? I love this country, Jonas. I am not treasonous. What do you mean? I love the United States. It is the best, greatest country on the planet, okay? We're number one in so many things. Like, well, that's kind of disappointing. The things I can think of are all bad things. Anyway, what does it matter? I love this country, guys. I think you all know that. I'm a major patriot. All right. I love everything. I bleed red, white, and blue all the time, every day, whatever. Okay. And I just love our freedom. Okay. I hope you all know that. I almost love the United States more than Sir Bart does. who's the great patriot. Okay, the great patriot, and here is Sir Bart. I can only hope that I am more patriotic than Sir Bart.
Farsi? So people say, oh, the fucking Russians.
Jonas, it's all right. I heard Kirk's points in between that silence. He never speaks to me, Jonas. I'm kind of disappointed. Whenever I try to interview Charlie Kirk, he never seems to answer, but apparently you can hear him. All right, whatever. There you go. Thank you, Sir Bart. There you go, guys. Everyone show patriotism in the chat. In case, the CIA is watching. We all love America in here, don't we?
Hacked into us, or the Chinese, or the Iranians. And actually, no, it was us. But you'll never know it.
The way these stories are delivered makes you think they're putting their lives on the line to tell us, like a noble act for the good of us, the humble public. Access agent, compromat, intelligence peddler, he sounds like an insider decoding the story for civilians. And his career definitely backs this up. But if you look really carefully, you start to see a few deviations that make you wonder what's really going on.
See, guys, look how much we all love the USA in here for anyone watching. Look at all the love in the chat. We all love this country.
On here. His views evolve, but the timing is key. On his earlier appearances, he was strong on Epstein being a Mossad access agent. Then the latest tranche of Epstein files came out, and suddenly, his position moved.
I've always maintained that Epstein, to me, was obviously a Mossad access agent. And I said that right here on the show. Now, with the release of this latest tranche of documents, I think he was more than that, and that he was probably not exclusive to the Israelis. We know from these latest documents that he had some sort of...
Jonas, that's rude. Don't say that. How dare you, Jonas? Don't say F the USA. That's rude.
...of association with MI5 and MI6, essentially the FBI and the CIA of the UK. We know that he made an approach to the German intelligence service, and we know that he tried hard to get a one-on-one meeting with Vladimir Putin.
When he says Epstein was an Israeli agent, that theory had been circulating for years based on Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell's documented Mossad ties. When he describes the hidden cameras on the island, the New York Times had already reported them long before he mentioned them. When he describes the sweetheart deal, that was one of the most covered aspects of the entire Epstein saga. On torture programs back around the 9/11 and Guantanamo Bay era,
guys,
John got...
Are you guys enjoying this? This actually isn't what I thought it would be. I thought we'd be learning about CIA propaganda. We're not really learning much about CIA propaganda, are we? We're just we're talking about how he goes on podcasts. I'm not sure how we're talking about this being propaganda. It's almost like we're talking about how a lot of it's probably true, right? Do we feel like this isn't going the way we want it to? We'll find something else to watch, I think. Honestly, seriously, I know I maybe cut it off a bit late here, but all right. Here's something else I thought we could watch.
About this.
I wanted to show all of you something really stupid, okay? And I don't know why I'm on a CIA bent today, but how do I frame this without completely humiliating all the Americans in chat? So, all right. Don't worry, Matt Saigai, we will eventually. So here's the thing, guys. The American government has historically been, and is presently, I know this might be shocking to you. Yeah, outer signal. I know this might be shocking to all of you, but the American government has been somewhat stupid in a lot of ways and kind of like a bunch of idiots to the point where they literally did studies on like telekinesis and tried to find people who could do telekinesis to make into super soldiers. I know that sounds crazy, but they did it. And like, they've done like supernatural experiments and things like that and tried to try and find people with natural telepathic powers. And, just, cute little things like that. Well, with the CIA doing something positive. Can we have a cleanser with the CIA doing something positive? No, Jonas. No. I'm not gonna, the CIA doesn't do anything positive. What do you mean? Okay. The CIA does nothing positive. Okay. What do you mean? Okay. The only good thing the CIA ever did was assassinate JFK. No, I'm kidding. They probably didn't do that. Anyway. Okay, so, all right, Matt, is Jimmy the Giant made a new video? Yes. So what I wanted to quickly show you guys is that how do I feel about Che Guevara? I like Che Guevara a lot, all right? He's not perfect, but no one is. I like Che Guevara a lot. So let's just watch this real fast. This is a story. Someone sent this to me. I forget who it was, talking about the CIA, how they literally, and if it's not good, we'll find something else. I found these really quickly. The CIA actually met with did a seance and met with like a spiritual medium because they thought that this woman who was doing a seance could communicate with extraterrestrials through seances. And they thought that she was warning them of an alien invasion through her seance. And, the American government's very bright, so they took all this seriously. Okay. So let's just watch a little bit of it. If it's bad, we'll watch something else, okay?
1972, CIA officials and U.S. military intelligence, they sit in a candlelit room across from Sybil Leek. Now, she's Britain's most
thank you for the contribution.
witch at the time. Government officials watch her perform a black magic ritual. The government, men trained in espionage and warfare, sit silently and take notes as she channels something from beyond. Then comes a strange voice. It calls itself Kazulikem, and it has an important message. Earth is a farm. You are the cattle, and your souls are our harvest. The room goes cold. The nation's most powerful defense agencies, those sworn to protect America from foreign enemies.
And I don't know if this guy is actually taking it seriously or not. I have heard this story before, but if he takes it seriously, we're not watching it because I won't be able to stop from laughing the entire time.
Face to face with what they believe to be demonic forces masquerading as extraterrestrial entities. It sounds wild.
Wow.
Conspiracy theory
Well, that's a lot of layers there. So they're demonic forces masquerading as they're extraterrestrial entities masquerading as demonic forces. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure why you'd want to, as an extraterrestrial, masquerade as a demonic entity. Why don't you just say that you're not a demonic entity? Why don't you just say you're an alien species? Regardless, hello, Martin Keek. Welcome, Martin Keek. So glad you're here.
Steroids. But what if it's not science fiction? What if it's real life? I'm John Genoa. You're watching America's Strangest History. Let's talk about how the U.S. government dabbled in sorcery and the occult.
Yay.
The most alarming part of this.
You know who else did this, guys? The Nazis. The Nazis loved the occult and shit like that. Not all of them. Hitler wasn't as into the occult, but Himmler certainly was. They actually had a bunch of weird rituals and shit. Like the anyone heard of Wavelsburg Castle? Let me show you a picture here. Wavelsburg Castle, Black Sun. So they actually had a castle for the here it is, where they would initiate members. Yeah, of course, Jonas. They think they can do magic now. Where you can, Paul Squaw. Hitler sent them, but he didn't actually believe. He didn't actually believe in occult stuff. He did it to appease Himmler, and he always thought it was kind of kooky. He was kooky in other ways, but he didn't really believe a lot of that shit. So here we have Wavelsburg Castle. This is a room that they built for the SS. Look on the ground. This is called a Black Sun at Sonnenrad, which is a esoteric Nazi symbol that the SS would do rituals around, okay, and shit like that. Okay, there you go, Louise. All right, I can show you another image here. Wavelsburg Castle. They had weird ritual rooms like this one. Okay, where they would gather around and around a fire and sit around a fire and do chants and shit. Okay. So the SS really liked the idea of these kind of occult rituals, not necessarily because they believed in them, but because they believed it created more connection between each other and created this mythos of Aryan supremacy. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay, but yeah, so the CIA did some stuff like that. They thought that they could do they could mess with magic and demons and shit to gain an advantage. Whatever. I'm all for it because at least it won't help them overthrow governments abroad and kill people, right? Hey, as long as they're wasting time on that, they're not wasting time overthrowing some country in Latin America.
That the government officials may actually have encountered something far darker than they ever could have imagined. They played with fire and they were about to get burned.
Oh, God. Is he actually...
Before we dive into that 1972 seance, we need to understand how we even got there. Why were U.S. intelligence officials, people trained to fight communism and launch covert operations, why were they sitting in a room with a witch in the first place? To answer that, we have to go back half a century to a rocket scientist who merged rockets with ritual magic. Jack Parsons. Parsons wasn't your average rocket scientist that even exists. He was co-founder of what would become NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. He's been called the father of modern rocketry in America. By night, Parsons indulged his rather unorthodox interests.
Is he?
He was the head of the lodge of Aleister Crowley's occult order in Pasadena, California, the Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO for short. Crowley was a big deal. He was called the wickedest man in the world by the British press. He practiced ceremonial magic.
I guess so.
In 1918, he performed something called the Amalatra working. It's a ritual he believed could open a door to another realm. From that ritual, he sketched a being he named Lamb. It's a bulbous-headed, dark-eyed figure that looks eerily similar to the modern conception of a gray alien.
Okay, this guy believes this shit.
The ambitious person he was, Parsons tried to take it a step further. In 1946, alongside a young science fiction writer named L. Ron Hubbard, he carried out...
Oh, great! Okay, guys, someone tell me, who's L. Ron Hubbard? Tell me in the chat. What is L. Ron Hubbard known for by all of us? Okay, so apparently he was friends with L. Ron Hubbard, which really kind of completely ruins everything. Scientology, right? Scientology. He's the guy that founded Scientology, and he was a charlatan and literally he was a drug addict. I'm not trying to dismiss drug addicts, but he was like absolutely a lunatic, founder of Scientology. Close enough, Sir Bart, really. So this kind of just is funny all around. This immediately shows that it's complete bullshit because he was a lunatic. He really was.
The Babylon working. It was a series of sex magical rituals that were meant to manifest an elemental spirit or moon child. Now, they were attempting to summon an otherworldly force.
A moon child. So I got to tell you, by the way, they mentioned a witch earlier. Can we be clear that this is probably not the same kind of witch that, like, I don't know, Gwen is, for example. I doubt the CIA actually knows what witchcraft is. It's probably some lady who claims to be a witch and thinks it's like a scary, terrifying thing. And because anyone associated with okay, just to be clear, some of the language that's being used, I don't want us to discriminate against witches, all right? Yes, Gwen. Okay.
Now, this sounds nuts, but the timing is uncanny. Just months later, the modern UFO era explodes. It started with Kenneth Arnold's flying saucers in 1947, followed by the Roswell crash. The Collins Elite, an ultra-secret working group that we're about to discuss. They would later see this not as coincidence, but as cause and effect. Meanwhile, Parsons' double life started to catch up with him. He lost his security clearance after the FBI and the Air Force flagged him for leaking Hughes' aircraft documents. They also took issue with his occult affiliations. Bad optics. Parsons reportedly planned to move to Mexico and continue his weapons work. But in June 1952, he died in a violent explosion in his Pasadena home laboratory. Officially, it was an accident. To some, it looked like sabotage, or maybe even a
probably was sabotage, or he literally may have been experimenting on something and it blew up, from what we know. Okay. Casual Vault, when the CIA tried to do witchcraft, they tried to do Crowley's magic, satanic magics. Yeah, that's stupid. That's not, but the fact that it's associated with L. Ron Hubbard also, that he was associated with L. Ron Hubbard is hilarious.
Gone horribly wrong. And so the seeds of conspiracy were planted. An American rocket scientist by day, knee-deep in Aleister Crowley's magic by night. UFO sightings across the country exploded. Inside the intelligence.
Oh, I see. So oh my God. So they think that the magic that they were doing is linked to the UFO spottings, even though, guys, we know historically why there was an uptick in UFO sightings. Does anyone know what it was? There's been historians know this, like it's an obvious fact, why there was a massive uptick in UFO sightings during the after World War II. It makes sense as soon as you hear it, but it's like never, for some reason, military testing, because of the Cold War. America was testing all kinds of new military equipment to try and compete with the Soviet Union. A lot of these sightings were of military aircraft that had never been seen before. And then the government would deny that anyone had seen it because they had to keep it secret from the Soviet Union. So they would come up with excuses for it, which then made people more suspicious that there's UFOs. We know for a fact that was the case. That's why there was a massive explosion of UFO sightings at this time. Okay. But it's like no one out there knows this though. Like, and I'm talking like lay people don't know this, that like historians have always known this. But no one really cares. Regardless, that is true. there was an uptick, and we happen to know that it was because there was a ton more testing of different equipment for the Cold War. Dolly Boy, exactly. I think they even had insiders and UFO groups to discredit them even more. They did, Dolly Boy. They did. Now, we can't prove some of that, but there were some leaks coming out of the military from some former military people claiming, oh, no, they have aliens and UFOs in there, as a great little way to hide the fact that they are testing new equipment to use against the Soviet Union. Anyway, so just to be clear, hilarious, okay?
Community, a handful of officials began to wonder if they opened a door that couldn't be closed. The government didn't just...
By the way, this was highly compartmentalized information. What I mean is that even if one part of the government knew about what the testing they were doing, they were deeply afraid that the Soviet Union would find out, so other parts of the government might not know about it. Not even parts of the CIA might know about it. If one part knows, the other parts might not know about it, or the military. So yeah, it was probably one part of the government that didn't know that these were these experiments going on, and they for some reason thought that magic was responsible for the increase in UFOs, even though we know for a fact it wasn't. Okay, it's just so funny to me. It's so funny, the incompetence. Okay.
Wonder about it, they formed what became known as the Collins Elite. It's an alleged secret think tank deep inside the US government that believed UFOs weren't extraterrestrials at all, but instead they were demonic intelligences masquerading as aliens. Got that? In 1972,
Hey, you got to compliment the U.S. military, though. You got to compliment the U.S. I mean, you don't have to. That they were able to trick people so well that even their own government couldn't figure it out, and they thought it was demonic entities from outer space or some shit. I guess they did something right if they confused people that much.
Concerns took them straight to Sybil Leek, Britain's most famous witch, and to an entity calling itself Kazulikem. Parsons' life and his suspicious death in 1952 left behind more than just rocket blueprints and occult diaries. Inside the halls of the Pentagon and the CIA,
I know, right, Dolly Boy?
Started to spread. What if UFOs weren't what they seemed? What if this is all just an elaborate ruse? A handful of people, some in Air Force intelligence, some in the CIA, others scattered across military research units.
By the way, guys, there was also... Now, I don't know if there's as much proof of this, but a lot of historians highly suspect that a lot of this idea that there were aliens or UFOs at the time was an effort to trick the Soviet Union into wasting time and effort looking for these UFOs and aliens, okay? I'd have to look at the historical documents and what other historians have said, but this also may have been a ruse to trick the Soviet Union. Okay, so to get them distracted and not thinking about what the United States is actually researching. Does that make sense? Because if the Soviet Union thinks we have stuff and that we might be using alien technology, they might be wasting a ton of resources trying to steal that alien technology. Does that make sense? Okay.
Quietly broke away from the standard aliens from space hypothesis. A group of government insiders believed Parsons, Crowley, and others like them opened doors that should have stayed closed.
Well, Matt Sagai, we did. That wasn't there was more to it than that, but yes, we did have a role in the fall of the Soviet Union, for sure.
This inner circle came to be known as the Collins Elite. Now, officially, you won't find them listed on any organizational chart. You won't find the doors at Langley labeled Collins Elite. No. The group operated like a secret think tank. It was purposefully hidden in the shadows of other projects.
Right.
We recently pulled out a video on one of these other projects, MK Often. Check it out if you get a chance. The Collins Elite reached a radical conclusion. They didn't think UFOs were spaceships from Zeta Reticuli. They believed that they were manifestations of demonic intelligence.
Wow.
Specifically,
God, the government's
smart. Disguising themselves.
Oh, they're fallen angels. Okay.
As extraterrestrials. To the Collins Elite, alien abductions weren't medical experiments with the standard anal probes and all that. They were ritual initiations.
That's too bad. What a shame. I wish there were never mind.
Skies. Contactee messages about peace and cosmic...
Dolly Boy, what's my opinion on Gorbachev? Oh. Dolly Boy, you're going to get me in trouble. No, I am not a big fan of Gorbachev. I got to tell you. I'm more nuanced on it than a lot of lefties are. But yes, I'm not a big fan of Gorbachev. Okay. He's very unpopular, by the way, in Russia, even today. People don't like him very much. Americans like him because he helped bring about the fall of the Soviet Union. I will say this, though. I think there's a lot of blame put on Gorbachev when there were massive structural problems that were already leading the Soviet Union down a bad path. It likely would have fallen at some point anyway. He accelerated the process. Does that make sense? Okay, so like he kind of helped accelerate the process, but a lot of the structure of the Soviet Union was already struggling. Okay, yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. And he was definitely, he was also like the perfect fall guy. Okay, so this is complicated, right? But yeah, it was definitely, there were a lot of other issues there too. Okay, a lot of other issues there too. It wasn't just him. You know what I mean? There were, the Soviet Union guys did not do well. Okay, this is why my point here is that the Soviet Union was definitely not perfect. A lot of the seeds of its fall were of its own doing. It overextended. Its centralized economy was having a hell of a time keeping up with. There's all these issues it had. Okay, it did. I know, shocking. The earlier Soviet Union was better, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. But by the end, it spelled its own doom. Okay, it tried to do imperialism over in Afghanistan. That didn't work out so well. Okay, so anyway, moving on.
Brotherhood weren't alien wisdom. They were false gospels intentionally seeded by deceptive spirits. Hold up, because we haven't even gotten to the most chilling part.
That's like, I hate you.
The Collins elite saw themselves as America.
I know, though. I'm like nervous to even talk negatively about the Soviet Union, okay?
America's hidden guardians against spiritual invasion. Kind of reminds me of the superhero Doctor Strange, protecting the world from unseen spiritual forces. But as we'll see, their mission was more dangerous than they could have ever imagined. And it was about to spiral out of control. By the mid-1950s, the United States government wasn't just...
I hate you, Jonas. I hate you so much. Oh my God.
Watching rockets or radar blips.
Yeah, Dubois, I love Thomas Sankara. Honestly, probably one of my favorite socialists is Fidel Castro. I know. Now people are going to yell at me. Again, people are going to yell at me now. They're going to be like, oh, you like him? He was an authoritarian. I know. I can't make anyone happy. I know. But I do. I love Fidel Castro. Le Quoibois knows this. I've told Le Quoibois this. He's probably one of my favorites. Louise, by the way, I also like Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh was really cool too. There are some issues with Fidel. There are some issues with Ho Chi Minh, but Ho Chi Minh was pretty cool too. Louise, how are you feeling now? I'm doing pretty good, Louise. I'm doing very well. Okay, I'm doing very well.
Quietly dipping their own hands into the world of the occult. Take the case of Frances...
No, Matt Saiga, I don't like Pol Pot. How dare you?
Swan, a Maine housewife in 1954. She claimed...
Yeah, exactly, Gwen. This is not witchcraft, okay? This is not witchcraft.
Claimed to receive messages from a being named Afa through automatic writing. Now, her hand was guided by a force that she said...
Jonas, I swear to God. No, that's it. Jonas gets a bonk. Bonk. Anyone else want a bonk? Matt Saiga, you get a bonk. Bonk. How dare you? Jonas says, so Adolf is third on the list. How dare you, Jonas? Okay, I swear to God, all of you, I swear to God. Anyone else want to... Matt Saiga...
It wasn't her own. Neighbors thought she was crazy, but the U.S. Navy didn't. Officers actually visited her home and tested her. Under trance, Swan allegedly answered technical questions about aviation that she should never have known. Now, at one point, she even told them that a UFO would appear outside. According to later reports, something strange showed up on the radar. Then there was Ruth Montgomery, a respected Washington journalist who transitioned into one of the nation's...
Are you all bored? Are you all bored? I feel like I failed you in the video department today because I chose these too fast because of my sickness. All of you seem hyper distracted. Is anyone even watching this shit anymore? Okay, we only have 12 people in here. Everyone else left. Is it that bad? Do I need to find a different video? What are we doing? Thank you, A Bright Love. A Bright Love is enjoying it. Anyone else enjoying it? Okay. Or should I wait till you all calm down before we continue? What's going on here? I'm making a D&D character. Oh, Sir Bart, dear God. Okay. Jesus. I bet it's going to have really low intelligence, Sir Bart. Can't even watch this, all right? Jesus. You're watching? Okay. Great, LaCroix. Great. All right. I've just hung up some washing. Good. Okay. Thank you, Matt Thigh Guy. All right. You're weed shopping? Okay, fine. You're all insane. That's hilarious, Sir Bart. I do love barbarians. All right, let's continue.
Most famous psychics. She wrote articles claiming that the U.S. Army was experimenting with mind reading and ESP as
they actually literally
tools. Now, whether or not her claims were accurate, the FBI and the CIA paid attention. If America's enemies could use psychic spies, the thinking was...
Matt Saiga!
By the late 1960s, things got even...
I Matt Saigai says, what is this video on? Matt Saigai, I swear to God, I'm going to lose my mind. By the way, we've just lost 2 more people. Look at this. You guys are ruining this stream for me, okay? I'm going to have to stop streaming altogether, all right? How dare you?
Darker. The CIA launched a program known as Operation Often. Now, unlike MK Ultra, which focused on drugs and mind control, Operation Often explored something else. Demonology,
thank you, Gwen.
Witchcraft, psychic mediums. The agency hired astrologers, psychics, practicing witches, anything you could think of. They wanted to know if supernatural forces could be harnessed for intelligence work. This is where the Collins elite's worst fears came true. What had started as Crowley and Parsons' rituals to open doors was now formally being carried out by the U.S. government itself. Federal agents weren't just studying UFOs. They were attending seances. They were sitting across from witches. They were, from the Collins elite's perspective, inviting demonic forces into the heart of national security.
I mean, guys, come on, let's admit it. There were already demonic forces in the heart of. Don't laugh at him, Luis. Jonas is just having a good time because he sees me suffering. There were demonic forces already at the heart of the U.S. government, okay? And it's called the U.S. government. Let's be honest, okay? Let's be honest. This was like one of the worst times in American history where we were like bombing everyone and overthrowing all their governments. I guess things don't change that much, but it really was worse at this time even, which is saying a lot. So, it's kind of, it's almost like it's kind of like redundant to say this was that evil forces were at the heart of American government when it's like, yeah, and water is wet, and the sky is blue and the grass is green. Okay, so you see here, Jonas, thank you for the contribution, really. Okay, yeah, shocking, Dolly Boy. Yeah, the nation that nuked Japan twice had demonic forces at the heart of it. Shocking. Yeah, there you go, Gwen, right? Yeah, guys, witches are, again, just to clarify, especially for the sake of Gwen in here, we know that this isn't actual witchcraft, right? This is like us people LARPing what they think witchcraft is, which is funny. It's like if someone dresses up like a witch on Halloween to be scary, this is what they think witchcraft is, okay? You know what I mean? But that's not how that works, okay? We can talk about it, okay? Eleni, do you all know, even if you completely ban AI, data centers will destroy the environment? We don't only use data centers for AI, by the way. It's a choice by billionaires to destroy the environment. Of course, Eleni, of course. So, just to be clear. Okay, Doug, you're driving? Well, stop driving, Doug. I'm just kidding.
The MK Often program was later terminated with a 2-word kill order.
Yeah, which is our badass.
Destroy. They were citing moral, ethical, and national security.
By the way, a lot of witchcraft is deeply linked into empowering women. I'm not joking. Like, even structurally. If you look at some of the origins of witchcraft, a lot of them comes from like, let's see here, like Celtic tribal groups or what are called druidic tribal groups. Different like ancient groups that did polytheistic, nature-based worship. And a lot of these groups were much more matriarchal. Women had a lot of say. A female, like druids and like shaman type characters and stuff had a lot more say. It was very matriarchal. So there's also this kind of sense at the base of a lot of witchcraft that of empowering women, and that women have a lot of power. It might not even be explicitly stated by some witches, but it is kind of there if you look at the history. So do we think that the CIA and the American government, many of which are, like the majority of which are very patriarchal men, are going to be doing like real witchcraft? No, okay, ain't none of the spirits going to be listening to their witchcraft, because all those female spirits out there, I know I'm just using language I don't understand, but I ain't going to be listening to their calls for help. Let's put it that way, okay? If that makes sense. Okay. They're obviously like, look, well, that's so funny. That's an invented word that like, warlock is actually an invented term that isn't used by men who are actually witches. Men are witches too. Like literally. And I don't know if you know that, LaCroix, but warlock is sort of an invented term. It's not real. They're witches also. Men can be witches, but again, there's still sort of a matriarchal idea of witchcraft. And I mean that in a positive way. This sense of like the divine feminine. I know that anyway, there's a lot of traditions of witchcraft. Liquid Alcorn, fun fact, many traditions I am aware of also refer to male exactly, Liquid Alcorn. That's exactly what I just told to LaCroix, right? But still, despite that, men also do witchcraft, but there's also a lot more matriarchy in witchcraft, okay, and it links to women. Not all the time, but a lot of the time.
Kind of begs the question, did the Collins elite issue the kill order? Food for thought. In 1972,
yeah, Drizel, a lot of them were medicine women, okay?
They started a fire they couldn't control. They opened a door they couldn't close. They summoned an entity calling itself Kazulika.
By the way, that is, one of the reasons, Kazulikum, that doesn't look like a made-up name at all, right? That doesn't look like some LORPer decided to make this name up because it sounded cool and scary. Anyway, so by the way, one of the reasons why so many, Christians didn't like the Druids and Celtic peoples and things like that was because of the power of women in those societies. There was a lot of fear amongst the matriarchal, exactly as it looks like some made up Lovecraftian stuff. There was a lot of fear amongst early Christians who were very patriarchal, and or not early Christians, but like Roman Christians and stuff that were very patriarchal, of the idea of like women in powered societies and witches and things like that. Okay, this some Delta Green shit. If you like God damn it, you almost made me say an inappropriate word, Sir Bart. If you like COC, check it out. Okay, gotcha.
By September 1972, the Collins elite and the CIA's Operation Often were desperate for answers. They'd been studying UFOs.
Nothing, a bright love, nothing. I said nothing.
And weird cases of contact and abduction for years, but they lacked confirmation. They wanted a direct, undeniable
Shut up, Mad Sci Guy.
voice from the other side to manifest. So they went to Sybil Leek.
I agree. Lacroix, I love Hereditary. It's a great movie. Yes, Pyman is better.
That night, Leek entered a trance.
Louise, don't you dare.
And surrounded by a mix of intelligence officers, occult operatives, and members of the Collins elite. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. The candles flickered. The air was thick. They were about to force open a door that should never have been opened. A voice calling itself Kazulikem manifested in the room. Here's just a snippet of what it said.
Yeah,
you
Hereditary
think you
was
confront extraterrestrials? Ridiculous. The lie is old. The mask is worn. Earth is not your world. It is our pit. Your souls are
I believe this, guys. Earth does kind of feel like a pit sometimes, doesn't it?
harvested as fuel. Every living creature, every spark of light in your blood, we feed on it. Contactees praise us. Abductees beg for mercy. They don't know that they worship their jailers. When your scientists gaze up and imagine benevolence, they are blind to the circling vultures who harvest your fear. Chilling words. At one point, Leek, still in a trance, reportedly laughed at the officials' faces. She spat, mocked their faith, and threatened them. You cannot fight us with your bombs or logic. You eat wind and ashes.
I'm sorry. I'm like having trouble watching this. He's taking it too seriously. To me, it's funny because it's clearly bullshit. But anyway, preach. Hereditary was scary. I agree. The scene with the car drive was messed up. You're right, Sir Bart. There's definitely some conspiracy uncles eating up this video. Yeah, right, Louise? I love the pit. This is like Bizarre Bubs. Yeah. So we get the idea here. I'm going to stop watching this. I'm tired. My head is hurting a bit. We're done. Okay, we're done with this. So when I know, Dolly Boy, I wasn't projecting before, Dolly Boy, but now I am. But now I am projecting. Okay, no, I'm not projecting now. But now I am tired of it. I'm sick of it. Okay. I'm only so strong at the moment. I'm weak. I'm so weak, as the Emperor said in Star Wars. Anyway, so you know what? Let's see what else we can watch, okay? You guys get the idea. It's hilarious. It's hilarious that the government, the brilliant American empire's government, like spent all this time and resources with a witch, who was someone who called themselves a witch, thinking that they could whatever, speak to aliens that were calling themselves demons. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you very much, Jonas. I'll take a drink. Oh no, where's my water? I need to grab water. 1 second, guys. All right. Ugh. All right. What the? I swear to God, Matt Sci Guy. What is this? What is this? This some Delta green shit. If you okay. This some Delta green shit. If you like. Oh, that's not so bad. Okay. This some Delta green shit. If you like. Oh, okay. Never mind. That wasn't bad at all. Looks like that was a really bad clip. That wasn't bad at all. You didn't hear me say anything there. No, that was a pretty shitty clip there, Matt Saiga. I better try harder next time. That was humiliatingly bad. Okay. Anyway, what a shame. Too bad that didn't work out for you. All right. Let's go on here, guys. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to see what we got here in the Discord. Let's see what we got here in the Discord. All right. Ooh, someone else joined us. Yay. Oh my God. Okay, let's see here. What reactions do we got here? We got some Hitler was a what? How to expose a closet fascist. Ooh. And the Hannah Spencer versus the pissheads in Parliament. I'm reading them out loud. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna go. Okay. Well. Thank you, Fetty, for thank you, by the way, Fetty, for cleaning up a lot of our links. You know what? Let's watch this one. This was sent to us by Louise. Why are you disappointed? So yeah, whatever. I hate all of you. Okay, I hate all of you. You all, whatever. I hate all of you. All right. So moving on. Let's watch it. This was sent to us by Louise. This is called Hannah Spencer versus the pissheads in Parliament. And why not? Let's watch it a bit. Okay, I'm actually gonna sit down because I'm a bit tired. But Dolly Boy, I love you. Don't worry, Dolly Boy. That's okay, Louise. Well, you know what? 1 second. Ugh. There we go. All right. Okay. Oh. There we go. Yay. All right. An apology bonk. What do you mean? Okay. An apology bonk to who? All right. Exactly, Gwen. Exactly. Okay, guys. So let me, all right. So before we watch this, actually, because it is 10 minutes, let's see if we can find like a little short one to watch before that. If we can find a good one like that. John Bishop. Ooh, you had a lot of good ones, Louise. Jeez. Okay, we'll watch this one. This is another one from Louise. I guess I'm being Louise biased today. So you all can get mad by yelling at Louise. Okay, it's not my fault. Okay. All right. Let's watch this. This is from Louise. This is called U.S. Politics by John Bishop.
As he said,
oh my God, I can tell this is the UK. The wooden paneling and the brick in the background looks like a pub. It looks like that's so UK coded there. The bricks and the dark wood paneling.
From the UK, is anyone else in from the UK?
Oh well, I'm disappointed in you, Drusilla.
Oh, where are you from?
London.
How long have you been here?
3 days.
3 days? No, same. Were you scared coming in?
Terrified.
Yeah, man. Yeah. See, these people don't know. These people don't know what we know. You don't know because you live here. You're getting through with your life. But we used to have a program on the television.
Is he in the U.S.? Sorry, this like wood paneling and this brick looks very UK. So maybe it might be like is it like an English pub in the U.S.? Okay, forgive me, but literally I'm not wrong, right? That this look very UK coded, the wooden paneling and the brick. Anyway,
in England called the News, and they've now changed it to. You'll never guess what Donald's just done. Basically, the BBC News now is a white guy in a suit sits down and goes, "You're not gonna fucking believe this." 4 o'clock o'clock in the morning, he posted a picture of himself as Jesus. No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. By breakfast, he told the Pope to go fuck himself. It's mad. I mean, he fell out with the Pope.
Yeah.
The fucking Pope. Donald Trump saying the Pope's a bad man. He's weak on crime.
Yeah.
He's the Pope. That's what the Pope does. You go to the Pope and go, I'm really sorry, Pope, and he goes, I forgive you, because I'm the fucking Pope.
Yeah, that exactly.
I'm not Donald Trump. I don't go, you stupid person. I'm not Donald Trump. It's fucking, and like, that's all we see.
Matt Saigai, there's a concept I would like to teach you, and it's called karma, okay? So karma, Matt Saigai, is where it's the idea that when you do bad things, right, it'll always come back to haunt you. And I think, Matt Saigai, what you just experienced there was karma, right? And I just want to be clear that what had happened to Matt Saigai is completely karma, because Matt Saigai cannot reclip the clip because of the karma. Okay, just saying. No, I know, Matt Saigai. I'm just joking with you, okay?
That's all we see in the news. So I came, I don't know about you, like we've got all this thing saying, be careful when you're going into America now, they're going to look at your social media feeds. In England, they're saying, like, you got to be careful going through immigration because it's getting harder to get into America. This is what they say. And there's a form that you got to fill in. When you're coming from England, an ESTA form, a visa form.
I have a lot of trouble hearing what he's saying. Is it just me? Am I the only one that's having trouble interpreting some of his words?
On that form, this is how Homeland Security is protecting America. On that form, there's a question that says, have you ever or are you currently engaged in acts of terrorism or espionage?
Yes, there is.
And the options are yes or no.
Wait, that's scoos? That's scoos? Okay, is that what it's called, scoos? No, how dare you guys? I'm literally, he has a very thick accent. I know, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing some of the things he's saying because I'm from the Midwest, and the Midwest has a very different accent. I don't know. What is that, scouse? What is the, I don't know. House, I'm sorry. Sorry, it's scouse, forgive me. You know what, I hate all of you. Okay, I hate all of you, whatever. How dare you? I had a revolution to not have to deal with this shit, okay? It's scouse. Okay, fine. Scouse, whatever. Guys, I'm sick and I'm a victim and you're victimizing me. It's not my fault that you're treating me this way and you're all homophobic. That's what it is. You're all homophobic. Okay, whatever. I'm going to keep watching this. This is pretty good.
Well, you can't see the Hezbollah looking at it going, for fuck's sake. Can we lie?
Can we what? That was good. For what I could understand, that was good. Doug, I swear to God, Antiva. Okay, that was funny. When my father went to police foundations, one of the interview questions was, do you like little boys? Are you serious? That is so fucked up, Sir Bart, dear God. You know, we might need that in America, though, right? Although then I don't think anyone would be a police officer. But anyway. That is insane, Sir Bart. Okay. Can we lie? Oh, is that what he said? Okay, whatever. See, look, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy just said it sounded like he said that. That's thus implying that Dolly Boy's like it sounded like he said that. Even Dolly Boy couldn't understand it. All right. Oh, I didn't see the subtitles. I was too busy reading you guys' chat. Whatever. You know what? I appreciate him. You know, I liked a lot of what he said. I thought it was funny. I'm sorry, guys. I had trouble hearing. Whatever. I'm a victim here. So Scouse is Liverpool accent. Okay. Scouse is Liverpool. Oh, I got you. It's the Liverpool accent. You know what? Let's look this up. Accents of the UK. Or I could do accents of England. Oops. All right. 20 British accents in one video. We're going to watch. We are going down this rabbit hole because all of you degenerates out there are humiliating me So we're going to go down this rabbit hole. is there a quicker video than a 20-minute one?
I'm going to give you a whirlwind tour of the United Kingdom in 20 different accents.
You watch Question Time, it's comedy. Do you want a wee bag with that?
It's hard to beat the Northern.
This is so rude.
At the Golden Globes, I met Jennifer Aniston.
I love you.
I'm the best MC in the country.
No, they're not. They are. I bet you any money they are.
I'm a massive
Sorry, okay, if I mock things, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be offensive, okay?
fan of the dictionary.
Drusilla, it's punishment. It's for you. I'm punishing you, Drusilla, specifically.
They're quite important things.
I'm going to match...
Oh, yes, so the queen. Right, look, I can do that. I can do the queen, too. Look at that. I can do the queen. Ugh.
Each accent with a
liquid alcohol and like I hate you.
famous person, show you a clip of them speaking, and then I'll teach you one pronunciation feature.
Okay, you know what? This is too long. This video is too long. Let's do a shorter one. Let's do a shorter one. Let's do this one. One woman, 17 British accents, okay?
The UK is incredibly diverse in terms of accents, and it just so happens that I can do many of these accents as my party trick. So come with me as I take you on a guided tour through all of the accents and archetypes of Great Britain.
Yay.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Thompson, and this is Anglophenia. And what I'm speaking right now is
Anglophenia. That sounds, ugh.
Received
It sounds like something sexual that I wouldn't want to hear what it is.
pronunciation, or, your standard BBC.
Calm down, Jonas.
English. It's spoken across the country, generally by upper middle, and upper class people. Think of Martin Freeman, Benedict Cumberbatch, or, most of the presenters of BBC News.
I missed it. What is it?
Now is RP. Received pronunciation, or, your standard BBC English. It's
Okay.
spoken across the country, generally by upper middle, and upper class people. Think of Martin Freeman, Benedict Cumberbatch, or, most of the presenters of BBC News. So, good evening. It's 9 o'clock and this is the news. I'm very important. Heightened RP is generally only spoken on film and television now. So, think of Nell Card or the Dodge account.
Oh, so heightened. So this is heightened. If I'm like this, then it's heightened. Is that correct? Heightened received pronunciation.
Countess in Downton Abbey. Oh, Gerald, I do love you, but you're so terribly, terribly poor. Now, London is the accent that most people outside of Britain can recognise, that classic...
Wait, what is that? I'm sorry, what is that called?
Now, London is the accent that most people outside of Britain can recognise, that classic lock, stock and two smoking barrels. Get out of my pub! Go on, get out of it!
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So that's a London accent.
Shut it, you tart! East Anglia is a flat, boggy kind of place with a flat, boggy kind of accent. I love to give you an example of somebody that comes from there that speaks like this, but they all lose this accent.
So it's really flat in East Anglia, is that right? I'm not doing that well, but okay. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to mock. I'm trying to feel it in my mouth. Okay, don't clip that either, but because that makes me understand it more.
As soon as I can. Stephen Fry's from Norfolk, but he doesn't speak like this because he's posh. Here's a kind of classic kind of East Anglia phrase. I done dropped my computer in the fan and it's broken. Now let's go across the island to the West Country, which is a much rounder sound. It's farmland full of sheep and cows and apples.
A rounder sound, okay.
Think of Sam Ganji from the Lord.
Oh, I love Sam Ganji. I love Sam Ganji.
The Rings or Hagrid from the Harry Potter movies. Oh, you bloody kids, get off my land! Or, oh, Mr. Frodo, don't let him turn me into anything unnatural. And then when you go down to Cornwall, it gets a little bit more piratey. So, hoist the mizzenmast, Squire Trelawney. Now, Southern Welsh is this great sing-songy kind of an accent. Think of Tom Jones or Richard Burton. Rage against the dying of the light. Bloody hell.
Rage against the dying of the light. Okay, so that's like Cornwall? All right.
I love Dylan Thomas. Northern Welsh is where the singer Duffy is from. It's a breath.
Wait, this is Welsh, isn't it? Isn't that Welsh? Isn't that like a Welsh accent?
A thicker kind of an accent. And most people from there speak Welsh at home and English is a second language. So, diolch yn fawr.
Yeah.
Now cross the country to the West Midlands and...
That was Southern Welsh, gotcha. I think it's interesting how didn't she say this is like Anglophrenia, but a lot of these aren't necessarily English accents, right? That's a Welsh accent. Or am I being too sensitive about this? I'm literally asking, is it
Are these all considered English accents, or like, isn't that a Welsh accent? I got you, Louise. So it's like, but there's different tones. I got you. Okay.
Birmingham, it's a very nasal kind of an accent, mostly on account of all the industry that went on in that area. Cat Daly, who presents So You Think You Can Dance, is from there, and so is Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, your boy, how do you hear all your boys say all the time? Like, Ozzy Osbourne is incomprehensible to me.
Now, Sharon, where's the bloody remote? Yeah, that voice that he does isn't because of drugs, it's just where he's from. Scouse is your classic Liverpool accent.
Scouse, there's Scouse.
The Beatles are from there, and so's Paul McGann. They were also made European Capital of Culture a couple of years ago by the EU, so don't tell me they're not cultured, alright? Up into Lancashire, and think of Christopher Eccleston or most of the cast of the Downstairs in Downton Abbey. Daisy, get those buns out the oven before they...
Guys, I didn't know, so I didn't know that, okay. I had trouble, I've often had trouble hearing the different accents in the UK, but I'm definitely hearing them now, and it's super interesting. I'm sorry I'm not saying much. I hope this is entertaining for everyone, because this stream's about me, really. It's about me being happy, not really about you being happy.
Burn. Oh, Mr. Bates. So, across the Pennines to Yorkshire, it's a much kind of flatter accent from Lancashire, and they
Yorkshire? Get ourselves a Yorkshire pudding.
Cut off a lot of the words. So I'm going to Pub Up Hill. Think of Sean Bean from Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, Sean Bean. Okay, why did I say oh yeah? Whatever. Sean Bean is cool.
Or Game of Thrones. One does not simply walk into Mordor. So in Northumberland and
One does not simply walk into Mordor. I can't even do his voice, but I love Lord of the Rings. You know what I mean, Outer Signal. I love Lord of the Rings.
Newcastle speaking a Geordie accent. So, think of the Geordie Shore or Carol Cole. Remember, she got fired from the X Factor because nobody could understand a word she was saying. Or Billy Elliot. All I want to do is dance ballet, but me dad makes me box. Edinburgh is the capital of Scotland. It's a very soft, maybe a little snooty kind of an accent.
Snooty?
Think of Ewan McGregor or Dame Maggie Smith as Professor McGonagall. That's 10 points taken from Gryffindor, Mr.
Oh, this is Scottish?
Potter. Glasgow is a much
Okay, but wait a minute. Is she gonna talk, isn't there like a Highland accent that's a bit different than the other accents? And like, maybe she'll mention it, but I thought there were like some slight different accents even up in Scotland.
Kind of an accent. Billy Connolly and Peter Capaldi are both from there. They cut off a lot of the words, so I haven't any butter, so I've got to go to the shop, And so up to the very north to the Highlands of Scotland.
There we go, there's the Highlands.
Think of Amy Pond from Doctor Who, or maybe Sir Robert Burns. The best laid plans of mice and men, gang after glee. Now let's go to Northern.
So Dolly Boy, which accent do you have? Do you have a Highland accent? I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious.
Ireland, and it's all about the vowels with the Northern Irish accent, like how now, brown cow. Liam Neeson is from there. I've got a very particular set of skills. I know he doesn't say it in that accent in the movie, but it sounds well cool, so And finally, Southern Ireland is obviously not a part of the United Kingdom, but I can do a Dublin accent, so let's just
Sir Bart.
do it. It's a pretty classic Irish accent with a lot of assonance to it. So Sinead O'Connor's from there. Nothing compares. Nothing compares.
Nothing compares.
To you. That is all from me.
I honestly, I don't think she did the Scotland accents as well. At least, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what a Scottish accent sounds like, but I felt like she was better at the English and Welsh accents.
Tell me if there's any British accents that I missed, because I love a challenge. Don't forget to subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Yeah, I thought so too, Dolly Boy. Like, it's weird. I can tell that she did a lot of them really well, but there were a few of them that I recognized that I'm like, she's not doing that quite right. Interesting. Okay, that was interesting. I didn't know. Okay, you know what? This is kind of fun. Let's look up another one here. U.S. accents. I just want to compare. There was actually a famous book written by an American historian called A Seed of Albion, and it was tracing how a lot of American accents directly come from different British accents. So like a lot of people like from Norfolk moved into Virginia. So the Virginian accent is kind of based off a Norfolk accent. It's really interesting. And like all across the United States. But let me see here, U.S. accents. I don't want to. Okay. Let's just do another short one here. Let's compare. American accents, Southern accents. So yeah, there's a lot of really. We'll do this one.
I never thought I had an accent, but everyone else told me I did, so I never really understood my accent. But we say soda pop, and that was weird, I guess.
That's interesting. So, okay, here we go. Zach, hey, well, thank you guys for the raid. So glad you're here, guys. Hello, folks. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Zach App. You're the best. Welcome, folks. Welcome to the goddamn clown show. So glad you're here. Yay. You guys, hello, guys. Hello, folks. Hi, guys. Welcome. So welcome to the Casual Revolt community, all right? Yeah, I know. We love Zach App. We raid Zach App all the time. We love Zach App. Zach App has some lovely content. I highly recommend people follow Zach App. But welcome, guys. So this is Casual Revolt. We do politics. We're lefties here. I'm a socialist. I'm a lefty. Okay, I'm a crazy homosexual lefty because I am very homosexual. And I'm also, I'm a jester. Okay, I'm a jester. So oftentimes you'll see me wearing a jester hat and jester collar because the job of jesters were to criticize kings. So we do a lot of criticism of people in power in here. Now, I will say you came in at an odd time because right now we are just watching a video about U.S. accents because we have people in here from all over the world. So we just watched a video about accents from the UK. Now we're watching a video about accents from the US, okay? Normally we do news, politics, we'll watch some videos, we'll have a grand old time, okay? Grand old time. But thank you so much for coming in here. Please follow me if you like the content. I'm trying to make the community bigger. All right, thank you. Jonas, thank you so much for the contribution, Jonas. You know I love that shit. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, hello, Texture Splunky. Hello, Texture Splunky. Welcome. Who else should I say hello to? I should hand out some boops. Thank you, Texture Splunky. I should hand out some boops. Who else has joined us? Anyone else cool joined us? I mean, you're all cool, of course, in my eyes. I love all of you as long as you're not, as long as you're not a Nazi, really, or too much of a lib. Hello, Bounce House. How are you, Bounce House? So glad you're here. So glad you're here. All right. Okay, just hang out a bit, guys. Let's talk here. Let's talk. Let's watch this video.
The great thing about Oklahoma is it's really this confluence of a whole bunch of different parts of the country. So the northern part of the state is really like the plains, so people kind of have that flat Iowa accent.
People always know I'm from the Midwest when I say bagel.
But if you get down south to the Little Dixie portion, it has a much more of a southern drawl.
Okay. Elongating those vowels a little bit and saying y'all every sentence.
Yeah, y'all. Just always hear y'all, right? Y'all this, y'all that, y'all. I say y'all sometimes.
How y'all doing today?
Y'all want to go to Waffle House? Come on over. We'll go to Waffle House.
It's just like real round in your mouth, and you're just like, hey y'all, how we doing tonight? Are you guys gonna go down to the game this weekend? I'm so excited. Like Joshua's doing real great this year.
Everybody.
Y'all come down to the Waffle House. Y'all.
It talks really slow, especially compared to New Yorkers.
Most New Yorkers are loud. You gotta fit your way into a conversation most oftentimes when you're in New York.
Vermont's accent is very unique, and it's hard to slip into unless you're talking to another person who grew up farming. But the phrase
I totally get it, Texture Splunky,
that I can say in my accent is always, oh sure, bud.
Oh, sure, bud.
People from California kind of have...
Oh my God, he's so Californian. They speak so slow, and it kind of has this Valley Girl accent. Zach App, you're right. Okay, yeah. You like that? Yeah, exactly. Very true, okay. That's, what would that city be from? Would that be from, that might be like a Detroit accent? I'm not sure. But there's but a lot of people from California, they do this slow shit where they're yeah, go down the 54th, and then you got to cross the street, and it's like this slow, you drawn out accent. And then you have the Valley Girl accent, which is you know what I mean, and you have to kind of raise up your voice at the end of every sentence, and it's kind of like this. What accent do I have, Matt Saiga? I have an Ohio accent. So in the United States, guys, the Midwest, which is where I'm from, is kind of you're right, outer signal, okay? How dare you, outer signal? The Midwest accent is kind of viewed as like the normal accent. That doesn't make sense, but it is. As a matter of fact, a lot of American news channels have their anchors try to speak in a Midwest accent because it's viewed as the neutral accent. However, guys, I will say, if you're in rural Ohio, it's a bit different. And occasionally, I say I will go into a rural Ohio accent, or I'll go into a Boston accent because I lived in Boston. So, like, if I say Boston, it kind of sounds like Baston. Okay, like welcome to Boston. I will sometimes say Boston instead of Boston. I say Boston. All right. Yeah, Boston. Or like I have trouble, one of my Ohio accent things, one of my rural Ohio accent things is that I say museum, as opposed to museum, I say museum. Okay, museum. All right. So like I do have some weird things. Okay. Yeah, I do. Guys, I have some weird Boston accent things. Okay. I have even trouble saying the word in a Midwest accent. I have to slow it down. Okay, let's go on here. I also drive like I'm from Boston, which means your life will flash before your eyes if you drive with me. Okay, yes. And by the way, guys, a great way to know if you're doing a Boston accent is just ignore the R's, okay? So instead of saying target, say target, okay? You're gonna go to the Target. I went down to Boston Yard and parked my car, okay? You remove, or don't ignore the R's. So, pack your car downtown, near Harvard Yard, all right? Which is like an upper class Boston accent, for example. All right. So anyway, moving on.
Of like, they say like.
Colorado doesn't
do
really
say
have
like.
a typical accent. Lots of people say that it has no accent, but you'll definitely get called out if you say Colorado. It's Colorado.
So I've been told from people in New York that my state has an accent. Some people go Chicago. I don't think we do.
There's parts that I can hear like a little bit of a twang and kind of sound like
They
this.
literally do. People from Chicago, yeah, LaQual, you guys, okay, whatever. You kind of have a Midwest accent. People from Chicago are always like, you go up to Chicago? Going up to Chicago? They do. They say Chicago. They don't say Chicago. And it's very true. They do.
Some people in New Mexico have accents, depending on what part of the state you're from. People in the South tend to sound
They do.
a little,
California people are like hella. They do say hella a lot.
a bit more like they could be from Texas.
Really wide syllables, really kind of drawn out phrases.
It's a little sing.
That's so true. She sounds like a Texan accent, Everything's bigger than Texas. Let's go bomb Iraq. I'm George W. Bush. Okay, I can't even do it very well, but you know how it is, right? Let's go get that oil, boys. Yeah! That would be more of a Texan accent, okay? Though I guess that could be more of like a Southern accent too. Whatever, it's fine.
Songy, like a little bit Valley Girl almost. I'm from New Mexico and I love eating burritos.
You wanna go skiing up on mountain?
Pass me those taters.
I don't know, I mean, like, there's cowboys.
Yeah, did someone say oil? Let's go get them, boys. Woo! Okay, but then, of course, just be careful. If you're black and you try and join that raiding party, they're not going to be too happy. Let's put it that way. It is the South after all.
There's horses. I don't know, because I don't feel like I have an accent.
I went home a couple of years ago and was watching home videos of my sister and I, and we had to do a weather forecast as little kids, and we'd be
By the way, guys, on a side note, we do know that Texas was originally an independent state. Okay, it was an independent state. It literally had its own government. It was an independent nation, and it got mad. It ended up. It used to be part of Texas. I mean, part of Mexico. But the Texans got mad because they were worried that the Texans, they were worried that the Mexicans would take away their right to own slaves. So that's one of the big reasons they had the Texan Revolution was because they wanted to keep their slaves. And so Texas is a horrific state, and the Mexicans should have won that war. But unfortunately they didn't, because the United States went to war against Texas to help Texas. But Texas has always been awful. It's always been an awful state, okay? That's where the worst people come from. All right. Now, I will say some of the big cities of Texas, including Austin, Dallas, and shit, they have a lot of lefties and shit there. But overall, it's a real crap state. I got to tell you, a lot of oil, a lot of other nonsense. I am judgmental because they're lunatics in Texas. A lot of homophobia and shit. Okay. Hello, Maddie Holmes. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for the contribution. You're the best. I love you very much, Dolly Boy. You know I love you. I love you so much, Dolly Boy. Yeah. Okay. I am generalizing Matt Saiga because it's just factually true. Texas is trash, okay? I have been there.
There's a big hurricane coming from the left coast, but don't worry because we don't know that it's coming. And people would be like, what are you saying?
I can put on the, you gotta park the car and hop and give the guy a quarter for some chowder.
There's a Massachusetts Boston accent, okay? Honestly, some of these people aren't that great at doing the accents, but whatever. Got to put the shower? Yeah, thank you, okay.
That's a standard Boston accent right there.
Any ER would have an AH at the end.
It's kind of like Boston, but cooler and a bit more drunk. Like, we gotta go up to Baja, but to get some lobster supper.
My mom has
That's so true. You gotta go up to Baja and get some lobster supper. Kind of sounds like a JFK. Kind of like you're talking like JFK. Now, here's the thing, though, folks. You got to see that Maine used to be a part of Massachusetts. So it makes sense that Mainers kind of sound like they're from Massachusetts because they have an accent that is very similar to Massachusetts. Well, of course, they used to be part of Massachusetts. That just makes sense.
It's kind of strange.
Yeah, she said something exactly, Louise. The Boston accents are hard to understand. No, Paul Squaw, I'm not even joking. A lot of, like, 1950s movies, that's called an Atlantic accent, but they sound very similar to a Maine accent, I gotta tell you. Hello, level 269 NB. So glad you're here. Welcome. I love your little kangaroo. It's fantastic. Yeah, the transatlantic accent. It sounds pretty similar to the Maine accent. It really does.
Half French Canadian, half Boston accent that sounds like peanut characters.
It does.
Womp, womp.
Well, if you're from North Dakota, you've got some long O's.
Oh yeah, you betcha.
Yeah, hang on to your R's a little too.
It gets a little bit thicker the older you are. Your grandma sounds a little bit like this. Your mom might be a little bit softer.
I'm from Wisconsin. Go Pack Go. It kind of gets like up here. Go Pack. I say big. I have some eggs in a bag.
The best example of the Wyoming accent I feel like I've ever seen was in Brokeback Mountain. One curve in the road.
That's weird. I don't know how that happened. How did that happen, guys? How did that? You had to wait 10 minutes? That's interesting. I wonder what happened there. That's not supposed to happen. Maybe I have a setting off. Whatever. Sorry, guys, if you couldn't say anything. All right. Let's see here. I do like headsets. You should join. Zach App Raid. Hello, Costan Sign. Welcome, guys. Welcome, Costan Sign. All right. Really? Okay. My mistake. I must have a setting going on. I will fix that in the future, but thank you guys for rating, etc.
And they missed it.
You're from New Jersey? Welcome, Rotary Boys. I used to live in Boston, so I'm not from New Jersey. I'm in Ohio right now, but...
If you live in Washington State, no one ever says they have an accent. They all think they speak pretty normal, which is kind of true.
Just kind of middle of the road. Sort of like Delaware itself.
But they also kind of have like a country hit kind of thing to them.
That's
so they'll
true.
say like, Worshington, like I'm gonna wash my hands, and you're like, worsh? What kind of a word is that?
We pronounce our T's as D's, so we say like Connecticut instead of Connecticut.
I feel like Michigan's typical accent is very nasally. Hi, like that type of vibe.
Yeah, hi. So no, Maddie Holmes, literally the American like standard accent that's used in a lot of like news channels and stuff is your accent. Okay, is your accent, which is like Kansas and things like that. Okay, a lot of Midwesterners have what's called a neutral accent. Even if it's not neutral, but that's how it's viewed in a lot of ways. Yeah, exactly, Maddie Holmes.
Oh, if I'm from like Northside Kauai, I'm going to sound something like this.
People say that us Marylanders have accents, but I don't think we have an accent.
Idaho doesn't
You do have an accent.
have a really distinct accent.
There's no accent in Indiana.
This might be very...
Yeah, there's an accent in Indiana. I lived in Indiana. Indiana's very much it's kind of an accent like this. It's a very rural accent. See, I will say this video is a bit biased. You know why? You know why it's a bad accent? I mean, why this video is biased a bit? Because there is a pretty big separation between rural accents and city accents. So if you go to Indiana, if you go to a rural area, which is most of Indiana, Indiana's a very rural area, you'll typically hear voices like this. They kind of have a rural accent. Just like this. Now, if you go to a city in Indianapolis, like if you go to Indianapolis, it'll probably sound like this. It'll sound like more of it'll sound like a city accent. It'll just sound like a regular accent. So this is an interesting video in how it is not showing the rural accents. It's kind of a classist in that way, I guess you could say.
Bias, but I really don't think we have an accent.
I don't hear it, but I get reminded
New
of it when I
Jersey.
travel.
I mean, I think this is normal.
It's a perfect
Yeah, rural. That's exactly how it's pronounced. Rural. That's how they pronounce it.
neutral Pacific Northwest tone. Sarah Palin does not have a typical Alaska accent. She's not really from there. She grew up in, I don't know, Kansas or something.
My husband laughs at me because I say wolf instead of wolf.
Our accents are all over the place.
The first one that comes to my
Missouri. So it's Missouri, but people in Missouri will pronounce it as Missouri. Okay, we have some people from Missouri in here, right? Or they'll call it Mizzou.
head is a Latino one. Me voy a coger un cortadito.
There's the St. Louis accent where we say certain things like quarters and water.
Quarters.
Where I'm from, they like to say Hena or Mayan. That shirt over there is Mayan. From Philly, they like to say wooder and use guys.
Texture
but
flunky,
in
hilarious.
Pittsburgh, instead of use guys, they say yins. What are you?
Yeah, water. By the way, there's also words that are different. So like if you're on the East Coast, you will say the bubbler. So like if you're in Boston, you know, I'm thirsty. I got to go take a drink at the bubbler. Okay, you got to go to the bubbler. The bubbler, which is what they call water fountains. But if you're in Ohio, you call them water fountains. Okay, so there's a bunch of different words for things too. That'll be very confusing. All right. Be very confusing for folks. By the way, please, guys, please join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and at the bottom of the YouTube chat. Please join it. We have a fast-growing community on there, and it's great. It's fantastic. Lovely community. All right, let's continue.
Doing?
North Carolina it's an interesting accent. It's just got a little bit of a drawl.
It's a little lazier.
Just very slow pace, very good, very nice.
There's Charleston, South Carolina, which is more like this. It's more smooth. It might have a daughter named Darcy.
Yeah,
and then you
South
got the real
Carolina.
squeak.
I gotta tell you, folks, you have a nice little Southern accent. You gotta come up to the porch for a little lemonade. That's how people in the South sound. They have very drawn out accent like this. It's very slow. And if you're from Georgia, you gotta go to Georgia. Come down to Georgia and have a rest here on my porch. Okay, that's a Georgia accent. Now I will say, folks, if you okay, now so that's like a Georgia accent. There is do we all know there's a word that, I don't know, is this considered a slur on Twitch? I don't give a shit. Honky, if anyone's ever heard the word honky, it's a derogatory term for white people. I don't really give a shit. But there's like this word that a lot of black Americans use for white people called honkies. And that's because, down to say, have a real honky accent. There are some places that I can't even do it very well. White people sound like they're like honking like a duck or like a goose. So like, how the hell, well, south. It's like a honk, honk, honk kind of a sound, okay? I know I'm really bad at doing this. But like, okay, like, welcome to the South. You see what I mean? I can't do it. Whatever. Fuck all of you, okay? I hate all of you. Whatever. I was a theater kid, okay? I was a theater kid. I should be able to do this better. Okay. Anyway, so that's where the word honky comes from, okay? Yeah, all right. And it's true.
Squealy Southern accent, and then you just got the very just.
Yeah, like Foghorn Leghorn. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? God bless.
How you doing?
You have some good day.
Welcome
now.
to the sale. I didn't like that much, guys. You guys need to hear a West Virginia accent. Let me show you. They didn't even do a West Virginia accent very well. West Virginia accent is like interesting. West Virginia mountain accent, okay?
So what does it mean to be a hillbilly in linguistics? Or Appalachian Billy referred to divergence, their own dialective clip for you. And when you're listening to it, listen to how she says stir.
Here we go.
And he went upstairs, we stayed upstairs, slept upstairs. And Richard's brother slept in one room upstairs and we slept in the other room. And my radio come up missing one day and he had a box that he'd made himself and had it out in the hall.
It might sound kind of like a Southern accent, but
You hear that? That's a West Virginia accent. Okay. All right. There we go. All states are made up. Yes, they are. Okay, kind of. They are kind of made up. Yeah, there you go, Texture Splunky. It daggum came up missing. Exactly. That's exactly how people from West Virginia sound. Okay. Well, okay, what are you complaining about, Matt Saigai? Matt Saigai's like, oh, so we do multiple videos for American accents, but only one for UK accents. American exceptionalist. No, Matt Saigai. It's because the American video was incompetent, lazy, and not well done, which is a very American thing. So obviously we had to watch another one that was like a West Virginia accent, okay? Because the UK video was at least high quality, all right? Screw you. I hate all of you, okay? Okay. All right. So guys, you know, okay, you know what? Let's find something else to watch. We get the idea. We all like accents, right? Yeah, you're right, Dolly Boy. The UK one had terrible Scottish accents. Okay? They did. They did. All right, they did. Maddie Holmes, how dare you? Okay, I am not a drama kid, okay? Although I am a little bit of a drama kid. You all know that. Yeah, you're right, Jonas. You don't matter. We had a whole revolution to kick you guys out of here. So, whatever. Bye. Bye, British people. All right, anyway. I'm just kidding. I love you all. I love you all my UK friends and family out there, okay? And, okay. Again, how dare you? I hate all of you, all right? Okay, guys, anyway, I love you all very much. All right. African American vernacular English. There you go. All right. That's fair, Maddie Holmes. I accept the challenge. I will try to prove to you I'm a drama kid. Okay. Britsland, my family. There you go, Textures Plunky. All right. There's a lot of people from the UK in here, folks. That's why I am empowered to yell at everyone. Okay. No, it's not, Dodongo. The USA is not cooler. What do you mean? The USA is an imperialist empire that's evil and it attacks everyone. By the way, that's true. You're right about that, Louise. I hope you know I'm joking. No, Outer Signal. I'm not going to try a transatlantic accent. I don't think I can do it very well, Outer Signal. How dare you? I'll have to practice my transatlantic accent. Okay. So, yeah, Mayflower Kid, I'm not mocking people because of their accents, but I will if you want me to, Mayflower Kid. Okay? I'm going to put my face up. Give me a second. I'm putting up my face. Hey, I'm back. I'm back. All right, the USA is laughably stupid and fucked up. That's accurate. Okay, that's accurate. So please don't disparage the US. I'm sure it does, Jonas. Guys, for the people that are rating, this community is full of very patriotic Americans. You know, all the Americans in here love the United States. We bleed red, white, and blue. We really can't help it. You cut us, if we get cut like blue, red, white, and blue pours out of our arm because we just love America so much. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Okay, there we go. Okay, good. Anyway, we don't, by the way. We're not a fan of the evil empire. All right, so moving on, the non-democratic evil empire. Down with the great Satan, of course. So, Matt Saigai, I see you saying GeoGuessr. Maddie Holmes, I am a drama kid. Okay, I am a drama kid. All right, I'm not high, Mayflower Kid. I'm not high, at least not right now. That's for after stream, because that'll help me. Cope. All right. Yes, Texture Splunky, you're talking about my sword. Excuse me, that sword is a sword from the Civil War that was been passed down in my family for generations. And the name of that sword is Chainbreaker, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. I'm not even joking. It is a real Civil War sword, okay? So how dare you? All right, how dare you? Okay. Thank you, Texture. See, Texture? I've convinced you. All right. Anyway, it's supposed to have been symbolic of the revolution I think that is needed in this country, if that makes sense. All right. Okay. Chainbreaker. All right. Yeah, I know, Maddie Holmes. I need to get like something for it to protect it. I need to protect it. Yes, you can. Hello, sweet Pyro of Cairo. So glad you're here. All right. Okay, guys. I'll need to change the 10-minute thing. We get a lot of, if you guys can't tell, I'm a raging homosexual. So we often get a lot of trolls in here trolling me from how I sound. So that's why I do the 10-minute thing, but I could make it shorter, okay? Don't worry, Matt Saigai, I'm not leaving yet. Okay. So, let's see here. What else should we do, folks? I have some videos we could watch. I could actually go over to, let's go to the Discord. Let's see what we got over here. Ooh, what's this? Oh my. Oh my. Why the left always loses? Probably because of the liberals. Okay, let's watch. let's watch this. So we have here, this was sent to us by, who was it sent to us by? This was sent to us by, I already lost it. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. This was sent to us by Louise. And I think someone else too. It was sent to us by more than one person. Hannah Spencer versus the pissheads in Parliament. So we'll watch this. I am curious. I keep hearing positive things. Sir Bart, I am not going to say that. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Okay, anyway. The new InfoWars. We could watch the new InfoWars video. That'd be kind of fun, right? We all love Alex Jones here, right? Okay. All right. So let's watch this. This is from Louise, and I think from some other people from the UK. And this is about Hannah Spencer, who I guess is an MP. Is she a liberal? Is she a lib? Is she libbed up? Whatever the case, she fights against corruption in Parliament, I guess. I don't know much about her. Regardless, we'll watch a bit, okay? She's Green Party. Oh, even better. Okay, so she's Green Party. That's fantastic. It's probably the best. Okay, she's a Green. So we'll see what she says. Apparently, she's always getting into it with members of Parliament, which is fun. Gotta love that. Okay. Can't believe he was able to maintain that impression. What impression, Dodongo? What impression? Okay, what impression? Okay, everyone ready? Let's watch. One of Polanski's big allies. Okay, let's watch.
One of the news stories this week that really caught my attention.
So what is her accent, folks?
Hannah Spencer of the Green Party. She wrote that she was kind of disturbed by the fact that a lot of people were like going in to vote while smelling of alcohol and cigarettes. This really interested me because it's almost like a kind of like fly on the wall perspective here, because she is someone that comes from a, you know, like a tradey background. She's not got this kind of like born to rule pony attitude where you get turfed out of Oxbridge after studying PPE.
Wait, is she a turf? Did she? I missed what she said. I heard the word turf. She isn't a turf, right? Ain't no way. I'm talking about no turf. I'm guessing it's not a turf, right? She's not a turf, I'm hoping. Is she a turf? Please don't tell me she's a turf. TERF. Trans exclusionary radical feminist. Is she a turf? Oh, she's not a turf? Okay, thank God. All right. Sometimes it's hard to tell with UK politicians because sometimes, like, they'll be like, oh, that's a really good point of view. And then the next moment, they'll be squealing about, like, let's kill all the trans people. And it's just kind of dark. Okay, so I'm just making sure. Okay.
And then you feel like your job is to like rule over the little people or go into a cushy job in Parliament. And if you at that, then you will go and work for the Mail. And then you might even go from the Mail to the cushy little job in Parliament. You know, that kind of like having a go at some of the most important jobs that you can have in the country. And then you get someone like Hannah Spencer going into Parliament who has never encountered it before. You know, she's like, well, this is fucking weird. Why is there loads of subsidized bars where someone...
Yeah, so she's basically realizing reality, okay? So this is, I appreciate her because she's actually called out how, like, there's rampant drinking and drug use in Parliament. But guys, the elites, like even the United States, the elites get away with this shit, right? They get away with this shit all the time. There was an incident in Congress, of course, where they found like a bunch of cocaine, okay? And of course, all of the American elites are a bunch of pedophiles who get away with, you know, molesting children all the time, and nothing ever happens to them. God bless this country. Never held anyone accountable, you know, because that's a core American value, folks, is letting pedophiles get away with shit. So yeah, Matt Gaetz, all the people in the Epstein files, you know, no one was held accountable. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's America. Do you expect the elites to be held accountable for anything? Regardless, I am proud of her. I am proud of her for at least standing up to this shit. And I really wish we could have maybe at least one person in the USA that does push back against these things. Yeah. Okay. Correct, Matty Holmes. He got kicked out by his own people. Okay. Didn't mean to need to be so modded. What do you mean? You weren't modded. What do you mean? I don't think you're modded. Maybe you were. I don't know. Maybe we need to fix some of the things in chat here.
The richest people in the country who are on excessively high salaries are getting to have subsidized food and, you know, getting tanked. I think it's something like 7 bars in the Palace of Westminster. It's even called a fucking palace. She's seeing things, I think, that other people wouldn't normally see. I don't know, it's almost as if they're conditioned to accept this as normal. And this is one of the biggest problems that we have.
Maybe I need to fix the automod, folks, because again, I've only been doing this for like 9 months or so, so I still need to figure out how some of the what the best settings are for this shit, but we'll figure it out.
With politics in this country, you know, don't touch it, don't mention it, don't point out the thing that is objectively mad. And before you even get onto that, you've got the fact that traces of cocaine were found on most surfaces in the Palace of Westminster, in the toilets, in offices, the area in which we watch PMQs take place. Gack everywhere. These are the people making our fucking laws.
See, oh my God, because I got to tell you, oh my God, why can't... sorry, that sounded sexual. But like, can we... Like, I wish this was the issue we were having in America right now, right? Like, our issue in America is that we have fascists who are in power. And we don't have a democracy. It's an oligarchy run by the elites and the bourgeois, et cetera, okay? And, like, I wish that, like, our big issue... I know, Matt Saigai, same thing in the UK, same thing in the UK. But, like, right now, Matt Saigai, let me put it this way. I wish that the debate right now in the US is, like, maybe we should punish legislators who are drinking and using cocaine. But, like, we don't even talk about that anymore. Like, no one gives a shit. It's like, we don't even punish them if they're pedophiles, okay? You see what I mean? Like, okay, I wish we were... Anyway, I know the UK's having some big issues. I'm just saying. You see what I mean? I think you guys know what I mean. And, like, we're having to stop our country or, like, trying to prevent it from doing imperialist wars of aggression, which is what we do all the time anyway. You know what I mean? Okay.
As Al points out, like, no one was ever charged or drug tested. Rolling in whilst off their knockers, 4 whiskeys deep, and then just stumbling into the chamber. She pointed it out, and the backlash was insane. There were people going, oh, well, you know.
Exactly, LaQual. If I wish that our politicians were only having coke-fueled orgies, right? Like, at least then, at least, like, okay, guys, I'm not trying to be an American exceptionalist here. You all know what I mean. I'm not trying to downplay. This is horrific that this happens in the UK and stuff, right? But, like, if I could trade a bunch of coke-fueled sex parties in Congress for, I would rather we not be evil imperialists and fascists, right? I'd rather have the coke-fueled sex parties and alcoholics in Congress than have the imperialism and, the fascism and stuff. Now, obviously, I would rather have neither, and they often come together. But do you see what I mean? I'm only being a bit hyperbolic here. I'm actually being whatever, it's fine. You guys get my point, right? You get my point.
We work long hours. So do fucking surgeons. Like, what, you think that
Oh, I know, Paul Squad. Do you guys remember? Okay, do you the Paul Squad, if we had those 2 Senate staffers, yeah, that was all over the gay community, by the way. The gay community was all over that shit. There was that video of those 2 Senate staffers that had a sex in the Senate chamber. Yeah, 2 gay Senate staffers had sex in the Senate hearing in the Senate building, and it was put all over the internet. Yeah, okay. Surgeon,
because they're working long hours in the NHS, trying to fix people's brains. Like, well, it's a tough job. You won't want to see your surgeon stumbling into theatre. Oh, it's all right. He's been working a long day. He's just had 7 rums. Like, let me at the brain. It's just it's mental.
Hey, at least it was rum and not gin. I'm not a fan of gin. I support it more if they're drinking rum and not gin, because gin just tastes like potpourri, in my opinion.
Midwife. Imagine trying to give birth, like legs up in the stirrups, and like the midwife's just like half eating a kebab, just like I don't know, try harder to shove it out of you. Firefighter, yeah. Imagine them like turning up to the fire and just like they're so pissed that they're just drinking from the hose, pointing the fire hose in completely the wrong direction from the house. Leaning. But it's not just that, it's the hypocrisy of them. They're like, oh, the Green Party want to legalise all drugs. Look, mate, other countries have legalised drugs in an effort to stop making addiction a criminal issue, because it doesn't work. We
Correct.
discovered like over a decade ago that the war on
Yeah, guys, to be clear, guys, I know that there's a debate going on here. For those who don't know, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but just to show that, just, I don't know, whatever. I went to graduate school for history. I was getting a PhD in history and stuff. You're absolutely right, Texture Splunky. Unfortunately, yes. The TERF actually TERFs actually are a subset of the feminist movement. It isn't like I am a feminist, by the way, but it actually came out of the feminist movement. It was a subset of feminists. If you look at the historical origins of the idea of a TERF, of the TERF ideology, it grew out of feminism. Now, am I saying that it is like a good form of feminism? No, there are forms of feminism that are much. Feminism. It's not the kind of feminism I believe in. Let's put it that way. Okay. How dare you, Sir Bart? Okay, at all. All right.
drugs doesn't work because you're dealing with people that are addicted, and addiction is complicated and it has many reasons, not least poverty and mental health conditions and trauma. And the Green Party wanting to, I think, decriminalise in an effort to actually curb a problem that has existed for years, and criminalisation has not helped with it, doesn't mean that they're going to be like, right,
yeah,
kids.
You're absolutely right, Maddie Holmes. They are disavowed and ostracized by like other feminist groups, yes.
Last day of school, great. Now off to your crack lesson. Jimmy in the park here is going to show you how to like knock up some crack. And they're like, oh, it's it's hard work. We're only paid like,
how dare you, Sir Burr? I've always been political. How dare you?
like 91 grand a year plus expenses.
Won't someone think of the millionaires and the billionaires?
Because what we've got to do is walk into a really ornate fucking room and make a vote. got to pass this bill. It's such a hard job. Lots of jobs are very difficult. We want your GP 7 gins deep. Going, oh, don't fucking know, mate. Could be anything. Could be cancer. Could be benign. So this is why they don't want working class people.
So 76% of Brits believe it is unacceptable for MPs to drink alcohol. Well, of course.
In positions of power, because they peek behind the curtain.
Yeah, lurking.
And they're like, what the
Dodonga, what's wrong with you? Gin is terrible.
Is going on in this?
That is a sign of a moral failing on your part, Dodonga, that you don't like gin.
Weird toff factory. This isn't normal. And then all the toffs are like, well, it's fine. It's fine. It's just always been this way. Before, what is it, like 30 years ago, you could still get pissed up and drive.
Honestly, guys, can I say something that's going to be kind of a hot take? I really don't care if a lot of working class people are drunk while they're working. I got to tell you that now, admittedly, there's certain fields where perhaps that's not a good idea, just for your own safety and for other safeties, right? Like, I don't know that a teacher should be raging drunk, or like, a surgeon should be raging drunk. But like, there are certain like, but like, come on, with how oppressed people are, like, what do you blame? Do you blame some people for getting drunk while they're working? Like, listen, I am not, yeah, I'm not saying that, Paul Squall. Like, if you have, wait, guys, if you have a job where it's dangerous, okay, if it's really dangerous to do that, then you shouldn't do it, okay? But like, you see my point, like, sometimes, like, it's always oppressing the working class, right? The wealthy can get drunk all the goddamn time when they're quote unquote working, when they're really not working. They're just exploiting your labor to get rich. But like, to like always be, tut working class, you have to slave away harder and you have to make more profit for the owners. And how dare you have a drink while you're suffering and experiencing deep alienation for your work? It just kind of sits wrong with me. Now, no, I am not Mayflower Kid. I am not promoting everyone go get sloshed as they're working, okay, at all. I'm just saying, I feel like we're overdoing it, okay? I did not say that, Matt Saigai. How dare you? All right, Maddie Holmes, you can't tell me Mark Rubio wasn't as coke swiping his gun. Oh, of course he was, Maddie. So it's the double standard, guys. Now, I will say, if everyone were to stop and agree to stop, okay, or if there were democratic ownership over the means of production, like co-ops or some shit like that, all right, whatever it may be, then maybe I'd be more okay with like judging this shit, all right? You see what I mean? By the way, I know so many people, guys. I was a teacher. You all know this, right? Do you know how many teachers get high after work? Like, listen, I am not saying it's good to be a teacher and be high at work or anything, but there are a lot of people who are high at work, like marijuana, like a lot, okay? And they do fine. They do fine because it helps them get through the day. Otherwise, they won't have a job, and they will die or they won't be able to survive. Anyway, so that's my just letting you know. I think we're overly sensitive about this shit, okay? Is that no, Matt Saigai, dear God, I was fired because I said that Israel was doing a genocide. That's why I was you know that, Matt Saigai. Okay. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, just saying, and that while the tech bros, correct, while the tech bros, by the way, are doing like what's that shit thing called? I'm having a mind blank. The horse tranquilizer. While they're all doing all these other drugs and shit. Yeah, how dare you, LaCroix? Okay. Um, ketamine, thank you. They're always doing ketamine and shit. Oh, I'm sure, Matt Saigai. Well, thank you. Yeah, may I ask which class you were teaching? Oh, I was teaching social studies, Maddie Holmes. Oh, I don't want to go through this whole story, but yeah, I was fired because I said that Israel was doing a genocide. I was in a school that was very Zionist, all right? And I didn't realize they were going to be very Zionist until October 7th happened. And then they literally started doing tons of Zionism. Like they brought in a member of the IDF to speak to students. Okay. Okay. No, by the way, Batty Holmes, I'm okay saying it again, all right? Yeah, totally, Maddie Holmes. They had someone from the IDF come to speak to students. There was propaganda all over the walls talking about how great Israel was and shit. And I lost my mind because, guys, I am not pro-genocide and I'm not pro-Nazi. And there's no difference between a Zionist and a Nazi in my eyes. And I studied the Nazis in grad school. So I ended up, one of the rules was you're not allowed to talk about, I was told I couldn't talk about Israel to my class. I was a social studies teacher, but they said that the only people that could talk about Israel were the theology teachers. I would walk by the theology teacher's room and they'd be talking about how Muslims are evil. They would be literally saying things like that. And they would be saying things like, well, yeah, not all Muslims are bad, but, sometimes, a lot of them, though, are to blame. And so if a lot of them die, it's really their fault. Now, that's not an exact quote, but that's pretty close to it. So what I ended up doing is I started losing my mind at this school. And I decided to make a YouTube video where I talked about Israel doing a genocide. And one of the very Zionist parents from the school found out about it, told the principal, and the principal called me in and basically forced me to resign. They said that we're either going to fire you and not give you a good recommendation for a future job, or you can resign and walk away. And I made the mistake of walking away because I probably should have sued or something, but I needed the money, okay? I could not afford to get into this legal battle and shit. So yeah, that's how I lost my job. And ever since, that's why I've been doing this. That's why I've been doing this for about 10 or 11 months now, or not 9, I don't know, not between 9 and 11 months is because I started doing this full time. But anyway, so that's why I'm here now with all of you. Yay! All right. Okay. Anyway, so moving on. But that's my story. So that's why I lost my job. Yeah, literally, I don't know. It's been 9 to 11 months. I'm not quite sure. It's been 9, 10, or 11 months. I need to check. All right. Right. So yeah, guys, that's why I'm here now. I know maybe a lot of you didn't know that story. But yeah, so that's why I lost my job. And so, yeah. All right. So moving on. Because guys, as you know, one of my biggest things is I'm not a fan of Nazis. Okay. And Zionists are Nazis. And thank you, Texture Splunky. Really, thank you for giving for that gifted membership. Anyway. Okay, guys. So let's continue here. Gladly, Outer Signal. I could easily do that. So Outer Signal says, I would love a presentation on you by how money infiltrated and upturned the U.S. legal system easily. When I was in grad school, guys, when I was in grad school, I was literally, my dissertation that I was writing, I didn't finish it for a number of reasons, but I was writing on the development of systems of social control in the 20th century United States. So my whole area of research was the history of how the elites and the powerful sort of tried to rig the system in their favor. So that, yeah, I could easily present on that. I could easily present on the how money flooded the system. Anyway, okay. All right, guys, let's continue here. We'll keep watching this.
With no seatbelts. And that's mad to us now. Getting cunted at the pub and then driving the car home. That's essentially what these MPs are doing when they're getting off their knockers. Oh, hang on, we've got camo 68123. Right, this is brilliant. It's quite good when there's not many mods. Leave him, Alex, because I need to work with this. Working class Hannah, cosplaying as a plumber and appeasing Islamists. I wish you were more camo, because then I wouldn't be able to see you. Like, cosplaying. Yeah, I'm sure all of her former customers will go, yeah, she was cosplaying really well when she was sorting out my heating system. Islamists. I assume by Islamists.
Oh my God, I hate that. God, it's just like, I hate how, thank you, Dolly Boy, for doing that. I hate how, like, Islamophobia is, like, the only form of acceptable. Okay, anyway, it's like, seems to be like one of those things that's super acceptable to people. It's like you can just be casually Islamophobic and no one gives a shit. Same thing with towards trans people, though I think it's, yeah, trans people and Muslims you can be super horrible to and no one cares. Anyway.
You're not just referring to broadly the general peace-loving billions of people that are actually Muslim, and you're referring to, I don't know, the ISIS branch. Okay, so let's just say you're referring to the ISIS branch there. They're renowned for loving women and gay men, especially gay Jewish men, aren't they? So they're going to be right behind the Greens. The Greens won the popular vote.
What about Jewish? What? I'm sorry. I missed that part. I'm going to go back a little bit. I didn't hear what she said.
They're going to be right behind the Greens.
Oopsie. Who's going to be right behind?
Okay. So let's just say you're referring to the ISIS branch there. They're renowned for loving women and gay men, especially gay Jewish men, aren't they? So they're going to be right behind the Greens. The Greens won the popular vote in...
Oh, I got you. Okay, I see. Okay, I got it. I get what she's saying. She's being sarcastic, okay? No, I got it, Matt. That's what I thought she was, but I wanted to be clear.
The Gorton and Denton by-election by a country mile. This is the factual analysis, Mr. Camo, who I wish I couldn't see. You don't win with a swing like that. I'm going to find my notes on this because it was like unbelievable. I feel like I'm doing a Russell Brand. Asaya.
Search for. Oh my God, that was so humiliating. The Russell Brand thing. That was hilarious. Oh my God, that I had so many good dreams because of that. Watching Russell Brand suffer was like brought me so much joy. Yeah, wasn't it Textra Plunky? Oh my God, I was like, oh my God, I loved it so much.
Where's the passage?
Totally, Paul Squaw. He really ought to be put in prison.
In the Bible that stops me looking like a fucking nonce. Okay, Mr. Camo.
I love her. She is great.
She got 40.7% of the vote share, for fuck's sake. That's not sectarian voting. That is a broad popular vote. That was a 26.4% swing. Fuck me. You remember Peter Snow from the old days who used to do the swingometer? He would have come in his pants.
No, I don't. That's a British reference I don't understand. Dolly boy, you're English. Would you explain it to me?
At a swing like that. He'd have been standing there trying to kind of like sum up the swing, going, oh. What Reform did was sectarian voting because they only targeted the lower educational attainment.
Nothing, Dolly boy, nothing. Never mind.
Aspect of the vote. The poorest areas, the indoctrination.
For those who don't know, I'm bullying Dolly Boy because Dolly Boy is Scottish, and so I always insult Dolly Boy by calling him English.
People, the vulnerable people, whereas Hannah Spencer and the Greens won hearts and minds across the board, objectively. When are you going to condemn Islamic extremism and terrorism?
Oh my God!
Didn't realise I had to.
Yeah.
Mate.
Do you or like guys? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas texture? Do you condemn Hamas outer signal? What about you, Matt Saigai? Do you condemn Hamas? Maddie Holmes, I bet you better condemn Hamas. You're all anti-Semitic, don't you? Aren't you condemning Hamas? Anyway, okay. You know, you all hear that all the time. Okay. Yeah. I don't condemn Hamas. I don't condemn Hamas. Right? Like just like I don't condemn the slave uprisings in the United States during the 19th century, okay? Because why would I condemn a massive slave uprising, okay? Yeah, even some of the slaves who rose up in the United States against the owning class, they killed some innocent people. Okay, they kill, if you want to view it that way, they killed some children, some white children, and some women. But yet, I still would feel kind of weird going, oh my God, did you see what these enslaved people did? Oh my God, look what they did. They killed these children. They rose up and they killed their slave owners and they killed a child. They're so evil and horrible. Well, what do you expect to happen? Okay, you do years and years and years of murder, years and years and years of murder and killing and abuse. You're going to make people rise up against you. And so really the people to blame for the innocent deaths during those slave uprising are the slave owners. So anyway, you guys see what I'm saying, right? Like, it's stupid. It's stupid. Yeah, the Nat Turners of Palestine, literally. Okay? Yeah. You know, October 7th. Oh, I don't even want to talk about it. Okay, like, oh, yeah, it was terrible. Whatever. I don't care. Okay, but like, what do you expect? And by the way, history didn't start on October 7th. All right? History didn't start then. Okay? All right. Anyway, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay? I'm going to lose my goddamn mind.
It's objectively bad, isn't it? I don't go around being asked to condemn rapists and murderers because it's objectively bad. I don't sit around going, oh yeah, I fucking love terrorism. Like one of my favourite things, you know. I just love seeing the destruction and the chaos of people that are completely innocent being blown apart because of religious fundamentalism. I dislike all extremism.
You know what's, I'm sorry. You know what's funny, guys? You know what's funny? I love how all this talk of a religious fundamentalism, okay? We do know that the United States is run by a Christian death cult, right? I'm not exaggerating. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, since that's what we call that department now, don't you love our fascist government, folks? Believes that by the Jews returning to the Holy Land in the Middle East will allow the apocalypse to happen, whereby all Christians will essentially go to heaven and the Jews will be cast into hell. So anyway, it's anti-Semitic, but a lot of these Christian Zionists are literally death cultists who want the end of the world and want everyone to die. And they think supporting Israel will do that. And our government is practically run by this death cult. They've literally been preaching to our military forces that the war with Iran will help bring about the second coming of Christ, and will allow the apocalypse to happen. Yay! Yay! Christian death cult radicals. But don't worry, guys. The real radicals are the Muslims, right? That's who we should be afraid of. The scary Muslims. Don't look at the Christian death cult that controls, the government of the United States, right? That is dispensationalism. So, no, right? No, yeah, I'm not exaggerating, Texture. It's 100% true. There you go, Adderson. No, but I thought Trump was the second coming, right? I guess, right? I guess. So, okay. You know what I mean? I know you know that, Texture, but so isn't that cute? Don't we love that double standard, all right? Okay, just a note there. Just a note there. Moving on.
It's not one religion. Did you see what those Catholic nuns did to all those babies, mate? The colour of your skin or which part of the world it originated in, which is, heads up, most of it originated from the same part of the world, is irrelevant. Mr. Camo, yeah. I probably can't see the rest of his comments because he got owned. By dickhead. What the Greens did in the Gorton and Denton by-election was they connected with the mood of their constituents. They didn't aim for the lowest common denominator. They put a mad, failed academic who used ChatGPT.
Oh, absolutely, Maddie Holmes. Oh, don't worry, Maddie Holmes. Us in this community, we love Mike Huckabee. He's our favorite. Okay, he's our favorite. I'm joking. We all hate him. But yeah, he's definitely ideological, Christian Zionist, death cultist, very big dispensationalist, wants to bring about the end of the world. I love that. I love it for us. Zero problems there. We live in a perfectly rational country. Okay, anyway.
To write his own book. A terrifyingly...
Oh, I know all about Leonard Leo, Maddie Holmes. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Weird, jugged, moron is who Reform stood. They parachuted him in with his flailing passive legs like the Google Maps man, and nobody wanted the twat. There was nothing that revolutionary about it besides the fact that their way of campaigning, which was a really good campaign, just worked. People just trusted them,
She's
claiming
talking
that
about
it was
reform?
some kind of like elitist thing to vote Green. When Nick Candy,
Green.
the
I was like, what?
treasurer of Reform, is literally a billionaire that's mentioned in the
But guys,
Epstein file.
that's, come on, we know this. We've talked about this, haven't we? We've talked about this. Capitalism in crisis, right? When people have started losing faith in their democratic system, okay, when they start losing faith in it because it's no longer providing what people need because of the capitalist oligarchs exploiting people and because of the crisis of capitalism, etc., you have one of two options. People don't want the status quo anymore. So they can either go to the right or the left to find solutions within the system in a liberal democracy. So we have seen economic crises, okay? And so what happened in the United States is that you started seeing a divide. You started to see the growth of a lot more left-wing people and the growth of a lot more far-right fascist types. Now, unfortunately, in that scenario, the elites and the capital owners, the ones that have all the power and all the wealth, who are they going to support? Even if they like both, they don't like either side, they're going to support the ones who are going to keep them in power, which is not the left. So they will put all their resources behind the fascist right-wingers, which gives them an inherent advantage, right? That is what we are seeing, by the way. That is what we are seeing in the UK happening. People have lost faith in their democratic system. So we're starting to see a division happen where people are voting more for reform, which is the right wing, and people are starting to vote more for the Greens. Now, unfortunately, it is more likely that reform and restore, not maybe restore, but reform will get more support because they're more in line with capital interests. But that doesn't necessarily have to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Reform still has more. Okay. They're still more supported, which is what happens. Okay. Because you can imagine the British elites are not going to want to back Green because that goes against their bottom line. Gotta love capitalism, folks. All right. Okay, so Deltoy, what's going on here in chat? Was someone denying genocide? Because if they are, they're going to be gone very quickly. But okay, anyway, moving on. Let's continue.
Repeatedly. Yeah, I'm sure the real problem is a plumber and plasterer that's going to have to cancel jobs so that she can attend the Palace of Westminster to point out how weird it is in there. Have you seen the opening of Parliament? It makes me cringe my tits off. Royal family, people who think that their birthright is to rule over the rest of us.
Yeah, oh my
draped
God.
in jewels.
Can we get rid of the monarchy? I know it's not my country, but can we just get rid of that shit? Like, obviously, the United States has tons of problems, and I'm not saying that there's a lot we need to get rid of here, too, but can we just it's just annoying. Like, even just for a selfish reason, I'm just so sick of seeing his face and, like, the news caring about this man. Like, last week, I know, but, like, I know, I'm sorry, Matt Saiga, but, like, last week, the King Charles came to the United States. King Charles came to the United States, right? And, like, it was all over the news. They're like, oh, King Charles is here to meet the president, and we need to care about this and watch King Charles' milquetoast address to Parliament. I don't know why I'm doing that accent. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I know I'm being rude. But, like, I don't give a shit about King Charles. I don't give a shit, okay? And he was a milquetoast piece of shit anyway when he gave that speech. And I'm glad the Queen is dead. I'm sorry. I shouldn't phrase it that way. That was rude. I don't care about the Queen being gone. I care about her just as much as anyone else that has died in the world, okay? Anyway, whatever. Lizzie's in a box. All right. And now, admittedly, she didn't have that much power anyway, but, like, it's still, okay. Nightfall, hold on. There will only be one reason why I wouldn't get rid of the monarchy, because a Princess Diana, if she was still alive and I had the power to do it, would abolish the monarchy and I put her on the throne. Would she? Do you think she would? I know, guys, I don't know enough about her, but, like, I think okay, I know this might be a hot take. I don't know enough about Princess Diana. I'm not going to comment. Maybe I'm biased. But, like, my immediate thought is I doubt she would abolish the monarchy. But, okay, maybe she was cool. I don't know. I need to look into it. Regardless, all right. Let's see here. Deltoid. Welcome, Deltoid. Deltoid, you say, Deltoid, you said, what is the biggest problem we have in the United States? Well, okay. So Deltoid, there are so many problems in the United States. This is very much an opinion-based question, right? Let me list some problems with the United States. One, we're a fascist imperialist power that's attacking countries all over the planet. Two, we're fascist. I should just say we're imperialist. The next one should be that we're fascist. Three, we're destroying the planet in regards to climate change. Four, what? What, guys? We noticed unlock. We are over the what? Okay, whatever. Fine. We'll keep watching the video. Whatever.
Stolen from other lands, who thought that their job was to go and civilize other races of people in other countries and colonize them, sitting there draped on thrones whilst kids' lungs don't develop properly in fucking bedsits. I mean, abolish it all! Burn it all down!
No, Metsuga, I'm not getting diverted because of chat. Someone asked a question, so I was answering a question, which I always do, right?
You know, just go full V for Vendetta at this
How
point.
dare you,
I say
Metsuga.
that we make the ruling classes afraid again.
Yes, guys, she stole that from me. Louise, she stole that from me. I've always said that. That's my gig. I've always said that. I've always said that I want to make that'd be my slogan. I would take Donald Trump's slogan and turn it into make the elites afraid again. That's why I want a guillotine tattoo. Guys, this isn't fair. Should I send her a cease and desist? Yeah, this fucking thief. Should I send her a cease and desist letter? Okay. Should I send a cease and desist letter to her? All right. This goddamn lefty. All right. How dare she? Okay. Of course, I know I'm a lefty too. I'm kind of, I'm being an asshole, but all right. Just like a lefty to not want to do the work and to steal it from someone else. Okay. I don't know. Whatever. Okay.
Bring in toff hunting. If you've got, say, over a certain amount of wealth and you're hoarding mansions, then I think that the working classes and the lower classes should be allowed to hunt you on a Sunday. See how they like being chased out of their house with their young.
Oh my God, I love her. Louise. I love this. I love this so much. I love it. I love her to death.
Okay. Fair's fair. And if you like what I do, feel free to subscribe.
Oh my God. Thank you guys. That was a good video. Yay. I deeply approve. It's fantastic. Okay. That was some good shit. Thank you guys. Really. Okay. So, all right. That was good. I like her a lot. I'm a big fan now. Thank you guys. You've converted me. So she's green. I like that. I like that a lot. All right. Okay, let's find another. Oh, good God. Oh God, do I want to watch this right now? Let's do it. No, that's too long. That is too long.
Here's a brief summary of.
That's too long. That's 25 minutes where I'm not gonna be okay. Let's see here. What's this? Is this that when Israel freaking did that shit where they counteracted, where they I don't know, they stopped.
One of the things Israel has been doing is launching underwater drones.
Okay, let's
straight
watch
up
this
at
shit.
us
Let's watch
and
about the
following
Nazi
us
state.
along the entire time, using the drones to
Okay.
bomb the flotilla.
You know it, Louise. We'll do it later at some point, but we'll watch a little bit of this. I did hear that Israel went after a flotilla that was heading towards the area. Okay. It's because they're fascists, right? Israel. Okay, guys. I gotta tell you, Zionists are Nazis. Okay, the Israeli state is a genocidal Nazi state. All right, genocidal Nazi state because it is. By the way, good ban in chat there. Good ban in chat there. All right. So, we do not allow genocidal fascists in here. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I know, Lacroix. So again, what can I say? Israel's a Nazi state. If you think I'm joking, guys, I have done multiple streams where I've talked about the things that Hitler did and how like they're exactly the same as what Israel does. Like literally, Israel has a notion of Lebensraum, that we need space for our people to live in, that we need to conquer and colonize it. That's what Hitler did. Okay, Hitler had a Lebensraum idea. All right. So that's good. That's good. That's really nice. And there's that little thing that they're doing genocide and shit, just like the Nazis did, pushing people off their land and things like that. Okay, I mean, obviously they're Nazis. Regardless, not a big fan of the Israeli government at all here, right? I don't think anyone here is. And disgusting, disgusting government. By the way, backed up by the United States of America, who are Nazi enablers. Our government are Nazi enablers, okay? And, all right. So, let's see what this is about. I know they stopped another flotilla.
Following the drones along, ultimately ending up intercepting half of our fleet so far. They're definitely not stopping there, though. They're going to continue to the mission. I have a lot of videos I want to show you guys, including also of how Israel actually uses these drones to basically follow us the entire way through, simply for bringing humanitarian
that is
aid to
exactly why
Gaza.
we have a 10-minute thing,
That's literally the entire point of this mission, and now we have an entire foreign military, along with countries joining in, like Greece, even some NATO involvement because they're offering up their bases to Israel, everything. So to start off, I just want to go ahead and get straight into the topic of this video.
Don't forget, guys, we were just talking about the UK. Don't forget about dear Keir Starmer and his actions to stop any kind of protests. I got you, Sir Bart. It's okay. You did the best you could, all right?
We were on this flotilla. Israel was launching, was using drones to launch fire incendiary devices at us. This is one of our, what you see here is somebody on our boat. This was from the previous mission.
Wow. And I guess terrorists are going to do terrorism, right? Because as I said before, folks, someone tell me in the chat, we all know it by now. What are the two biggest terrorist states in the world? Tell me in the chat. Let's hear it. What are the two biggest terrorist states in the world? And if you say Iran, no, not even close. All right? I think we know that the two biggest terrorist states, correct, LaQual, the United States and Israel. And it's so goddamn obvious, and it's so funny. I just love, like, how it's so obvious that the USA and Israel are the biggest terrorist states in the world. And yet, but they're always saying that everyone else are terrorists, right? Like, I love that. It's like, they're telling on themselves, right? But we're the biggest terrorist states in the world. It's obvious. And there are different ways to define terrorism. I'll tell you what, though, the way that the one way that people define it is that it's where you kill civilians for political purposes. Well, the United States and Israel do that every goddamn day. It's like breathing the air for them, right? They wake up and they're like, let's kill some civilians to keep our lives going. They're like, they're like liches who require life force to survive, and the life force is dead children. Regardless, so there's that. And there's other ways to define terrorism, but all of them work. All of them work for this. Let's continue.
Drone dropped some sort of flammable liquid or something at them, lighting up the flotilla on fire. So the way Israel's doing this, because, when they're near the shore, this is when they were docked, it's one thing. But when you're deep in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, where are these quadcopter drones coming
You're right,
from?
Luke.
I'm not talking
We're just
about
big enough to have a whole state to do it for us. Yep.
Those big high altitude drones. I'm talking about tiny drones that all of a sudden were sailing in the middle of the night, and you see a drone pop out of nowhere that definitely can't travel kilometers and kilometers wide. So this is what basically we were dealing with the entire time at in the flotilla. Let me go ahead and play a video here. We just saw something shoot out of the water. So Israel has submarines across the entire Mediterranean Sea. Across the entire Mediterranean Sea, they have a fleet of submarines, and these submarines launch quadcopter drones up into the air. The entire mission, submarines are beneath us.
That's our tax dollars going to work,
submarines.
folks.
They're
That
following
is
us
our
along.
tax dollars
in the middle of the
going
night,
straight to
they
work.
release these capsules,
Okay.
and then out pops a drone. And these drones, that Israel goes ahead and attaches, whatever sort of bombs it wants to them. It attaches fire incendiary devices.
Oh,
and the drones are
fantastic.
basically flying.
Oh my God! You know what? I love that my tax dollars are paying for that. By the way, guys, like I just love that so much. I love that my tax dollars are going to fund the Israeli genocidal war machine. That makes me very happy. Not only the Israeli genocidal war machine, but the American genocidal war machine. God knows, like how many dollars of mine went into that missile that blew up that girls' school in Iran. I love that. And, it makes me so happy to know that. doesn't throw me into a rage at all. You know, maybe we need to do something about that in America. Like, I don't know, massive either national strike. That would be a cute way of doing it. There's other things we can do, but I really can't talk about that much on Twitch. I will say, though, on the wall behind me is a sword named Chainbreaker that was responsible for the death of 7 slave owners during the Civil War, and it is literally from that time period. Anyway, note there. Okay, Luke, you say attacking humanitarian aid things like this is against international law. Luke, come on. You think international law cares? I mean, do you think, let me rephrase that. Do you think Israel cares about international law? What is that? That's not a real thing, right? That's not international law. Jesus Christ. What are you, a moral person? Come on. All right, so anyway, let's watch more.
Following us along the entire night. Sometimes they attach speakers. They can really do whatever they want with these drones. They can attach whatever they want to these drones. So this is one of the ways that Israel has been basically following us along the entire time. And now, yesterday, of course, half the fleet was intercepted. They left them stranded. What they did with a lot of the passengers is they just came on board. They destroyed the boats and then they left. They left a few boats stranded, and then they went ahead and they did.
I'm sorry, I know I'm off track here. You guys know I start losing it when we talk about Israel. But do we remember that time? Do we remember that time? It was, you know, in history where there was an American warship that was attacked by Israel. Do we remember that? And do you remember how, like, America didn't even care? And it's like, sure, go ahead, sink one of our warships. We love you, Israel. You know, and by the way, you remember that lurking snow leopard and how, like, there have been, like, multiple American nationals killed in the West Bank? But we're like, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Israel. You know, we love you. You can kill it. Yeah, there you go. The USS Liberty. You can kill as many American nationals as you want because our government, guys, doesn't care about us, obviously. You know, it's much more aligned with Israel's interests than our interests, mainly because we don't have a democracy, right? We have an oligarchy, and AIPAC bribes our politicians. So, you know, that's fun, right? That's fun. How our government, oh God, I love that. I know, and I'm not a nationalist, by the way. I'm an internationalist. I would much rather, you know, I'm not exactly a fan of America, but it is kind of funny, right, that our government does that. Just kind of a little silly side note.
Detained other passengers. Here's some of the interception footage we have. I'm just gonna let me go ahead and play it here.
Yeah, Sir Bart.
This one is actually a bit more mild than previous ones. Let me see. And here's boarding. Let me see. There's one where you actually see them hopping on board. This is the one that I was looking for. You're going to see right over here, you're going to see 2 IDF soldiers.
That is actually true, Lurking Snow Leopard. You say the USA is doing it too, only they're telling people they're drug boats. That is true.
And pointing their rifles at the passengers again.
Oh, good. Yep. Guys, I don't know. You can't tell me that the IDF is that competent or that powerful, right? Like, they're such little cowards. They're so scared all the time, right? Pointing all these guns at these aid workers and shit. Killing journalists and shit. They're like they're like, you know, they're all a bunch of cowards. And I feel like, anyway, I feel like most of their sense of superiority comes from the fact that they have all these munitions given them by the United States that they can lob from a distance into Gaza. And they have all these tanks that they can bring into an urban area so that they don't get hurt. But, like, I bet if they stood up against an actual military force, they would really struggle. That's just my opinion. I don't know about that, but anyway. Of course they spy on us illegally all the time. Of course, Luke. Of course they do. Right? We catch them spying on us a lot. We're fine with it. I should say the United States catches them doing it, right?
You see them boarding right up here.
You're so right, Sir Bart.
And they ended up just knocking out the camera.
Oh, wow, such big men. They can really scream loudly at
you see a lot of them right over here. I mean, it's pretty wild. Again, this is just people trying to deliver aid.
Oh my God, he He has my same. You know, it's funny, guys. First of all, we're reacting to a guy doing a reaction, but second of all, he has my mic.
Luckily, this one, it took him a while.
Exactly, Sir Bart. Hence why Hezbollah has been smoking the IDF like, yeah.
To actually jam it, which is, or actually break it, which is kind of nice. And then it seems like the camera is going to get cut here in a moment.
Yep.
Okay, and then the camera goes out. So
we should,
so
Mr. Kincaid, right? We should stop paying taxes. Correct. All right, guys. I'm going to stop this video here. We get the idea. Israelis are Nazis, obviously. It is a state gone mad. All the polls in Israel show that something like, what, 80% of the population, 80 to 85% of the population support ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. I mean, the whole country has lost its goddamn mind. It is an insane state. Okay, I don't know how else to explain that. Okay, it's also, by the way, one of the most anti-Semitic states in the world, because if you're the state of Israel is constantly conflating itself with Judaism. It is purposely making people conflate Israel with Judaism, which then results in Jewish people who are not Zionist being attacked also. So again, if you, let's say you care about it, you're right, Bart Saigai, it is the most anti-Semitic state in the world. And if you care about Jewish people, you should care about Israel not doing its genocidal violence and being a horrific state. Okay. Anyway. So. Anyway. I'm going to put my face up. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Let me hand out some boops, guys. I'm going to hand out some boops. I'm going to hand out some boops, and then I'm going to go eat dinner. All right, let me hand out some boops. So outer signal. So guys, for those that are new, the jester, okay? The jester, by the way, I'm the jester, right? I will wear a jester hat sometimes and a jester outfit and jester makeup because I'm a real life jester. Alas, I haven't done it recently because I have acne and it's bad for my face. So we have 3 kinds of jester stick things, right? If you a boop means I'm giving you a reward for having good behavior, okay? A bromp is where I remove a prior boop you've been given, and a bonk is where I'm punishing you, okay? You'll all get used to it. So liquid alicorn, you get a boop. Boop. A La Croix Bois, you get a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Luke gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. I don't think anyone's getting a bonk today. Lurking Snow Leopard gets a boop. Boop. So Lurking Snow Leopard, it's a costume and I have makeup. I just haven't put on the makeup for a long time because it's bad for my face. That's like, how dare you? You get a bonk. Bonk! And a bromp. Bromp. I'm removing your last boop for that comment. Okay, shame on you. Oh, a Texture, you get a boop. Boop. Welcome, Texture. Texture gets 2 boops. Boop. Welcome, Texture. So glad you're here, okay? If there's anyone in here left from Zach App stream, make yourself known, and I'll give you a big old boop. I'll give you a big old boop if you're still here, okay? Anyone else want a boop here? Did I miss anyone who gets a boop? Anyone else want a boop here? Did I miss anyone? Anyone else want a boop? Okay. Okay. No one else gets a boop because the rest of you are traitors, and I hate you all. Okay. So, guys, let's see here. Oh, thank you, Liquid Alicorn. That's actually a good piece of advice. I should have asked my drag queen friends for that. So, guys, I'm going to go. Today was lovely. We had a lovely stream, obviously, and I got a fresh burst of energy from Zach's raid, so thank you, Zach, for that. And I am going to go eat. All right, eat. That's like, I swear to God. Okay. Yeah. Okay, moving on. So let's go, guys. I'm gonna go. You know what I'm about to say. You ready for you all ready for what I'm about to say? You know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. No, I got you, Matt Saigai. I thought you were being dirty. Okay. No, I don't use Vaseline, Matt Saigai. Should I? See, I didn't know this thing. Free Palestine, free Sudan, free Congo, free the Ukraine, free Iran, free everyone, free goddamn everyone, please. Please, free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Go see what Zach App is saying. don't get caught in an information silo. Because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment. Normalcy seeker. I didn't know you were here. Hello. I'm glad you're here. Okay, it's been a while since I've seen you here, but you used to be here before. So glad you're here. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country. We need major reforms. Okay, we need major reforms. Okay, and I would rather have revolutionary change. That'd be nice. Let's have revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center against the fascists. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. Okay. Oh, Roshi. Oh, Roshi. Oh my God, Roshi. I forgot to do the goddamn presentation today. God damn it. Roshi, forgive me. I'll do it tomorrow. Okay. I got caught up talking about Palestine. All right. God damn it, Roshi. I forgot. Okay. So there's that too. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, and some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a very good rest of your day. I don't typically stream on Sundays, so I'll probably have tomorrow off, but I might change my mind. I might change my mind suddenly and start randomly streaming. And I might start streaming tonight. Maybe we'll do an after dark. It depends on how I'm feeling later. I'm still a bit tired from the norovirus. But if I start feeling better later, maybe I'll do another stream. We'll see. Okay, we'll see what happens. I love you all very much. Oh, that's good at least, Normalcy Seeker. For everyone that's came over from Zach App, thank you very much for being here. Please follow me if you haven't already. I'm trying to grow my community. And I'd also very much like to thank Zach App himself for even rating me. Thank you, Zach App. Love you all very much. You have a good rest of your night, okay? Bye-bye, guys. Love you all. Bye. Join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the chat.